gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no care. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
मैं कहता शाडू दी कहाँ है?
हाँ जी
आ जाएंगी ना
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me, yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me, my fire's burning, now I'm always learning, tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey, yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited, keep it 300, King Leonidas, strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride, Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
भाई अब थर्ड पार्टी चीजें ना मेरा लैपटॉप हैंग कर जाएगा मैंने एक ही टैब और खोला तो
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
अच्छा बुला लेता हूँ तो आ जाती
gotta get it. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, oh, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no care. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we're playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
Are you guys ready for this? Let's show them. Time for Toxo. Let's do this.
What a beautiful play! He can take down anyone! Oh my god! यहाँ पर क्रोर के शॉट लेके बच गया ग्रेट हाईएस्ट लेवल पे और उनके ऊपर धावा बोला जाएगा
Success is not final and failure is not fatal. It's the courage to continue that counts. And with that, welcome everyone to Snapdragon Pro Series BGMI Challenge Season Day number 5. My name is Shadow. I'm going to be a host and caster. Alongside me joining the panel is going to be Fritz. But before getting the show started, a huge thank you to our Snapdragon Pro Series presenting partner Samsung for providing us with the Samsung devices, top tier performances, crystal clear displays and lightning fast response times. Unmatched speed from the newest, fastest Snapdragon platform ever, available only on Samsung Galaxy devices. Level up your game and play like the pros with the new Samsung Galaxy S23 series. And Fritz, yesterday was a day of comeback. So many teams made a huge comeback, just like the players of Orangutan did.
Yeah, Orangutan, you talk about Global Esports, all these teams who were, showcasing good performance in week number 1, but they were lacking that final touch, that final finish. That is something we saw from some of these teams yesterday, and I'm super excited to see if they can continue with the rhythm. The best thing I saw yesterday was from the side of Team Global Esports. The decision making, they switched the decision making in just a snap, and suddenly they had some good games, and that's what I loved about yesterday. Hopefully today is even a better day for all of these teams, and let's see what future holds for us.
You mentioned Global Esports. Yesterday was definitely a good day for them because they got their first winner chicken dinner. And speaking of Global Esports, the player that impressed me the most was Ninja Boy, because he's the one doing all the heavy lifting, getting the frags. I think he's one of the top leaders also in the frag department. So definitely he's the one to look out for. But let's have a look at the format. We started with open qualifiers, and from there on, top 8 teams qualified for the challenge season. And currently, they are competing with the top invited teams, 24 invited teams, and out of which top 16 will move into the LAN finale. But how do they move, Fritz? By getting the points.
Yep, you get the chicken, you have 15 points in your bag. But the more important thing I'd say is going to be the finish points, because you cannot get chickens every game. But if you're consistent enough, in wiping almost around 2 scores, 8 points every game, you should be fine. That's something that the teams will have to look out for, and they have been doing that, focusing on the fragging department. I just love the way these teams have adapted. We talked about heal battle a lot previously, but that seems to have sort of died out yesterday. I mean, we did not see a lot of heal battle happening. Of course, we did in one of those matches in Sanhok. It was a completely crazy game. But other than that, yeah, Erangels were being played like Erangels should. Miramar was played like Miramar should. And I just enjoyed the whole day yesterday.
Well, looking at the groups also, I think few teams really enjoyed, starting with Global Esports getting their victory, winner chicken dinner. Blind Esports also, after I think day number 3, they started making a comeback, and looks like the graph is going only linear. In Group B, we have Chemin Esports, the consistent one.
Oh,
then
yes.
we have Metal Esports also. Skulls, although, is one of the disappointments, because the way they're performing in the open finals, that performance is not replicated in the challenge season. Maybe it's the pressure which they are not able to handle. But in Group C also, we have few consistent teams like the plus of Team Revenant.
Yeah, you talked about Skulls, and even we had that interview yesterday with Shadow. He pointed it out that when these new teams, when they get into the lobby, and as soon as you see them in the frag feed, you decide to show some aggression to them, and that's where they lose their nerve. That's where they're like, oh, this is something we did not expect but happened with us. So Skulls has been facing some issues like that, and they will take a little bit time to figure it out, but I'm sure this should be a team qualifying in top 16. They still have, 24 more games to go. Adjustments are to be made by this team, and hopefully they're able to get back into the mix, get back into the game. Some other teams which haven't performed up to expectation, which say Team Zero, we have Team Forever. I mean, we do see Team Zero, except for that one 4v4 battle that they won around that military base area. Other than that, they did not have any sort of highlight on yesterday's day. But if we talk about Team Forever, we do see them like in the 4th zone, in the 5th zone, when 10 or 11 teams are still surviving, but they're not able to make it to top 5 with consistent number of frags. So that has been the issue for this particular team. Hopefully they also sort it out. But let's have a look at which of these teams are in the green zone. Top 16 is going to be a green zone to qualify for the finals. And yeah, these 8 teams probably should not face a lot of trouble if they do continue to perform in the same fashion. Team Chemin Esports, Revenant Entity. But of course, we have to talk about Team Prince too, Shadow. This team had 91 points, if I'm correct, yesterday when the day started. They played 3 games and were just able to accumulate, 20 points? I mean, while that's not entirely bad, but from a team that has showcased insane performance in week number 1, we expected a little bit better.
I think for Team Prince, I think the fallback started on day 3 itself, because they got like 16 points itself, and day number 4 they got 18 points. So Team Prince, the consistency is definitely not there. But on the other hand, few teams are going to be very happy, because Orangutan played phenomenally well yesterday. Day number 3, Vikendi, they started climbing up the ladder by getting that winner chicken dinner, and that continued on day number 4, because every single game yesterday they were getting at least 6 to 7 finish points and good placement points also in few of the games. So definitely Orangutan is not one of those teams that is entirely focusing on the placement points, because they're getting good finishes, and not just a single individual. All the 4 players are getting good frags.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, as a unit, Team OG has performed and they've been really good about it. And let's see if they can continue with the same momentum that they left on yesterday with. So OG is going to be a team to look out for. The second page is where I'm more interested, because right now if you see Chemin Esports and Revenant, they've sort of made a lead for themselves. So unless and until they get eliminated without any points in the very first game, catching up for Entity, catching up for Gujarat Tigers is going to be really, really difficult. 16-17 odd points is what you need to get towards that second spot. Add 5 to that, and that's where you'll find Chemin. So getting a great game and also hoping that Chemin and Revenant do not have a good game, that's something very, very difficult to say for either of these teams. But once again, yeah, Entity, Gujarat Tigers, they are yet to have their chickens, so things could turn if they're able to get a chicken also. Alibaba Raiders, very hyped team, I'd say, after week number 1. Yesterday was probably not their day. Still sitting on the 9th spot in the qualification zone, but they will have to perform a little bit better. But what happened to God's Rain Shadow? 2 chickens to their name, but still sitting on that 10th spot with just 98 points.
Yesterday was not a good day for the players of God's Train at all. Actually, God's Train, the only day they performed good was day number 2, when they got 51 points. Other than that, God's Train were on and off, and yesterday was completely off. They were not in the form, and Team Zero rushed towards them. Delta PG was out in the open. So they were not prepared for that rush that came from the set of Team Zero. That's when early elimination came in the map of Erangel also. But a team like God's Train, I'm sure they'll make their comeback. They'll have a good day on day number 5. But speaking of other teams also, like Carnival Gaming, yesterday they also had just a decent day, because the way they were performing in the previous week, that performance was missing yesterday from their side. So definitely Carnival Gaming also needs to pull up their socks. Big Brother Esports, well, yesterday was a decent day for this particular team. But Team Forever, speaking of this team, what's wrong with Team Forever? Because every week they start on a very bad note, and slowly on day number 2 and 3 of the week, they start making the progress.
Well, if that's the case, then today better be good for them. I mean, if you follow the pattern. Let's see if Team Forever has a good day number 2 in week number 2. Yeah, we do also a Team Forever, sorry, and Team Together Esports 87 points, TWM 85. We talk about all these teams in a way that they're not playing in the best possible fashion, but then the rankings are so very close that one good game will just propel them towards the top 8, top 16 squads. So it will depend on you and how you play the entire tournament. You will be having good days, you will have bad days, but navigating through all of that is what is required by each and every team to get into the top 16. Again, Reckoning Esports, Medal, X-Pac, we hope to see these teams in at least, if not top 8, in top 16. But them being on these 25th, 27th spot, I mean, it's a little, I'd say, disturbing for their fans, but hopefully they will be able to recover, as we are not even halfway through the tournament, right? So we still have a lot of games left. 3 more games will be played by all of these teams today, and let's see how do they perform.
For Team Reckoning, like you mentioned, definitely I think this is one of those teams that need to focus on those placement points, because if you look at the stats, they have got 52 finish points and I think 25 placement points, sitting on the 25th spot. So if Reckoning start focusing on those placement points, I think they'll do really good in the overall standings, because Punk, I think he's doing all the heavy lifting. Being the IGL, he's also creating the frags, getting those elimination points for the team. So definitely Reckoning is one of those teams that will be on the first or the second page eventually. That will happen. But what about the teams who are right at the bottom, like Team X-Pac? It is one of those teams. They have got 2 chicken dinners and still they are in the later half of the leaderboard.
I mean, for X-Pac, once again, the game, they get the chicken, the follow-up game, 0 points. So essentially, it averages out. And you cannot afford basically games like that. And if you're able to get some chickens, you should be able to back it up. Plus, if you once again look at the competition that we have over here, one more chicken for X-Pac, suddenly it's top 16. So you will have these back and forth games. I'd say we will get a clear picture once each and every team has played that 20th match. After that, you will still be left with 12 more games, but the picture will slowly and steadily start getting clearer. Because then most probably you'll have played with all of these groups. You will play against all of the teams, and then you'll say, yeah, so now we know where we are most comfortable. Now we should be fine getting into the game. So that's how I believe the teams are feeling. So let's give them 8 more games for every of these teams, and then comment on which of the team might make it to the grand finals or not. But if we talk about the overall schedule, we will be starting off with our very first game of Erangel. Then we will have that map of Miramar, Erangel. All of these games will be between Group A and C. And then we will have a switch, Group B and D. And they'll be playing on 2 of the most annoying maps, let me say that, Sanhok and Vikendi. And finally, they'll take a breather as the final game will take place on the map of Erangel.
Well, certainly Erangel. So Group B and D, they have 2 maps which are very tricky to play on, should I say the game changer, because they change your position in the overall leaderboard. If you perform really good in the map of Sanhok and Vikendi, the day will come through. You will have the points which you need. So for Group B and D, I think this day is very important. On the other side, Group A and C, they should be feeling pretty comfortable because they have got 2 Erangels, the OG map, every nook and cranny of Erangel. And same goes through with Miramar also, because I think teams have played enough Miramar that I don't think they will be worried about Miramar at all.
Yeah, at one point in time, I used to say Miramar, meh, please give us more Erangel. But now Miramar is a fun map. I mean, I now see how many fourth parties, fifth parties happen, and suddenly I think the map is really fine, really good. But still, I'd say my second favorite map is going to be Vikendi, because all of the reasons that I gave yesterday. A lot of fights happening. One of the guys just battling out from far away and trying to get the chicken. Sanhok still stays at the bottom of my list. So much vegetation, man. You prone down, you're instantly in cover. That's what I feel for this particular map. So yeah, Miramar will be a fun map to watch out. It is, I love to call it the land of DMRs and snipers, although the DMRs and snipers are not less used as compared to the shotgun that meta has started with, the DBS meta. So we do see players carrying that assault rifle and the DBS while heading into the map of Miramar, and the same could be said for Erangel as well, which will be our very first map. But talking about Erangel, Shadow, yesterday the final game of Erangel was nuts. I mean, the third zone, bro, we're coming to main island. We're coming. Run, bro, run. Fourth zone suddenly goes towards the southern military base island. So stuff like that, if it happens today again, this time with different groups, I would love to see which of these teams is ready to adapt and come back into the game.
I agree. That was a big shock for all the teams and for the viewers, for us casters as well, because everyone was expecting the circle to go on the main land. All the teams from the southern side, they had rotated, they were holding on to the shorelines or the bridge area. They were just waiting for the circle shift to come on the northern side. But suddenly the circle goes a little south, and that's when everybody was shocked. And in fact, in the other Erangel, not that particular one, the other one where the circle was favoring the players of Global Esports, they got a chicken dinner, and even that was not an easy one, because they had to travel all the way from that side of Sivori, and that rotation was not easy at all. They eliminated the players of AUTOBOTZ on their way inside the circle. Then Genix FM was also gatekeeping. They eliminated them. So all in all, Global Esports was looking strong. But now, let's see if they can perform the same performance in this Erangel.
Alright, here we go. The plane path is a very central one, literally divides the map in two equal halves and will be beneficial for most of the teams, except for the ones dropping around Lipoka and Built-up Power. But I believe we do not have a lot of teams that drop towards Built-up Power. Correct me if I'm wrong. But literally every other city is approachable. Spawn Island, well, nobody is anyway going towards Spawn Island irrespective of the plane path, so that will still be deserted. But the other places, the other positions will of course be capitalized. So God's Reign as usual towards military base. We do see Reckoning this time around according to the plane path adapting. Looking that no other team goes towards Nova Raptors, so that's where they are dropping. The other drops, AUTOBOTZ towards, I believe, Ferry Pure Query Split is what they take. And that is something that they'll continue with. Team Forever, as usual, they're split just towards the northern side of not northern, I'd say south of Pochinki is where they decide to drop in and they take their early loot. One of the player always usually loots few compounds around that region of farm, so that should not be that big of a problem. But hey, I don't think so there'll be any more drop fights right now, because we do see good spacing between all of these different teams, so easy loot phase for everyone.
Oh, certainly. The loot phase is going to be pretty easy for everyone, because by now everyone is very well versed about the drop location of each other, about the rotations. They have adapted quite really good. But
nice
look at the circle. I'm very sure Global Esports Lucky Stars are perfectly aligned, because after yesterday's performance, this time even the BGMI gods are saying to the players of Global Esports that we are giving you your circle, play your best, and that is exactly what they are going to do. So, but one major disadvantage is they won't have to rotate so much. So when you don't rotate so much, you don't have the information. But right now, the players of Team Gujarat Tigers have the information on to 4-shot Goku as a cat and mouse chase is going on.
Yeah, Goku, although he's taking towards his own teammates, yeah, GT better fall back. It was a good attempt. I mean, an interesting engagement over here where Clutch God was saying hi with his bike to a player in vehicle. Both of them knew they did not have weapons, so essentially getting out and punching was not the correct option, and now Clutch God is also just falling back. So GT back to their own merry way. But coming back to the point, Shadow, I would say zones like these usually end around Giorgio Hill. And if that happens, then Global might be in a lot of trouble, because they'll have to cross a bridge to get towards the other part of the map. Or if they do it early, then it could be an advantage. But then again, it's a big speculation that the final zone will be around the Giorgio Hill. So would love to see if stuff like that happens. In the meanwhile, 4-shot continuously getting chased. Honey has been tagged up quite a bit, but these boosters will for sure help. They should be brought back to full HP. But wait a second. The teams want to fight. That's an early fight in Water City.
Complete opposite to what happened in the previous week. This time, this Erangel is starting on a very aggressive note. We have the players of Blind Esports. Adi has taken heavy shots from the side of, I believe it was Gujarat Esports. Yes, and now Adi, he has to fall back. He has to regroup with his teammates because they don't have the covers. They don't have enough utility in the hands. And a 4v4 fight at this stage is going to be very risky. So they've made the mature decision. But look at that 4-shot Esports. Things are not looking so good for them because the players of Team Soul are still chasing them. Although they have got one finish point that might favor their case. They have got good level 2 but Nakul out in the open trying to take few shots on the side of Cheyenne, but a grenade will do the job as Cheyenne goes down.
Oh, that's a big nade. Ikusol, they've already lost a player early on. Ronnie has already taken an exit, so this knock will make things easier for Team Soul. But then they decide to rotate off. That was their call. That was their nade that said, yeah, we've got one knock. One of the players will be busy with the revival, so the remaining players of Team 4-shot might just not have a chance at taking any of us down, so let's just fall back. It's a good call considering you've lost Ronnie early on and Soul will have to play with just the remaining 3 players in the game. So a little bit of a disadvantage. 4-shot, I'd say a good start. I mean, a point early on is always good for you. Plus now you have the entire Water City under your control, so the loot should also not be a problem. Good job done by 4-shot, plus the zone is also with them. They have had a fair start over here.
4-shot, they tend to go to the city of Water City. That has been their home ground since a very long time. On the other side, Team Soul usually tends to go in the school apartments, in the school area, but they saw the plus of 4-shot and went a little aggressive. But that didn't pay off really well, or they've lost one of their own player. So that was a mature decision coming in that we have lost one player. It's best if we focus on the loot, because in stage 1, if you don't have good resources, you won't look so good in the stage 5 or stage 4 circle. So getting the resources should be the priority, and that is exactly what they are doing. But this time, well, Godlike, they have the entirety of Yasa City to their name.
In past we did see a team with Godlike, but then I believe it was of a different group. That's why Godlike are really happy with the entire city. So once again, I'd say the loot won't be a problem. Yeah, Zaya in itself, I'd say, supports 2 different teams, 2 entire teams in terms of loot. So Godlike, yeah, Mac needs to do a little bit of hunting, and same could be said for Jelly as they're rocking level 1 helmet and vest respectively. Aditya is also on the same boat, so they still need better tactical gear, but they should be able to find it. They still have around 5 minutes before they start to rotate, so that should not be a problem. Severny as a city, Global Esports have always dropped in over here, have never had to fight till now, and that thing will still continue. So they will be enjoying the loot over here. They could also slowly and steadily increase their drop area, maybe drop a few players around shooting range. But that would be a risky move, of course, because right now all of these teams are also exploring all these different drop areas. You have a number of combinations that could be made when you play in different groups. So I believe Global Esports is playing it a bit safe, and I completely respect that. Krillin, Slug, Ninja Boy, and Beast are going to be the 4 playing today. Mavi is sitting out, so will be interesting to see what the players of Team Global Esports achieve today, because it'll be really important, and especially because they're in the mid pack. And we all know how tight-knitted that mid-pack is. One good game, you will be in top 8. One bad game, you might drop drastically.
Agreed, 100%. Today, Krillin is playing instead of Mavi. And let's see how that is going to fare out, because now is the time when they can try and experiment few things after getting a victory in the previous day. They can try and experiment for one game. So I think that's a good move coming from the side of Mavi. But looking at the roster, Ninja Boy is the one who is doing all the heavy lifting. He's the one becoming the MVP time and time again. I think he's one of the top fraggers also. So definitely Global Esports is looking very aggressive. Not just Ninja Boy, I think it's Mavi and Slug also. they are also getting good finish points for the team. So definitely Global Esports is looking for the aggression, but this time the circle is definitely favoring their case. After looting the city of Siverny, they're heading towards the side of shooting range. That is usually the go-to route for all the teams that tends to drop in towards Siverny. First Siverny, then shooting range, then go on to capture a hill area or the caves around the shooting range. That could be the strategy for the players of Global Esports right now.
Yeah, but we do see Team Blind into that early battle. Skips has already been able to take down Fears from Team Revenant, and then Harsh will be able to run him over out. So Revenant, they had that second thought. Do we go for a revival? Do we fight back or do we run away? They decide to skedaddle out of there, but then Adi is not stopping. He wants to chase, but it was a trap. As Sensei stops and shoots back. And Blind suddenly in a little bit of a difficult spot. Adi out of the game. Suddenly it's a 3v3, making a 3v2 as the trades keep happening. And Blind, they're also losing players but are getting the trade. Harsh with the S12K, trying to clutch out a 1v3, which he does. He will be able to eliminate the whole squad of Team Revenant, but they've also lost a player. Blind, 4 finishes to their name, but will have to play as a 3-man squad in the rest of the game.
The rotational clash that happened between Blind and Team Revenant. Revenant is not going to be happy about it at all. Blind was also trying to migrate from the side of Shelter. That has been their drop location. Revenant was moving from the side of Milda. That's when the collision happened. And Team Blind definitely performed really good. They got 4 finishes. Blind, this time they went a little south instead of heading directly inside the circle. And Revenant was following their usual path of rotation. But unfortunately, after consistent performance, the inconsistency is there from the side of Team Revenant. But looking at the other teams like Reckoning, this time they are in the city of Nova Ripnoi. Of course, we don't have Team Zero in the lobby right now. So Nova Ripnoi was completely uncontested and Reckoning made the best use out of it.
Yeah, plus a late rotation, the chances of this bridge being camped also just goes down to around 10%. So should be a fairly simple rotation for them. Kyoya leading the charge. Although usually the first guy should have a buggy, as it's a little bit more protected from the sides. You can easily make that rotation. AUTOBOTZ on the other hand, taking that long range battle. I mean, not even a battle, a long range fight with one of the other players. And then GT is like, yeah, we know you're present over here. We acknowledge your presence. Let's just fall back. Clutch God took a little bit of damage. Will stop, reset, get back to his merry way, get back towards his own teammate, and they'll return. So Gujarat Tigers, no problem at all. AUTOBOTZ have given away their location, but they're really aggressive team, so they are looking for a fight first hand. And let's see if they're given one, because if Clutch God peaks and gets knocked out, it will be difficult for his team to get that revival and also sees a different team. Now we know this is Team Forever, but Clutch God might think that these are the 2 remaining players of the other team. So this could be a little bit tricky. Plus, considering the zone, if I was Clutch God, I would be very troubled by my backside as well. There are a lot of different angles from which you're exposed, and that's what happens. Clutch God did not take into account that Forever could also shoot back, and Gujarat Tigers in a little bit of a trouble.
Oh yes, they are, because Clutch God has been knocked out, the guy who has clutched so many times. And with the main assaulter out of the equation, I don't know how the players of Gujarat Tigers are going to perform. But I'm not that worried. As a 3-man squad also in that particular position, I think they can go for the position game for this particular circle. And maybe was it later circles, they can try getting those finish points. But for now, Team Forever, they are going to be happy as Omega has been rewarded with 1 point. But this is one of those teams that is super inconsistent in terms of they start the week on a very bad note, then later eventually they start making the progress. So they have to do the same thing in this particular week also. Otherwise, Team Forever won't be looking good in the overall ranking.
Yeah, for Forever, this is a good start, as you already pointed out, getting that first point on the board. But I'd still raise questions for the players of Team GT. I mean, this was a really, really easy calculation that had to be made. Clutch God was very far away from the team. You do see 2 different teams in 2 different angles. You still decide to keep on peeking that same angle again. A very rookie mistake, I'd say, which has led to GT now being to play with just 3-man squad. Blinds carrying off their opponents, just shooting back, getting a lot of damage, but frags is what they want. Minute and 15 seconds on the clock, 100 meters to rotate, and considering this is just the second zone, should not be that big of a problem. You should easily be able to find a spot for yourself inside the zone. And yes, you've lost Adi, But the way that Blind has been playing, shooting back, I don't think so this team is going to take a passive approach from here on.
They have no reason to go for the passive approach because they are already looking comfortable in the overall ranking. The way this team has been performing is really very good, especially yesterday. Skips did a 1v3 against the players of Gujarat Tigers and got a beautiful winner chicken dinner. That was a highlight moment from their side. So definitely Blind is looking fantastic, but right now there is a possibility of a rotational clash with the players of Reckoning, and that won't be a good news for either of these teams because
Exactly.
they are also bearing the brunt of the blue and out in the open. Not a good way to go for. That's why maybe that could be the reason that the players of Team Blind opted for a different route inside the circle.
Yeah, they changed their path, and it's good. It's just a good decision. You already are a 3-man squad, so it's better to just take a different route inside the zone, and that's a great decision. So Blind, they will still take a little bit of damage, but then the amount of boosters Dark Lord alone has, I don't think so it will be a problem. You should easily be able to cancel out that damage. Surviving till at least, I'd say, stage number 3 outside the zone is fairly simple. Just pop in the boosters. You will always have full HP if you have to essentially fight it out once you get inside the zone. So that is not going to be a big problem. Autobots make their entry towards the zone. Broken plane area is where they are at and are feeling comfortable, so that's not a problem. All 4 players surviving: Rico, Carry, Mr. Spray and Skrills. Overall, in the tournament, their performance hasn't been great till now, but let's see if they can do better today.
Autobots, they're just relying on one single individual, that is going to be Rico. And a single individual won't make you qualify for the LAN. As a unit, you have to fight because all the frags, all the finish points that are coming through for the players of Team Autobots are by Rico. So other players, they also need to step up. They have to support Rico. Otherwise, I don't think Autobots will be able to qualify for the LAN finals. They have to make certain changes. They have to stop doing those mistakes. After that, maybe Autobots will start looking strong. But for now, Godlike, even they have a lot of information on the players of Team Forever, as Forever was trying to move towards the northern part of the circle. That's where majority of the teams are already making their rotation. Wind God is already ahead of few other teams. Godlike is also present on the northern circles towards the side of shooting range, I guess. Even Global Esports, I think, they are also scouting the area, trying to grab as much information as much possible.
All these teams right now waiting for stage number 3. They really want to have that perfect prediction in terms of the position that they take inside the zone. So just waiting it out. 19 more seconds and we will have that circle. Godlike is happy with the compound that they have for now. One of the players just outside. I really feel troubled whenever I see a player hanging out of the compound, because once you get knocked out, there's a lot of pressure on your teammates to get that revival. And in moments like these, you tend to lose 1 or 2 players. So it could be a really important thing. But hey, the zone goes back towards the shooting range area. And now, Shadow, the point that you made for Global Esports comes exactly true. Very close to Severny. Literally in their drop location is where the zone is. Not exactly the city, but somewhere around shooting range. Although Team AR, Alibaba Raiders are really quick to get the center of the zone. But I believe GE wants to fight for it.
Yeah, Global Esports can definitely try and contest the area which the players of Alibaba Raiders are holding on right now. But also we have some uphill areas that are up for the contestation. So definitely Global Esports can opt for those uphills on the western side of the circle, northwestern side. But for now, Alibaba Raiders, they have to be very careful. They need to be on the alert mode because they have to defend their area. Because not just Global Esports, I think the players of Autobots can also try and challenge Alibaba Raiders at this spot because they are so close to each other right now.
Yeah, let's see Alibaba Raiders if they do shoot back. A few shots have been taken on one of these teams. None of them connect, but they've just given away the location, just scaring away any team that tries to creep near to this particular team. Autobots versus Alibaba Raiders could be an interesting fight, but has to be initiated by Autobots because Alibaba Raiders are very happy with the position that they have. Plus, the chances of getting third-partied in this dip are very low. And when you also have a vehicle to help you provide some cover, plus the amount of smokes that this team has, if deployed correctly, they should not face any sort of problems in this stage number 3. So they have a good spot. Let's see for how long can they hold it out. On the other hand, we also have the players of Team FS Esports. who are now slowly and steadily creeping behind the players of Team Autobots. So this could again be a moment where Autobots have to make sure that they have this information before anything happens. On the other hand, though, Global Esports have started a fight with the players of Team Blind. Skips, he has been taken down on the ground.
The man who clutched yesterday has been knocked out. Let's see if the players can go for the rescue mission. But Dark Lord, that perfect spray coming in, takes down Ekrillin from the moving vehicle. Along with that, Hush has also been knocked out. Beast also goes down. Global Esports, they were looking so strong. But without scouting the area, the flying rush that team threw from their side is not working in their favor. But for now, Slug is going for the rescue mission as Beast has been revived. But he still has his own worries because look at that, Ninja Boys has also come. Back
Easy.
him up, and it was an easy clutch. And a 1v3 was too much to deal with for the last player of Team Blind. And with that, Team Blind, they have been eliminated.
I mean, you do say that they did not scout out the compound, but the cover fire from Ninja Boy was perfect, Shadow. I mean, we saw the POV of Dark Lord and we saw him getting 2 knocks and we were like, wait a second, what just happened? But from behind, the damage dealt by Ninja Boy onto the other players was enough so that Slug went ahead and was able to take down both of them in that particular situation. And it was a 1v2 where you could not come out of the compound as Ninja Boy was still giving that ADS while the player up close, Slug, was reviving his fallen comrades. So it was a good decision by the players of Team Global Esports. They went in, and even if it would have been a 4-man squad, it should have been easy as you just had to watch one angle. Ninja Boy just had to watch one angle where the revival was happening, and the other 2 players were kind of very far away for Team Blind for any sort of counter revivals. So it was a good plan. It was executed perfectly too. They did not lose a player and they've been able to eliminate a whole squad. And the idea is simple for Global Esports. They want to play out on the edge and then move towards the center of the zone slowly and steadily. But right now we have Team Godlike in a scuffle over here as they might have to fight it out against 2 different teams who might fight amongst themselves. Because look at that. 4-shot, God's Rain in the vehicle. Nobody's stepping out. And essentially disengaging as well. 4-shot, they see the zone is not with them. They decide to rotate away from that spot. And so do the players of Team God's Rain. But wait a second. Jonathan with that spray. He is able to take down Delta PG, who was a little bit caught out in the open. And Godlike, even though they do lose Aditya in the process, they've taken 1 back of Team God's Rain.
Enough damage has been done towards the side of God's Rain, and now they have realized that we can't hold on to the compound. This compound is not up for the contestation, so better prioritize the rotation, prioritize the circle, because this compound is not even inside the safety of the circle. But Godlike, they did fantastic. Although they lost on to Aditya, but they managed to get 1 point in their name. Let's see how will they make their journey, because after making such a noise, there are chances of a gatekeep scenario for the players of Godlike right now. On the other side, in the shooting range, we have the players of Team Soul. And looks like Knuckle was taking hefty damage from the side. I believe it was Reckoning, because they are in such a close proximity. So there is a chance Reckoning and Soul might engage in a fight with each other. And even looking at the map, the players of God's Name can also join in.
Yeah, let's see God's Rain. How do they decide to go up with their rotation? I believe they want to go in for a longer rotation. Look at Destro. He's going all the way towards the northern part and might want to enter from somewhere around the players of Team Wind God. That's the bigger plan for Team God's Rain. Aiku Soul, yes, it was a long-range battle with the players of Team Reckoning, and even though Reckoning got that knock, pushing in circumstances like these is not the best possible option. So Reckoning were like, yeah, we know we've got that knock, but pushing in, losing a player in that particular situation won't be good, and you will lose a player because of all these third parties. So if Team Soul is able to just cycle through the smoke, they should survive in that situation. Alibaba Raiders do spot the players of Team AUTOBOTZ out. This is again a cold war going on for a very long period of time. Shots do get exchanged, but then again there's no knocks that will be available for now. GT on the other hand, they open up shop. One of the players of Team 4-shot has been taken down. Wind God and God's Rain, as pointed out, will clash out because their rotation paths were just the same. God's Rain went in for a longer rotation. Then they do meet another team in front of them.
Alibaba Raiders, speaking about this particular team, yesterday was not one of the best day for them as compared to the previous 3 days. So definitely they are looking for a good start on day number 5. They already have a lot of information on the front of Team iFlix, and they have pretty much pinned down iFlix behind that rock. So the way the shots are coming through, it's going to be so difficult for the players of iFlix to migrate inside the circle. Even Team Forever is also shining in and doing a perfect third party as Moksha has been knocked out.
Yeah, that's the problem for iFlix. They're not fighting with just one team. They're fighting against two. And look at that nade by Flock. Gets the confirmation. Also knocks Crypto out. And they really want to have those frags. They are just throwing all the utility that they have team forever. And they want to get these frags onto the players of team iFlix. Shadow on the other hand is taking shots onto the player of team 4-shot esports. And they seem to be in trouble. Jonathan though gets taken down. And FS... they've been able to eliminate Godlike with a little bit of help from Team Soul.
Yes, Team Godlike, they have been eliminated. The journey inside the circle was not at all easy for them. But for now, we have the plus of Team FS holding on to the southern eastern periphery of the circle. Yes, they have a certain height advantage also from where they can get a lot of information. And they're checking all the corners. Looks like they also have the information onto the plus of Team Reckoning. In the vehicle, out in the open, and Kyoy is definitely taking a lot of damage from the side of Dionysus. This is not a good news for the plus of Team Reckoning at all. On the other side, as per the finish feed, even the plus of Team Forever also falling down.
Yeah, iFlix, so I think is out of the game. Crypto was the last player standing, and Global Esports from far back. Slug is able to deal the final blow. Manya spotted down. Dionysus has been dishing out a lot of damage, but hasn't been able to convert it into knocks because once again you just have a pixel to work around. Secret, my guy, where he is spraying, he wants to blast the vehicle. Oh, all right, but Manya will still survive behind the ridge. So Team Soul is taking a little bit of vehicular damage, but unless and until you take some body damage, I think it should be fine. Gujarat Tigers on the other hand though, being again peppered down by this time the players of Team Forever. MJ was completely taken away. One of the players knocked out as well. Soul now being troubled by the players of Team FS Esports. They are going in for a longer rotation. Yes, one of their players has been able to get inside the zone. But Atanki with the spray will make sure that one of them falls.
Manya goes down. The confirmation has already been made. And with that, iFlix also effects bye-bye on the 12th spot. Even the players of Vikendi are not looking good. But the spray that is coming from the side of Secret takes down not just one, the entirety of Reckoning. The 3 players have been taken down because of the vehicle explosion also coming in. And Reckoning not looking good at this point. Secret wants to convert all those knocks into the finish point. Let's see if he can do so. This is not a good news for the players of Team Reckoning. In the meanwhile, even the players of Global Esports, they have been eliminated.
So slowly and steadily these teams start to fall. I believe once again Global Esports just got completely devastated, and it was the players of Team Alibaba Raiders who did the job. So AR slowly and steadily once again performing in a very good fashion. WSB though, this team has been really quiet. They've lost a player, yes, but they've been able to make themselves into top 7. Reckoning also take an exit over here. FS Esports, they had a really good spot inside the zone and they are using it perfectly as well. In the meanwhile, Secret just says, bro, we've got the zone. I found us a spot inside the zone so you can take all the fights you want, and then after some point just get inside the zone whenever you guys are free. After eliminating everyone, Arohi making sure that the vehicle is completely busted out so that he has some solid cover to work with. But then from far away, Dionysus has been caught off guard. A good knock. The smoke will definitely help their case. Atanki will try to reset first, get the first aid in, and then go in for the revival. While Arohi QD tries to give that cover fire, but then there's a vehicle. There's a vehicle. AUTOBOTZ won this fight. Atanki is trying to escape, but might just get away. Barely gets. No, never mind. The spray was just too good. WSB also held the case with the damage that they dealt, and AUTOBOTZ they're in for a fight. They also want to take down the players of Team WSB. Utilities being exchanged. Anuj brought down to very little HP, but the knock yet to occur.
Yeah, the knock is not there yet, but finally a grenade comes in and Carry gets taken down from the side of AUTOBOTZ. Let's see if the rescue mission can be made. Yes, the smoke is there to help the case of the players of Team AUTOBOTZ. At the same time, Rico's perfect grenade connects, and one more player also goes down. Anush to OP, the last man standing from the side of WSB, the last ray of hope. Even for the players of Alibaba Raiders, they can also chime in and do a third party, but for now their entire focus is towards the side of Nakul, I believe. Anush to OP, one lucky man, the way he's surviving that barrage of grenades, the Molotovs, everything has been used by the players of AUTOBOTZ, but still, he refuses to die.
Yeah, he just wants to survive over here. Plus, Braden was able to get that revival too. So, WSB, again, a 3-man squad. The problem for them, though, is getting inside the zone. AUTOBOTZ are really close. 10 meters, they should be easily able to creep inside the zone. Mr. Spray is trying to get an angle, but wait a second. Ban just found a good angle onto the Autobots guy and was able to deliver the knock. 8 more seconds on the clock, so the revival will still be possible. And Mr. Spray returns fire and gets the knock onto WSB. And this zone will make sure that WSB, even though they get the revival, I think so the player might just go down to the play zone if he decides to hang around for a little bit more. Braden slowly and steadily trying to creep inside the zone. Wanted to get a counter knock. He does get that knock onto carry. Oh, it was Ban who gets that knock onto carry, and Mr. Spray has been dropped to very little HP. Ban stands up, and that's the biggest mistake he could make. Autobots, they will deal with the players of Team WSB, but at what cost? Carry is down. Mr. Spray and Skrills need to reset forever in all of this. Also get inside the zone. 8 circle shadow, still 3 teams, and Soul's Knuckle is still surviving. This guy just wants to play that third party and maybe, just maybe, get that chicken.
Knuckle, the cheeky one, he's not making any sort of noise phrase. He doesn't want to reveal his position because he has got no hard cover whatsoever. He's just making the best use of the foliage of Erangel. So I don't think he'll be doing any sort of third party. He'll just let the players of Alibaba Raiders and Autobots fight amongst each other. And that should be the case. But for now, the smoke is there to help the case of Autobots, Alibaba Raiders. Look at that. Ralph is so close to Knuckle. I don't think Ralph is even aware that Knuckle is hiding. Knuckle needs to be very careful. At this point, Ralph might be able to spot him out. And this is not a good news for Knuckle. And finally, Ralph does spot him out. And with that, Team Soul also gets eliminated. Now it's all about Autobots and Alibaba Raiders as Ralph goes in.
Oh, wait a second.
Gary and Rico as well.
Wait a second. Alibaba Raiders, they get eliminated. A 4v2. And I believe they were not able to convert it. Or will... I'm not sure who got the chicken shadow. Is it Alibaba Raiders?
I don't think so. I think it was Team Autobots.
Oh, sorry,
Yes.
Autobots.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, it was Team Autobots that got the beautiful winner chicken dinner for themselves. Yes, Alibaba Raiders were able to bring down the first knock. They were able to take down the first player of Team Autobots. But the way the cover fire came in, the way the players chimed in for the backup, the support, and Autobots, fantastic play coming in from their side. And I was in fact complaining that from the side of Autobots, it's just, I think, one player, Rico, that is performing really good.
Yep.
But this time, the entire unit of Autobots performed really good. And they got the beautiful man, much deserved and much needed winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, that's true. I got confused for a second. As soon as the POV switched, I thought, wait a second, what? Did they get the 2 knocks? Because the buggy was being brought closer to the players, and I saw the buggy player getting knocked out. And suddenly the POV switches and the game got over. I thought, what? In few seconds, did they just eliminate the whole squad? But no, Autobots will be the team that will be getting the chicken. Well played by them, especially the way they controlled the fight against WSB. It was a fight where both of these teams had to get inside the zone. Yes, it was a little bit easier for Autobots, but then making sure that you do not lose a player in a situation, in a fight like that, was very, very crucial, and they were able to handle the pressure. They eliminate WSB, a little bit help because of the play zone as well. And after that, I mean, once Knuckle fell, a 2v4 was on the cards, and Autobots had to win it out unless and until they did a blunder in that situation. But then, yeah, they just do the job perfectly. They get the chicken, and we wanted this team to shine. Here they are getting a chicken for themselves.
Oh yeah, they are certainly. And since you mentioned WSB, I have to say that Anush 2OP was definitely a one lucky guy.
Yep.
Because
Of
Autobots,
course.
they used all the utility, all the grenades, the molotovs, everything was used, and he just refused to die. He was like, I'm not going down. And in the meantime, his teammate went in for the rescue mission onto the fallen teammate as well. It was in the end the play zone that gave trouble to the players of WSB. Otherwise, I think WSB was looking very strong. But when we started off, Team Blind, they started on a very good note by getting the players of Team Revenant out in the open, getting those 4 finish points. But eventually, even Blind had to go down to the hands of Global Esports.
Yeah, I mean, Blind could have played a little bit better if they had all the 4 players surviving. This fight could have been a little bit easier. But yeah, we saw Dark Cloud. We were worried a little bit for Team Global Esports because they lost 2 players. But in the backdrops, they were doing the job. They were getting the positive trades and essentially played that man advantage. FSG Sports, they dished out a lot of damage onto all of these teams. they were again and again making sure that nothing happens to them and they get as many frag points as possible. But then came a time when the players of Team AUTOBOTZ decided to just push on them, and Atanki, who was trying to escape, was completely caught in the middle of a rotation. Then came in WSB, tossing nades, getting those knocks, but the counter knocks from AUTOBOTZ were always present. Mr. Spray getting that 1-on-2 raid, and the revival was there. But then a 3v4 with the zone pushing you out of position. Yeah, it was just not possible.
Like I said, it was eventually the zone that gave a lot of trouble to Ban, but valiant effort from his side, the way he was able to take down carry, Mr. Spray. In the end, Skrills was also on a very low HP. So good efforts coming in from their side. But AUTOBOTZ, the fight that was very crucial for them was against the players of Team FS, because FS was looking strong. They had a good position, and the moment AUTOBOTZ were able to eliminate entirety of FS, that was when they started raining death and destruction in the lobby, because before that they were being silent. They were just focusing on the rotation, they were just focusing on the circle. That was their goal. But the minute they eliminated the entirety of FS, the hell broke loose from their side.
Yeah, that was a perfect decision too. I mean, I'm not sure if they read the feed, the finish feed, or they saw a player getting knocked out in front of them, and then they decided, yeah, that's just time. Because before that, FS was also raining destruction on everyone trying to enter the zone from the southern part of the map. They were like the final bosses, camping the circle, camping inside the zone. But then suddenly AUTOBOTZ see a knock happen. They throw in the vehicle, they throw in the bodies, they get the trades, and without even losing the player, first eliminate FS, then take down the players of Team WSB, and after that it was a very simple fight, because Alibaba Raiders were only 2 players surviving. You had Nakul from Seoul, who was trying to hide in the bushes but then got spotted down by Alibaba. And as soon as they stood up and took that fight, one of the players' position known, it is essentially game over, because you try to get that run over, and even if you do not, you always have the support of your teammate getting the trade, essentially. So I believe 2 knocks is what they were able to get, but then the trade happened and AUTOBOTZ were able to. Great job done by them. The zone was also really weird, went completely towards the northern part of the map. We thought and we hoped that Global might get the advantage of a zone like this, being so close to a city like Savoni. But then I believe exactly what you pointed out happened, Shadow. Global Esports were not ready for these many teams. They were trying to rotate inside the zone, but their hands just got cold. They still have a few frags to their name, but the position, once again, they do not get those position points for themselves. And you do see Slug with 5 finishes from Global Esports, yes. But where did they end up? I don't think so better than 6th or 7th spot. So they will still struggle with the position points. That has kind of been the story for Global Esports.
But still, it's a step in the right direction. I think Global Esports did decent in this particular Erangel. They started on a good note. 5 finishes individually to Slug. That means 71% contribution coming in. And Slug has always been fantastic. It's not just today. Every time Slug, along with his teammate Ninja Boy, is getting those finish points. Mavi is also the one getting finish points. It's just that the moment they rushed onto the compound of Blind, they got those placement finish points. But after that, I think it was Alibaba Raiders who eliminated the remaining players of Global Esports. So Alibaba Raiders became a big problem for Global Esports. Before that, they were looking good. But looking at the stars of the match, we have Mr. Spray as coming as the best companion from the set of AUTOBOTZ, and his teammate Skrills as the finisher with 4 finishes.
Yep, good job done by all of these players. I mean, yes, Slug was the MVP, so he had to be in this particular list. But then AUTOBOTZ, the team that had the chicken, was also the team got the other stats in their favor. The final frag was achieved by Skrills, who also had 4 finishes. So I believe Skrills also played a crucial role. How many frags do you think, Shadow, this team had? Somewhere around 10, right? AUTOBOTZ, because 4 onto FS, then 3 onto WS, not 3, 2 onto WSB, and the remaining, okay, somewhere 8 or 9 frags maybe then for AUTOBOTZ, if they did not have any frags prior to pushing the players of team FS Esports. So it's still a decent game. Anywhere around 8-10 frags and a chicken is always a decent game. 20 plus points from any game should be a good thing. But hey, let's just completely clear the confusion out. Let's see how many points did AUTOBOTZ make from this particular game and how many finishes did they have. So they had 9 finishes, 24 points from this particular game. Alibaba Raiders ended up on that 2nd spot, and they were also not very far away in terms of the finishes that they had. 7 finishes is a decent number when you're on the 2nd spot. Forever with 12 points. They had also good finishes. Team Soul, yeah, they from the very beginning of the game were playing for survival. They got that third spot overall. Nakul somehow survived in all of that ruckus and was able to get 11 points for his team. From a already lost game, if you see 11 points, that's not a bad deal at all.
Oh, not at all, because getting 10 placement points when you're all by yourself surviving in just an open field is not an easy task, and Nakul finally did it and got those crucial placement points for the team. At the same time, FS Esports, I believe, were the first one. They dropped in towards the side of Milta Power. They went all their way up towards the northern side. They were the first one to hold on that shooting range area. That's where they were able to get those many finish points for themselves.
Yep.
So for a very long time, FS was also looking very strong. Even they were the one, I think, who eliminated the players of Godlike along with the help of Team Soul.
Yes.
Definitely.
Yeah, the only frag that that Team Soul had was on that Godlike guy, which led to their elimination. So a little bit unlucky for Godlike in terms of rotation, but well played by Team Soul to just make sure they have those position points. And once again, we talked about Global Esports. They had those 7 eliminations, but when it came to placement point, it was just they do get 8 total points overall. But yeah, they should perform a little bit better considering now the other players have also started to chime in. So it was just not Ninja Boy this game. Even Slug stepped up to the occasion and was able to get 5 frags for his team. So moments like these, plays like these will definitely help. This was the very first game. You still have another Erangel left for you in the rotation, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
But the next map is going to be the one of Miramar, the land of DMRs and snipers, as I love to say it. And it will be a fun game for sure. So let's see how all these teams are going to play on this next map of Erangel as next map of Miramar, as it is going to be a different map. You once again will have to work into all the permutations and combinations. You have to watch the previous games to look at the drop locations for all of these teams. We see some drop clashes early on because we were not expecting anything in this first game of Erangel, but we had a lot of action from the very beginning of the map, Shadow.
Yeah, even I was shocked because in the previous week, teams were going for such a slow approach, but this time teams were going so aggressive. And the main reason could be the circle, because this time the circle was towards the northern side. So eventually, during the rotations, the fights had to be forced in. So that was the reason. Rotational clash also happened between Revenant and Team Blind also. So these are factors that also came into the play this time. So that could be the reason for the early aggression. But I personally feel bad for one particular team, iFlix, because they were coming under heavy fire, not just from one team. It was Team Forever, it was Team Alibaba Raiders, and eventually it was Global Esports that eliminated the last man from the side of iFlix. So 3 teams, they were shooting towards just one team, and that was iFlix. So they were in a pretty bad spot at that point.
Yeah, I mean, that's Battle Royale. I just say that's Battle Royale. You need to find maybe a better spot. Plus, yes, they had cover, they had the smokes going and everything, but once the zone is not with you, in a situation like that, surviving is a really difficult task. Because what's the decision you make at such a point? Throw more smokes? Hey, you're out of them. What do you do next? You try to focus on one team, you get third parties because again, you're being shot by 3 different angles. So it was a done deal for iFlix as soon as they decided to stop there and try to get those revivals. Yes, they did fire back and were able to take down a player of Team Forever out. Then once again, 2 different teams are also there now to take care of. So it's never an easy job in situations like that. And hopefully iFlix find them at a better spot in the next map of Miramar, because that's where they have to play and maybe get some more points. iFlix as well, important to see how do they play this map out. All the teams on the bottom half of the leaderboard, they're not essentially at the bottom, because we saw that the team on the 9th spot before this game started with 88 points. The team below them on the 16th spot has 77 points. A gap of 11 points is nothing. It's just like one good game and you're back into the tournament. So stuff like this will definitely matter. Points like these will definitely matter. Every finish point is going to count for these teams, and let's see who makes the most out of it. So yes, the next map is and let's see Group A and see how ready are they for each other.
Let's see, are they ready? Because this time in this Erangel, it was Team AUTOBOTZ that got a beautiful winner chicken dinner with a total of 24 points. But now we have Miramar coming up, and let's see if AUTOBOTZ can keep up the consistency, because before the start of the match, they were sitting, I think, right at the bottom on 29th spot with just 63 points. So it was a much needed chicken dinner for them, because like I said, Fritz, it's week number 2. after week number 2, staging a comeback is not going to be so easy. So this particular week is so critical for all the bottom teams. Yes, it's possible, but it is going to take so much from the team side. The placement point, the finish point, the chicken dinner, everything should come through. The consistency should be there. And dealing all that pressure is not going to help the case. So better start making a comeback on week 2. And that is exactly what the plus of AUTOBOTZ did. But speaking of Miramar, which team do you think is going to get a victory in the map of Miramar?
Hey, it's a zone dependent game, so
You have to give a prediction.
Hey, come on, not beforehand, because usually whenever I do give a prediction, the team just. So let me pick the best possible. I'd say Team Soul. Let's go. Let's see if Team Soul is able to get the chicken and destroy the curse that I usually have of being eliminated early on in the game. Yeah, let's just play the game. Play this game for fun. So let's try and see if Team Soul is able to get the chicken or not. I'm just taking a random name over here because once again it will be really oriented because of the circle. This map still is a little bit skill oriented, I'd say, as compared to some other maps. So I'd say Miramar is going to be dependent on your gun game as well. But at the same time, if the zone is with you, you always have that upper hand in any sort of fight. Plus, if you it's almost game over for the other team down below. So all of these factors have to be taken into account. But if you want me to make a blind prediction, hey, there it is. I'd say Team Soul. What about you, Shadow, though? Who do you think is going to win?
I think I'll go with maybe Alibaba Raiders because they missed it this time. Just for this reason, I'm going to pick Alibaba Raiders because they came so close to getting a victory for themselves and they have been consistent. It's not like Alibaba Raiders are not performing good. They are in the top 10 for a very long time and without getting a chicken dinner. So definitely Alibaba Raiders is one of those teams and along with Entity, but Entity is not there. So Alibaba Raiders, these are the two teams. They are in top 10 without getting a chicken dinner.
Alright, Alibaba Raiders. Interesting choice. Would love to see if that is the team which gets the chicken in this map of Miramar or not. Where do they usually drop it in Miramar? Do you have any idea where do this particular team drops?
I don't want you to curse the circle, so I'm not gonna tell you.
Wow, just the best
You might curse the teams, but don't curse my team.
Wow, all we'll have to wait and watch then, guys. Where does this team drop in? How do they play?
I know where they drop.
Yeah, you just check the sheet that you made before the game started. I know that.
Homework, right?
Hey, it's
check
cheating.
my own homework.
No. That's called cheating. Cheating. You have to be it yourself. You should have already remembered it. That's what I say.
But teams are changing the drop location. That's something very interesting that I liked when I was doing all the research and the drop locations and everything. That teams they have so quickly adapted that, okay, this team likes to drop in this particular area, so I'll go over there if they are playing or take a head-on fight. Because in Vikendi yesterday also we saw Medal and Team X Park, despite knowing that they go over that particular city, they went for a drop collision. So all these factors are coming in and teams are making those mature decisions to go for the secondary drop instead of going for an early fight and ruin the chance of getting a good game.
Well, if you do change the drop location, right? I mean, things like these will occur. And let's see, once again, I talk about adaptation. That's where you'll have to adapt. If you think usually dropping in Lost LS works for you, suddenly there's a different group. Now ANC are playing together. Dropping in your location. Be ready for it. Be ready for a gunfight that might just happen. So all these things have to be taken into consideration. I believe we will be jumping into the game very soon to clear any sort of doubts that we have in our mind. So I'm really looking forward to this game number 2 on this map of Miramar. Drop fights expected? Yes. It will be good for some of the team. Because we did see, once again, as you pointed out in the previous game, in Erangel, Soul usually did not take that early fight. But this time around, they decided to go towards Border City and fight it out with the team for short. Now, in my mind, I do that this could be because the team is a little bit on the lower end of the leaderboard. But then, positive fight. So that is something you'll have to take care about. But yeah, we do have a change on the caster desk as well. So we have Necro joining in for this next map of Miramar. Necro, Erangel was fun. Do you expect the same on Miramar?
I'm not exactly sure about that, man, considering how Miramar really plays out. Having a lot of fun on Miramar can be a little bit backbiting, though. I mean, just look at the play and fly path. That's completely down south. It's completely on one side, especially if you want to take any type of massive extend towards your drop location. It's going to be a hell of a task for you, especially with this play and fly path. So I really want to see how majority of these teams are actually going to try to adapt now. Especially El Pozo is one of those favorite drop locations. Los Leones, of course, can be, where 3 teams can drop inside and you can comfortably loot. But in general, if you are one of those teams that likes to go on another side and drop over there and maybe go for the loot, then you're going to have a daunting task. First of all, to go towards your drop location, get the loot, scoot it up. And off the bat, you do see that elimination happen. Always, unfortunately, he's got 2 players in front of him, AUTOBOTZ. Off the bat, they've got a fantastic opening to get rid of the opponents.
Yeah, I mean, they're carrying forward the momentum, it seems like. Team Forever, they sort of clashed into this particular spot. AUTOBOTZ, they found the better weapons first and they struck onto the players of Team Forever. And suddenly Forever, they're just running away. They're just trying to survive in a situation like this. Chumasera as a city, yes, it is decent for 2 different teams, but then when you drop on top of each other, you better find the weapons. And AUTOBOTZ exactly did that. Rico and Carry getting 1 each for AUTOBOTZ.
Yeah, Team Forever, what a big blunder that was. Drop right next to the players of AUTOBOTZ and AUTOBOTZ. I mean, for them, this is going to be a date with destiny because they've already got a man advantage. And things are looking quite nice for them, too. The only thing Team Forever can do is pretty much try to back away, get themselves a vehicle, and then maybe go somewhere else and go for the loot, because a 2v4 fight, challenging it would just be quite stupid. And that's what the players of Team Forever are doing as well. AUTOBOTZ Esports, on the other hand, they're currently having the momentum rolling in their court as well. And as you mentioned, right, AUTOBOTZ in general, they're just carrying on that momentum, which is quite a good thing for them. Yesterday, you remember we had a lot of talks about AUTOBOTZ in general with how they were struggling, but today it just seems like it's a whole nother day.
Yeah, AUTOBOTZ, some newfound positivity, some newfound motivation, but hey, whatever it is, if it works, we no one to question. And if they do continue with the same momentum that they've got once again in this map of Miramar, hey, it's great for them. We do also have to talk about the circle, though, a little bit towards the eastern side. 20% of the 15% of the area unplayable because it's in water and nobody would like to go towards those 2 little islands on the western side. So you do still have a lot of land to work around with, a lot of drop area to work around with. So let's see how the teams... we might also have a fight in the city of Los Leones. But once again, a little bit far away. Team 4Shot, Team Revenant, a little bit away from each other. And yeah, Revenant also started off with their rotation. So any chances of a fight between the 2 teams have already diminished. And Revenant, yeah, will play according to the zone. Already inside the first zone, so do not need to make a move right now. But hey, Aquanox, I'd like to check your drive over there. It was a complete fence on which you were trying to drive the vehicle out. But yeah, all fun and game.
I'm sure he thought that you could actually get the vehicle out of that position from that spot because he thought that there's a little bit of crack in the wall, but unfortunately Equinox, you can't really do that. 4Shot Esports, another team which is still on the struggling phase, and all the players inside of this team as well, they have been playing in the competitive circuit for a decent amount of time. Yes, it is an underdog team, but in general, 4Shot Esports, the amount of struggles these guys have shown, I'm not exactly sure how the future journey is going to be looking like. So 4Shot Esports, it's time to pace things up. You cannot just keep on wasting a lot of time in these fights. You cannot just keep on wasting a lot of these fights in general because they're just not able to convert those fights in their favor. Towards Montenegro, you've got Alibaba Raiders. This is one of those teams that has been proving themselves time and time. Sometimes it's an on day, sometimes it's an off day, but they still need to find that consistency. Them being inside top 16, it's quite a great news in the first place. But still, Alibaba Raiders, there's so much to live up to. Ralph being one of the man who has been always in the front lines, who has been taking the fights head on. Then you've also got Chris OP delivering that beautiful support. In general, Alibaba Raider is a nice, well-oiled machine, but still sometimes there are a little bit of tweaks that need to be done, and I hope Alibaba Raiders does find that. The same thing can be said for Global Esports as well. This is one of those teams that has got the most amount of eliminations so far inside of this challenge season, but Global Esports, even for them, they're having a little bit of issues of clicking in.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we also talked about the point that global esports have been good in the fragging department, where Ninja Boy was currently leading, is currently leading. We did see Slug though stepping up huge in the previous game, and the problem was the same. Global esports had 7 finish points, but then when it came to position, it was just 1. So that is something they still have to work on, should I say. And they are playing with a new team. So we do see Acrylin replacing Mavi in this roster. So big things would be expected of him today. They've been able to get okayish point, but let's see if they can do better than that in this map of Miramar. For now, once again, no harm, no foul early in the game for them. They've dropped in a position where nobody else did. So loot should be good. They should be kitted up and ready for any fights and any rotations ahead, which for now there aren't any. The El Azhar city is towards the edge of the zone where they usually like to play, so they will take their sweet time while trying to take their loot, and they should be completely fine. On the other hand though, God's Reign, which we talked about previously too, before the match started, before the game number 1 started, and but are kind of missing from this particular week.
I noticed one more thing, and that was inside of the global esports roster, Mavi's not playing anymore. And considering Mavi used to be the IGL, now I want to know, who is the one who is actually doing the IGL now, considering Mavi's not the one playing? Acrylin is the man who has sort of filled up the shoe. But I genuinely want to know, who is the man who's been going for the IGL role now that Mavi's not really playing inside of the game? Let's see. I like the fact that at least the team's trying to make some sort of tweaks, because things aren't really working out that well. So let's see how well that's going to work out in general. Godlike, same thing can be said for them. Still in that death valley, I would like to say, in the overall standings. Not really looking that comfortable in general. Jelly being the IGL of this entire team, Jelly's playstyle has been quite defensive. And you can clearly see as well, him trying to implement that playstyle in Godlike as well. But so far, struggles have been witnessed. And then once again, you cannot also blame these players, right? It's quite a new roster in general, and Godlike's still taking a little bit of time to sort of gel up with each other. So the communication aspect is going to be a little bit lacking. But they're still doing decent, not that bad. Improvements can be done without a doubt, but maybe you just got to give them a little bit more time.
Time is up. Won't have, I'd say, after week number 2. Because then the games will run out of your hands. Right now you have like 24 more games left. But once this week ends, you'll be left with limited games. So I'd say, if this is the week of comeback, Necro, according to me, you don't make it out here, you don't be in a situation where the difference is just about 10-15 points, you're as good as out. Getting in top 16 is going to be really difficult. I mean, you see a team from the 4th chart, AUTOBOTZ, making a run for the money. 24 points in the previous game puts them where at somewhere around 80 plus points. They should be in top 16. So it won't be a pretty sight for the other teams. In the meanwhile, though, we have a lot of teams rotating, and they do see each other out. A few shots had been fired, but no damage done till now whatsoever. So FS as well on our screen, just figuring out where the second circle might be. The confirmation will be given in the next 1.5 minutes. 4 shots, guys, but the revival has been started, so that shouldn't be a problem.
For Shot Esports, they're going to get the resurrection back up. So once again, they're looking okay. FS Esports was the one they collided against. And for FS Esports, considering they realized the fact that going up against the players of 4Shot Esports could have been a great choice. And when the players try to go for an off angle, when they try to reposition themselves in the fight, unfortunately, 4Shot Esports just decided to disengage in general. Team Forever, they've already had a bad start to this game, so I want to see how the future adaptations are going to be. FS Esports, so far playing quite defensive, instead just trying to prioritize the position and loot a little bit more, which is quite respectable. But around them, there's a decent amount of teams. There's another team right on top of the hill as well. So no matter where you are going to be, you're still going to have that cautious nature loading in. FSC Sports is one of those teams that we've seen in the past as well perform quite nice. And I'm not going to lie, good job done by the observers too, just showcasing that car.
Insane skin, huh? Would love to have one in my own collection though. So did not get the reading of the company name, but hey, still looks fine. Again, a little bit towards the northeastern side. Global Esports once again being favored a lot. Even in the map of Erangel, you had that North Orient. Global Esports had that advantage. This time, literally, it is on to the players of Team Global Esports. And if it keeps shifting like this, Global will have that upper hand, because look at the cluster that is being formed towards the southern part of the map. All these teams might just fight among Global.
Godsreen on a move too. A name to be feared inside of the lobby. Godsreen so far, they haven't really been revealing their true form, which is quite understandable. You might as well try to reveal your true form and true strategies in the finals itself. And Godsreen, that's why just taking things a little bit slow, cautiously. Godlike too, on a move. A lot of these teams in this time just trying to reposition themselves in a better spot. But if you've already found yourself a high ground to play with, that's going to be even more better. But unfortunately, Team Godlike, they found themselves outside of the circle, not really in that great of a spot, and now they're over here to get themselves a decent spot inside of the circle. All the four players just moving together, Jelly being the one to lead the pack as well. Being the IGL, his job is to pave the path, and that's what Jelly's doing.
Scout for the team. Although the vehicle is in not the best possible form, we do see smoke coming out of it. So you better be careful while trying to ride. Second player on the buggy always scares me out because he has no cover. He's just like a sitting duck. So it's better to have two players in a vehicle, in a four-wheeled vehicle, covered vehicle. Buggy is also a four-wheeler. In a covered vehicle, and then try to rotate, and that should be the call. Although you do see a little bit of a fight that happened in the area. So one of the teams has also lost a player. Look at Team Forever though. Necroel Pozo is the city that they're in. They started off with Chumasera. They've rotated very far away, still in the blue, tanking damage, and probably playing on late rotation. And if they can go towards the north part of the map, it could be really good for them. Enter the zone from Hacienda, no fights whatsoever, and then try to play the final few zones. Global Esports also in a power position. No teams nearby, except for one. We do see Wingod, but then Wingod is also trying to rotate. The player has been spotted down. Eggy has been spotted down by Ninja Boy. And I believe as soon as he sits in the vehicle, it would be his death sentence. If Ninja Boy decided to still ADS that particular angle. But then Avi is really close. Slug might have an angle onto Avi. And it might not be good for the player of Team Wingod, as it's just a duo in this position. Ninja Boy just connects one headshot and misses all of the spray. But Avi, lucky boy, he survives. Just gets on the other side of the ridge and does not get knocked out. It was a very crucial battle, or a very crucial escape. And Avi has been able to do it.
Wingod. I mean, at least for now, they're looking pretty safe. There could be a possible collision against the players of Global Esports, but Ninja Boy, he did a great job in just shooking away that threat. So I would say Wingod, they're looking quite comfortable. A while ago, you mentioned that Team Forever is still inside El Pozo, which was quite a long rotation. The plain flat path, without a doubt, has screwed up a lot of the teams, and Team Forever is one of those. The drop collision initially they took against one of those teams, which was Alibaba Raiders, if I'm not wrong. Or it was AUTOBOTZ, actually. The collision that happened, AUTOBOTZ getting those 2 free points, and Team Forever now just down to the 2 men alive. I think so. Team Forever is probably going to try to go for a med strat.
Map of Miramar, does it even still support a med strat? I mean, let's see if that's the case. WSB though, they have spotted the players of Team iFlix, and a few shots have been thrown in, and he just decides to rotate off it. I don't want to fight against the players of Team WSB. all by yourself. Of course, if you do have all the teammates available, just call them. You have the higher ground. You will be at an advantage. But yeah, there's WSB just chilling right now. The next 30 seconds is what they need to cut off, and after that, they will be off with their rotation too.
Team iFlix just stand out the compounds in the front. Another team that I had a lot of expectations from was Team iFlix. And even WSB can be counted in as well. WSB is one of those teams that I've always supported because this was one of those teams that came in as the newcomers and they were also wrecking a lot of havoc inside of the lobby. And I'm a huge fan of an underdog story. But then, unfortunately, WSB, the form is sort of separating. I hope that they're able to find themselves that momentum that is desperately needed. Shots taken from Team Soul Knuckle. The vehicle was almost smoking too. It was about to blow up as well. But unfortunately, Team Soul, they were just not able to connect any of the shots on the man was inside of the vehicle. So he's going to find a clean rotation out of that spot. Not exactly that clean, but at least he found himself a safe rotation out of that spot. Team Soul, they're not going to be happy with that spray, that's for sure. But it's complete fine. FS Esports up against the player Sublime as Authentic has managed to find the first knockout, instantly backs away inside of the house. FS Esports with a massive advantage in the fight in general. Now Blind Esports starting to fall down. They're starting to fumble away as Dynasys is looking for to push down another player. Hirsch is way too low. Pulls out the DBS, instantly shuts down Secret. Dynasys, he knows if he walks up the stairs, this might just be the end that he does not really want to face just yet. Hirsch falls down too. Dynasys single-handedly is doing such a lot of work, and eventually Blind Esports almost on the verge of falling down as well. Oh my god. I mean, this is what you call the trifecta of death. Soul as well now looking forward to steal away some elimination points as Godlike was falling prey to this entire thing. FS Esports at least have managed to keep themselves safe with all the approaches that they had from the opposition team, especially that third party from Godlike could have been super deadly, but still somehow FS Esports is up and alive, which is quite respectable. Team Soul, Mania gets spotted from the back. It's Punk who's eyeing him out so far. This can be super bad for Mania. Locked in the sights, and Mania gets instantly knocked out for Team Soul. This is one of the biggest blunders they could have never saw coming. And now Punk just going for the confirmation as well, but then Knuckle returns back. But still for Team Soul to get Mania back up on his feet, it's going to be a daunting task. And that's what happened. Mania instantly gets confirmed. FS Esports still trapped inside of the house. Even Team Soul, they wanted to get this approach against the players of FS Esports, but now that Team Soul, they've lost out on their IGL, they seem a little bit lost. Just going to be a little bit of a stalemate situation inside of this compound. 3 players from FS just trapped in one house. The same thing can be said for IQ Soul as well. 3 players in one house too. They at least need to find that beginning knock. They at least need to find that opening to sort of break the ice. But even to find that opening, it sounds a little bit too much. FS Esports is completely playing on that defensive stance, which is respectable. But let's see what FS Esports can try to do, or even IQ Soul can try to do to get out of this tricky spot.
let's see, man. Team Soul in a lot of trouble. FS, they're getting into this fight. Secret is down on the ground. Aru and Dionysus, the remaining two players. Aru around the corner with the shotgun. Went in, boom, boom, but no knock till now. Even Dionysus falls. Aru is the last man surviving in this close frontal battle. The shots, they do connect, and Soul, yes, they do leave. They lose quite a few players, but still are able to get the complete wipe. Aiku Soul, they will get those 5 finishes, but have to play the next remaining match, which is the 2 players, S Power and Nakul. And also will now battle with the blue zone. Stage 4, 300 meters to get inside the zone. Not sure if this will be enough for them, if this is enough time for them to scout and get inside the zone. A really difficult spot, a really difficult situation.
Oh no. Even
Viewers.
Mafia's knocked out. Look at this. Team Forever. It's all down to Omega. If Omega is not able to survive for long enough, then Mafia's confirmation will definitely be there. But then Team Forever will be completely eliminated from the game as well. And it's quite weird to see, right? Team Soul, Mania being the IGL, another player sort of being the supporter. S-Power is the one who's got no eliminations in his hands, and even Ronnie's the one who's got no eliminations in the hand, while they're supposed to be sort of the aggressors inside of the lobby. But Team Soul, at least they've got the job done. At least they got a couple of elimination points to back themselves up, and now all they need to do is maybe place themselves in the top 5. It sounds easy, but it's not actually. FS Esports, before they got taken out of the game, they managed to get 7 elimination points in total, which was quite impressive. But Team iFlix, Insidious gets knocked out, Mavericks all the way in the back lines. And he's trying to keep his position anonymous. Insidious's position's, of course, compromised, but he's still got the smoke lines that's sort of supporting him. Mr. Spray gets sprayed down instantly by Clutch God. Mr. Prey out of the contention as well. Insidious should be back up on his feet soon enough, but the spray through the smoke by Clutch God. What a great spine that was. Oh my God, Gujarat Tigers. As usual, this team is now just starting to amp up the pace.
Yep, they are here to play, and they've been able to get those frags too. Clutch God is on a fray right now. This guy was missing from game number 1 as he got eliminated very early on. But this time around, he just wants to fill the void he created in the previous game. Global Esports Zone now pushing onto the players of Team Reckoning. They're down in the dip. 2 of the players are knocked out. It's just a cleanup. The crew is here to do the cleanup. Immortal though gets 1 knock. Gets the second one to auto slap. This could be disturbing. Beast finally wins the duel. This could have gone south for the players of Team Global Esports, but they survive. Will be able to get the revivals, and Global Esports with 4 finishes looking strong.
Global Esports. This a little bit of change that's currently inside of the roster. It's actually working out quite decent for them. 4 elimination points already secured, all the 4 players up and alive as well. And I would say having all your players up and alive in this late game scenario has to be the golden key for success. Alibaba Raiders against the players of Gujarat Tigers. As Chris Opie's knocked out. Alibaba Raiders with just a 2-man squad. They're going to have a Herculean task in front of them. And getting the fallen man back up on his feet can be a little bit more pressure on top of the Duke. Over here, you've got Shadow making an off angle. Duke is chipped away a little bit. Pulls out the nade instantly, trying to nade away the opponents. But Duke looking forward to reposition himself in the nick of time, and that's quite a great call as well. But the nade from Shadow almost could have found the opening too. Chris Opie is quite softened up as well. Gujarat Tigers, they can't change all the course in their favor. Even Molotov tossed up close and personal. Shadow now caught on fire. This is not looking too good for Gujarat Tigers. It's better to back away, and that's what they started. And that's what they're starting to do. Looking to patch themselves up. 5 eliminations so far by Gujarat Tigers, but Alibaba Raider now is starting to be a real pain in the foot.
Beautiful nade by Duke over there to catch Shadow. And look at the remaining players of Team Gujarat Tigers. They're very, very far away. So getting the revival is not going to be easy at all on Shadow. Alibaba Raiders have given themselves a chance to get inside the zone. MJ, as soon as he peeks, tagged up to literal 1 HP. Roman up close and personal with the DBS. Gets knocked out of Clutch God. But then there's a nade by his own teammate Chris, which also takes him down. Duke cooking another one. Cooking another nuke. Gujarat Tigers in a lot of trouble. MJ just pops the first hit in time. Shadow spotted, finished off. Clutch God could be the next one in line, and Dio not going in for the revival, but wants to get some more knocks before he does anything about this situation. It is a really risky thing to do. Vixie trying to peek out, but the cover by the AR player is insane. Auto Team Alibaba Raiders, they'll get the revival. They'll try to get inside the zone. Clutch got finished off too. Vixie falling back, trying to prioritize the zone. Might just get shot in the back, but it does not happen. Gets below the ridge. And Alibaba Raiders, they're looking to raid out the players of Team Gujarat Tigers.
Alibaba Raiders, I mean, they've already found a clean rotation inside of the circle, but still the rest of the players, they're going to keep on struggling as the wall of death was moving in slowly and steadily. Gujarat Tigers now from the top is probably going to be raining down death and destruction against Alibaba Raiders, and that's what exactly is going to happen. Alibaba Raider has been completely eliminated from the lobby, and that too by the hands of Gujarat Tigers. Gujarat Tigers, one thing is for sure, they looked quite pissed against the players of Alibaba Raiders. The amount of hassle they needed to do to take down that team was quite a lot. But now Global Esports is currently in the receiving lines too. Slug is knocked out in the open. MJ instantly steals the package.
Yep.
He gets a free elimination point for his team. And now it's all down to Acrolin and Beast. While Beast is able to find the opening against IQ Soul, but Beast is caught out in the open. Now it's all down to Acrolin himself. As Knuckle on the off angle. He finds the second man as well.
1v2.
Team IQ Soul. What a fantastic job done all by himself. Knuckle manages to save the day for his team. But for how long, that's the real question. Final 4 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen.
Important decision to be made by Knuckle over here. 33 meters is the distance that he needs to get inside the zone. He does have 6 first aids available. MJ gets a log on to Anuj, but then there's return fire from Bomb. And I don't think so it is tradable for Vixie. He did try, and now he's going in for the revival. But then Anuj has been completely eliminated. Was he out of the zone? This game is still not done. Soul could still win it. Vixie, he's cooking up a nade. Could be crucial. Zeref around the ridge. The revival is yet not done on MJ. So Gujarat Tigers just has one of their players surviving. If Vixie is able to get a knock, this could be a really crucial game. Around the smoke they play. Trying to get below the ridge. Bomb gets taken down by Knuckle. It's a 1v1 between all these 3 players. Zeref takes care of the players of Gujarat Tigers. A 1v1 between Team Soul and Zeref. The plan to come out on top. Knuckle pushing up forward, completely boosted. Wants to take that duel. Spot Zeref out. The spray is not good. Zeref with the DBS will close out the game, and WSB snatch the chicken away.
A desperately needed chicken dinner by WSP. In the final moment, it was a 1v1 between Knuckle and Zeref himself. With Zeref being the man who is in charge of getting the eliminations for WSP. He did his job quite perfectly. Knuckle being the man who's sort of providing that support in the squad of Soul. He was able to get so many elimination points, and that's why I was just really surprised. S-Power is supposed to be the man to enter from the side of Team Soul, but this time he did not really have a lot of elimination points. Instead, it was the supporter from the team who got so many eliminations to back himself up. But this chicken dinner from WSB was desperately needed. I'm not exactly sure in the match rankings if WSB is still going to be at the top, but this sort of a start can actually help you propel yourself so much higher in the overall standings, considering we know how fragile and how sensitive the overall standings are.
Exactly, man. And considering WSB also had a good outing on the map of Erangel, yep, not in terms of frags, but the position was still there. This is looking like a difficult team to beat. WSB, they've been playing consistently. Day number 2, I think, might just be their day. This map of Miramar was a lot of fun, Necro. We thought that Team Soul, the fight that they just took, they were left with just 2 players. Yes, they had those 5 eliminations to their name, but I thought that might just be game over for them. But then the rotations flow in. They bring both of their players back inside the zone and bring it down to a 1v1. I'd say it was a big whiff from Knuckle's side because he was not able to track the head of his opponent. But good job done by the players of Team WSB. They almost snatched away the chicken. But they were almost robbed of the chicken. But at least they're able to finish off the game in the best possible way. Vixie, I won't say questionable decision by him to not go for the revival, because he knew, again, there was a player on his right hand side who could have peeked at any given time. So he was really worried about him being peeked from a different angle while the revival was being thrown in. But then I questioned, did not he have smokes left for himself? A smoke could have been dropped and then the revival could have been attempted, as I think the zone was very near to him. If the revive was possible, it could have been a completely different story, as Nakul just took down a player of Team WSB in the backlines. So you could have had a different victor in the game just on the basis of these all small little decisions. But hey, WSB, they played it out perfectly. The last 1v1v1 situation, WSB was just on top and they get the chicken for this.
I mean, look, a while ago you brought up a point of sort of giving yourself the backup. A while ago you were also mentioning that one of the players was knocked out from the side of WSB, and the player from the side of Seoul was not really able to track the head of the opposition, which was Zeref. Now, over there in that moment, I would say tracking the head's a little bit too much. Imagine you're playing on small devices and the track your opposition's head. It sounds a little bit too much. I would just say the only fault Knuckle had in that fight was that he did not have a DBS in his hands. And Zeref had a DBS in his hands. And the only reason why Zeref actually won that fight as well was because he had a DBS. So in general, DBS is the answer to all the questions. But as we do have the highlights in front of us, this is how the action really kicked off the bat. FS Esports, I mean, them being indulged in a fight against their opponents when FS Esports also coming out on top with quite a flawless squad wipe. It was quite nice. But then later on, we saw a third party from Godlike, which was, of course, a big blunder because Team Soul from the backline was doing a lot of work against him.
Yeah, this was a really interesting fight because you look at Manya is already been lost, and they do also lose another player in that particular fight, but two of the guys of Team Soul were able to make it through, Knuckle and S-Power. S-Power will fall in this situation. He just got double peaked. He was able to bring Beast down to very little HP, but the cover fire from Akronin was good. But then look at that Molly. Beast burns out, and then Knuckle just pushes the smoke, peeks out of it, and catches the last remaining player off guard of Team Global Esports. But this is the position where I thought, I still think, Necro, you might say it's the DBS, but Knuckle had a chance. He had a chance to connect those headshots, and if he did land those, could have been a different story.
Listen, the only reason why I said it, DBS is the answer to all the questions is because once you're aiming down the sight, your mobility is not that much. And especially when you're playing with a DBS, you do not really need to aim down the sights. All you need to do is just hit fire. And that's what the opposition did. That's what Zeref did. And because he was hip firing, he had a perfect jiggle movement as well. And it was really tough for Knuckle to track him. And I would say it's just inhuman to track a person who is sort of doing a jiggle perfectly. So I would say it's not really Knuckles' fault. It's just DBS. It's just DBS being in its prime. And once again, it's Zeref proven to us that how strong of a weapon that can be. But as we do see the MVP soon enough in front of us, I think so it has to be someone from the side of Seoul because they have been doing a lot of work. And yes, it won't be. It's going to be Knuckle being the supporter. He still managed to get the most amount of eliminations in that team with finished contribution of 44%. Team Seoul, they definitely do have a lot of eliminations to back themselves up.
I believe 11. Overall 11 finishes is what Team Soul had from that particular game. Great job. I mean, just I'll say that overall great job done by the team. 11 or 9, maybe somewhere around that number, but it's still a great game considering they ended up on the second position, and this is once again a consistent game. The previous time they ended on that third spot, they had one finish to their name, so overall got 11 points. But this time around, that number is going to be somewhere around 20 considering the number of finishes that they had. So accumulate both of these games and 30 plus points is already a decent outing for the side of Team Soul. We talk about the stars of the match though. Beast had the most number of revivals throughout the game, giving him the best companion reward. And the final frag was accumulated by Zeref. That's why he will be the finisher. And WSB, of course, will be the team getting the chicken. But I still would love to see how many frags in all did WSB had. Because once again, they were a little bit passive towards the start. Even if I say towards that 7th zone, I would be correct. WSB played it out very slow. The objective was clear to get as many position points as possible. But once they found themselves in a position where they could have eyed out for the chicken, and as you already pointed out, the TBS helped their cause. And yep, WSB just 6 finishes to their name, but 21 points. That's what matters the most. Getting 20 plus points is going to be a good thing for all the teams in the mid-stacked area.
Without a doubt. I mean, 21 points from WSB is going to propel themselves so much higher in the overall standings. Even Team IQ Seoul getting 21 points. Gujarat Tigers staying consistent with 19 points accumulated. Global Esports, no matter what happens, this team as well will be there, somewhere in the top 5 always. Team Forever, even though off the bat, they were only down to a 2-man squad, still they managed to accumulate 8 points in general, and they managed to get themselves 8 placement points too. They haven't really gotten any single finish points. Instead, all of the points were just accumulated from placement itself.
Look at FS Zone Necro. no points in terms of placement, but still they had 7 finishes to their name. How is that? Wait a second. They took fights with 3 squads in the first 5 minutes. So what? There are so many points in terms of finishes, but none in placement. That's a little bit weird. But that's, guys, exactly what you should not do. I mean, yeah, finishes do matter, but then you also have to maintain a balance between the two. So that's something you need to keep in mind. Even Global Esports this time around had good number of placement points, but lagged a little bit in terms of finishes. But yeah, they will essentially balance the two out. And considering they were on the 9th spot, if I'm not wrong, when the day started, somewhere around that mid-pack only. So getting those 8-9 points every game will of course help them. So staying consistent throughout, if they're able to get a chicken in the final game that they'll play, because once again, these two groups A and C, the next game is going to be their final game. They're able to just win it out. It should not be a problem for them.
Without a doubt. I mean, for FS Esports getting that many elimination points and still just staying consistent inside of the race. If you remember, I've mentioned this over and over again. If you're going to have more than 5 points in every single game, you will still be in a solid spot in the overall standings. Because a lot of the teams will have one bad game, and that means one bad game, instantly your position will be compromised by the team that's right underneath you. And considering how fragile the overall standings are as well, one single bad game, you just cannot afford to have it. Especially if you're all the way at the top, and if you do not really have a comfortable lead against all your opposition, then one bad game means you losing your position. And all the teams currently inside of the top 5, they probably have realized that as well. Because Team IQ Seoul used to be in the first spot. I still remember in the overall standings. But then later on, that entire spot just slipped away from their hands. And they were pretty much on the second page in the overall standings. I'm not exactly sure what position they are currently in. But you know what? Let's find out. Let's look at the overall standings. And IQ Seoul, once again, they have retained that spot in the first place with 139 points, and Gujarat Tigers right underneath them with 139 points as well. Chemin Esports with 138 and Revenue Esports with 135.
Yeah, Chemin are yet to play today's game, so of course if they just played out even on an average note, they should be able to get back to this top spot. But hey, right now Gujarat Tigers and Team IQ Seoul fighting it out. It will be fun to see who essentially ends up on top after day number 2. Because that's what you're aiming for. But then the other teams, Revenant, Alibaba Raiders. Look at Global Esports. Those 7 points every game have brought them all the way up to that 6th spot. So it is going to be good for them. Entity, yeah, they yet have to play their game. Team Prince, we will have to wait for all of these teams' games to be done. And after that, we can make a clearer picture. But yeah, for all of these teams who have been able to get themselves in top 8, more or less, it's like if you continue in the same format, Necro, in the same fashion, you being in top 16 is not going to be a problem. You should easily qualify for the LAN, and that's what the fight right now is. That's what you're fighting for, a spot in the LAN finals.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, look at Team Prince. A team that was all the way at the top is now currently all the way at the bottom of the first
spot,
page.
yep.
On the 8th spot with 113 points. Once again, the comeback, without a doubt, is possible. It's not going to be that tough, considering that's not a lot of points difference in general. Team Prince, we know what they're capable of as well. Perjuel being the man in charge to take down all the opposition in the front line. So, Team Prince, we know they've got the caliber to get themselves back on the first spot without any issues. Entity Gaming, the same thing can be done by them. Global Esports, I'm not sure what exactly is going on, but slowly and steadily, these guys are actually clawing their way back up. Alibaba Raiders, another undergod team, and still they're doing a fantastic job staying consistent inside of the top 5. Revenue Esports, in the past, they've had a lot of fingers raised on top of them, but now they're delivering the performance that was desperately needed. As we do take a look at the latter half of the board, Blind Esports, unfortunately, on the 9th spot. WSB Gaming, with that entire chicken dinner, they've propelled themselves all the way in the top 10. Wow.
And that's a good job. That's good job done by WSB, and it's not just one game. They've been performing consistently. At least in the first 2 games, they've been consistent. They ended up on the 4th spot in the map of Erangel. They got a chicken in this map of Miramar, and if they can show just exactly the same game that they've been doing it for the past 2 games in the next map of Erangel as well, hey, you even might see them in the top 8 teams. So WSB is slowly and steadily crawling back up. Shadow mentioned it quite a bit. The team forever usually has a slow start on day number 1, but then picks up the pace in the next 2 days. But for now, yeah, it is looking difficult. Even though they were able to get those 8 points from the previous game of Miramar, but them losing on 2 players early on essentially just cut their chances of getting a great game by half. Still, 8 points is not bad at all. But then again, you need a little bit more if you're on the second chat, because you barely qualify. And one good game from Big Brother, one good game from Together, one good game from AUTOBOTZ might just kick you down the leaderboard.
That is true. I mean, you spoke about AUTOBOTZ, and they're currently at the 18th spot. FS Esports, the same thing can be said at 19th spot. Not really doing too hot, but then once again, you know, a comeback is expected, and these teams, they're capable of making a comeback. It easily happened. Reckoning Esports, I still remember, for them, the woes that started all the way when they entered inside of the challenge season, and still the woes are continuing. They're all the way at the 21st spot. I'm not exactly sure what's going on wrong with the Reckoning Esports, but one thing is for sure, that all the 4 players, they're having a tough time gelling up together. Last page of the overall standings in front of us says WinGod Esports will be on 25th, Team 8-Bit on 26th, OR Esports, Metal Esports. Then you've also got Team Xbox, 4Shot Esports, as I mentioned a while ago as well. Still, for them, the bad aura is continuing, and I'm not sure what 4Shot Esports can do to sort of get rid of that.
Yeah, for sure, they've been struggling a lot, but this, we can just say that this will be a new experience for them, qualifying through the open finals and then making their way over here. They get to play all these better teams, I'd say, because all of them are above them and could be a good experience. Same could be said for Team Skulls as well. They've been just completely, you know, struck by, I'd say, the play that has been happening around them, and they haven't been able to retaliate back till now. So would be a little bit too late. I mean, they will have a few more games left, but expecting back-to-back chickens from a team which is on the bottom of the leaderboard will be a little bit too much to ask for. It's not that it's completely done. They're completely out of the tournament, but too difficult for them to get back into the mix.
And once again, we know this is the day 2 of the week 2 itself. So the time's running away, that's for sure, my friends.
Yep.
And you better try to do your best, considering this was the 2nd game. That means the upcoming game is going to be the 3rd game too, Fritz. And we all know what that means. 3rd game means it's going to be the last game for these 2 groups that are currently playing inside of the lobby. So you might as well try to set up as big of a target as possible, because then later on, when the rest of the groups do chime inside of the action, they will try to chase down all the target you guys have already set up. Especially in the upcoming group, even Team 0 is going to be chiming inside of the action. And for Team 0, things have been looking way too dire. As we do see the schedule, and we know the upcoming game is going to be the game of Erangel, where Group A and C will be duking it out once again. But then after Erangel is going to be the map of Sanhok, where groups will be shuffled. And then Group B and D will be the one to chime inside of the action.
Yeah, B and D. Yesterday, one of these groups, I believe it was Group D, missed out on the maps of Sanhok and Vikendi. But today, they won't be spared. They will have to play these 2 difficult maps this time around. So it'll be fun to see how do they adapt, how do they play overall in these 2 games. But we still have one more game to go for the teams in Group A, as you pointed out. So, of course, set the target as high as possible. IQ Soul would be looking to get another chicken from this game. If they're allowed to do so. 11 points from the first game, 21 points from the second game. They've already done a decent job in the first 2 games. They can repeat something like that, maybe a 20-pointer from the next game as well. Chemin will just feel a little uncomfortable, is what I'll say. So they will be like, yeah, so we know we will easily be able to get those points back. But hey, one bad game will give a little pressure to us. Hey, that's what I feel.
I mean, look, I think so, Fritz, you forgot about Altu from Chemin Esports. You said Chemin Esports might just feel a little bit uncomfortable, but then Altu is the heel battler in that team.
Okay, yeah.
And no matter what happens, no matter what's going to happen inside of the lobby, even if Chemin Esports' 3 players gets eliminated, there's always going to be one man all the way in the blue just going for the med strat. You remember yesterday what happened to Altu?
Yes,
he got a line of sight in the map of Sanhok on the last man of Revenue Esports, and then he just stole the chicken dinner away. I mean, if I was the last man remaining from Revenue Esports, I would be super pissed. It's quite a moment that you do not really expect to happen, but I don't know, Altu just found himself quite lucky.
Yeah, say whatever you want, but it worked out for Chemin, right? That's the thing in this game. You can say that it's not the best possible strat. We discussed about it in detail. How healing will not win you the tournament, and all to basically just shut us up by winning the chicken in that particular game, which I was happy about. Hey, you do it once, I'll do a challenge you. Try and do it twice. Let's see if you're up for the job. Go for the heal battle. You are going to play that map of Sanhok between Group B and D. Let's see if you can do it twice. That's my challenge for all two today. But hey, before that, this game of Erangel has already started. Talking about the playing path, starting from Zaki, ending all the way up to Milta Power. And it is a little bit worse than Northern side, so all these teams that usually dropped on the Northern cities will be really happy about it. But then what about God's Reign that usually dropped into military base? What about even Reckoning, I'd say? They like to drop around Nova now in the previous game, so they will have to change the drop or maybe rotate towards their favorite drop and be very quick to loot if the zone does not support them. So all those permutations and combinations have to be made by these teams. And let's see what is the result after all of that.
I mean, FS Esports as well now dropping towards the Milta Power side. No issues are going to be in there on that regard. Revenue Esports going towards Milta as usual. Team Forever dropping near Farm. Team Forever is one of those teams that has had quite an interesting drop location in my opinion. They do not drop inside any of the cities. Instead, they just drop in the small compounds that are available towards the farm side, right above the military island. And they're just quite satisfied with the amount of loot they get over there. The circle as well is in front of us. It's an interesting circle. Not really something that you see happen a lot of the times.
Yeah, I'd say what? 30% of the area is not playable. Nobody would like to go towards military base because essentially you will have to come back to the main island, make that 40 because of that reason. And the rest of it is water. So maybe if you do see some early fights, a solo player surviving can take a dip. But other than that, yeah, that won't be the initial strat for all of these teams. So essentially the zone number 1 is going to compress all these teams towards the western part of the map. Katka is going to be a hotspot now. Although for now, early phases, 3 minutes on the clock before the first zone starts to take in. These teams will try to get the best possible loot. WSB in Pochinki, so loot should be the least of their problems. The rotational path is what I am interested to see for this team. And a zone like that, it might end somewhere around Gatka or somewhere around Quarry. So all those small little compounds that previously did not matter, I mean teams used to loot in but did not want to hold out, will now be of crucial importance. So let's see how all the teams rotate and play around that particular part of the map. AUTOBOTZ on our screen, Georgia City, so loot should not be a problem. Once again, nobody contesting towards their drop location, so they'll be really happy, very free to loot around. Plus, this part of Georgia Pole also has a lot of vehicles, so rotation should also not be a problem for Team AUTOBOTZ. Yeah, gunfight is something that I'd like to see them take. Game number 1, Erangel, was a very good one for them. They were able to get that juicy chicken. Let's see if they're able to repeat it this time around.
Let's see. I mean, AUTOBOTZ, after that first game, they've definitely lost the momentum in the previous one.
Yeah, that's true.
But maybe they can once again regain it. But then, WSP is one of those teams that sort of has the momentum right now. That sort of has the ball in their court. There's a lot of possibilities, and anything can happen at this point. Global Esports in front of us, a team that is being the heavy hitters inside of the lobby, especially Ninja Boy. This man has impressed me so much. He's been performing up to the occasion. He's been getting so many elimination points for his team. He's also in the elimination leaders too. So in general, Global Esports, they've definitely got their hands on a lot of things, and they're also in the top 8. So that's even more impressive. This little switch up we've seen inside of the playing 4 where Mavi's sitting out and now Akrylin is back inside of the roster. It's working out quite well for the side of Global Esports. And if it is working out, you might as well try to keep the same thing going up. Revenant towards Milta as usual. This is where they like to go. And Revenant, they're not going to have any issues whatsoever. Interesting.
Yeah,
I like
cool
the skin,
nah?
right? Yeah, I like the skin.
Does that shield like protect you from one bullet?
Yeah, he's a cop on a patrol. Oh no.
He will be shot though. I mean, if that shield behind his head does not protect him, then just a cosmetic display. But if it does, it's crazy. Well, I don't think so that will be the vehicle of his choice. He would rather find a buggy or a Dacia to work with. So we might just enjoy that skin for a very short period of time, Necro. On the other side, though, Yasnaya Poliana this time around, once again, got like very free. The team that usually dropped in, not in the group. So they will enjoy the entire loot that the city has to offer. Look at that. Completely level 3 gear. Complete level 3 gear. Except for the backpack, Mac is all set and ready. Og is just equipped with the best possible scope, 6x. Might expect a laser spray from this guy if someone is spotted. So, Team Godlike, loot is not going to be their concern. Jelly with the DBS, looking good. Soul back towards the top. And I say this because the previous game, they opted out for a really interesting play. I wouldn't call it something else, but a very interesting play where they decided to push the players of Team 4 shot in the Water City area. Lost a player and essentially had to fall back and then loot and play the game with just 3. So this time around, going back to the basic plan, going back to what was working for them towards this school and this apartment split that they usually take, and they will find good loot in all of this particular area. So Aikusur also in a good spot overall. The first zone slowly and steadily shrinking in, and because the zone was really weird, you see them on the edge of the zone. So I think they would be calling out for rotations as soon as zone number 2 starts. They will start off with their rotation. Ronnie even takes the liberty to go towards the city of Rozak, which he again finds empty. We'll just explore the periphery of it, but then again, any sort of extra loot is welcome by the team.
Ronnie's taken a lot of extra smoke. He's taken a lot of that extra risk. Going all by himself towards Rozhok is definitely not the way to go, but he still went there, scouted out the area. Now he knows there's no one towards Rozhok. So I would say that's good news. At least now the players of Team Soul, they've got extra information to play around with. Blind Esports, another team. Potentially they can be the Punishers as well in the lobby. It is a name to be feared. All the 4 players, we've seen them perform in the past, and it is one of those dominating lineups as well. So far, yes, not able to dominate without a doubt, but maybe in the future, once they sort of do get their hands warmed up, they can definitely start to dominate. They're quite close in the top 16 as well. So all it's going to need is one decent game, and they will be in the top 16 no matter what.
High flicks though. This team has been kind of hit or miss again. Haven't seen them pop off in the past 2 days. So still waiting for a decent performance by this team. Madrek, Mosh, Crypto, Insidious. All these players need to chime in up a little bit, and this could be their opportunity as the side of Team 4 shot has already started to invade their compound. A good nade by Crypto. I was about to say random, but then it finds its mark. And even Honey falls. 4 shot in a whole world of trouble. Came trying to wrap around Insidious, the push over there, but then the DBS with the TPP angle just reigns supreme. And here comes the backup of Moksha. Crypto and Insidious though were enough for the entire squad of 4 shot, and now it's a 1v3 with the DBS. You need to be careful. Insidious has been knocked out, but Moksha with the random spray, with the running UMP, will make sure that the entire team of 4 shot get eliminated. Great job done by the side of Team iFlix, and I literally was just talking about them popping off. That's what they do. No player lost. Insidious and Crypto just together as a team take care of entire business with the players of Team 4 shot. I'd say a little reckless by the side of Team 4 shot, considering this is where the zone was. This is where most of the teams will rotate, and you did not even check the spot first. You did not even scout ahead of you and just ran into a compound with 2 different players. It could have been the other way around as well if you chose the right compound, if you chose the right building, and you were able to even get positive trades. A 2-for-2 could have also worked out as the players of Team iFlix were very far away. But hey, this is what happens when you're a little bit uncareful. It could go either way, and this time around it did not go the way of Team 4 shot, and iFlix will be really happy with the first 4 frags. But now need to be careful, as WSB is not repeating the same mistake as their opponents. They're first of all scouting, trying to get a knock early on to the players of Team iFlix, and then they will try to charge in. Or maybe not even charge, because look at the split all 4 players. Yep, 2 of them are watching the same compound, but the other ones are just watching their back. And plus, there's a third party angle as well. The team dark green towards the western part of the mini map could also play a third party role, which for now I don't think so WSB is aware of, but is a real possibility. So Autobots would love to get that third party, if possible, onto this fight between WSB and iFlix, which for now hasn't started. Anuj is looking for a clean angle. As soon as he sees a player, he'll only shoot if he knows he will be able to confirm it, but hasn't been able to get anything till now. And finally, I think it's time to reposition for them. Being all out in the open for such a long period of time could be a little dangerous. That's where Anuj is trying to measure the problems. But in the meanwhile, Zeref from a different angle spots the scout ahead of Team Forever, I believe. And Flock will be taken away, will be taken out. So, yeah, you needed to be careful there, Flock. You were ambushed and you will be completely eliminated as well. So, WSB also start off on a positive note. First frag accumulated. You also have somewhat of a compound in the center of the zone. So, positive signs for the side of Team WSB.
Without a doubt. WSB is in a really decent position in general. And I'm also a big fan of the spread they have. Just trying to control as much area as possible. Raiden and Zeref right next to each other. Then you've also got another man sort of a little bit far away. But in general, the spread's just going to help you to accumulate as much information as possible. And also at the same time, it will help you get the most amount of land control. Godsreen up against another team, which is in the name of Gujarat Tigers. I'm not exactly sure how good of a fight this is going to be. Both the teams are currently in form, and you never know who's going to be the one to chime on top. Gujarat Tigers especially, they're not going to be backing away at all because they've got the ball in their court. Godsreen on the opposite side, though, they've got the firepower as well to back themselves up. So let's see.
Interesting fight. Let's see. Utility is going to be of crucial importance over here. The knock is what both of these teams are waiting for. Nades being exchanged. Good nade and Clutch God falls. The nade softens him up. And also does the job. Now here comes the push by the players of Team God's Raid. Wixie needs to hold everything down. The ADS from far away. What? Shogun gets one and then Shadow chimes in. Yep, Gujarat Tigers have lost a player. But then the return fire should be enough for them to get these revivals. God's Raid, let's see how they continue. 2 of the players busy with the revival. One getting revived, the other one giving it. Delta PG and Shogun though trying to push up forward. The smoke helps up with the revival. Clutch God gets the reset, but NJ is still down on the ground. It's not looking good for the players of Team Gujarat Tigers. Wixie is spotted, but then Delta gets a knock. The counter is not present. And God's Rain, without losing a player, have taken 3 of the Gujarat Tigers members down. Shadow, the last one remaining, spotted, played upon, eliminated. God's Rain gets an easy wipe onto the players of Team Gujarat Tigers.
What a big blunder that was from Gujarat Tigers. Especially the last man, Shadow. It was just moving out in the open, and now Reckoning Esports. They're over here like flies, attracted to honey. A third party from Reckoning Esports could have been nice, but unfortunately, they're a little bit too late inside of the third party because God's Reen, they've already patched themselves up, and now they're reset. So it's better for Reckoning Esports to maybe just back away from this entire thing. They've already got the high ground. If they really do want, they can keep this high ground for a while and take all the information as they can. But once again, they're just too paranoid about the fact that there's a team in front of them. But God's Reen, without wasting any time, they've instantly just moved away. They realize the fact that if they're going to try to take this fight as well, this can be a little bit difficult to win, considering it was a third party and still God's Reen's player were not exactly at the 100% mark. So it's better to just back away and be the wise one.
Yeah, great decision making, as you pointed out, by God's Rain. I mean, sometimes you do see teams sticking around trying to fight it out for the second time and suddenly get flanked by a player because they just did not have enough information. And to avoid all that, God's Rain were like, yeah, let's just get out of here. They had the vehicles, they as you pointed out, were able to reset enough HP to get away, and they just fall back. They're like, yeah, you want the hill? You got it, guys. We do not want to fight for it. We're happy with the 3 frags that we have. And Astro is running a little bit low on the ammo. AK just has those 70 bullets, 180 left for AUG. But yeah, for now it should be fine. The next few zones are going to be tricky though. If he's not maybe drop some sort of ammo or maybe find the DBS in the process. Global Esports as well. One of their guys was knocked out. The revival was successful. It should not be a matter of concern for them anymore. But yeah, AUTOBOTZ showing their presence, and even though they've lost a player, they're feeling confident. The compound that they have around Gatka, it will be really tricky to defend if the zone forms on it. Because then you'll have to maybe skedaddle to just 1 or 2 houses between the 3 players. And then these houses are not what I call nade proof. One good nade could take you down. So things like these have to be taken into account for Team AUTOBOTZ. Let's see how do they play around it. A southern side shift is what I expect from the zone. Gatka should not be the center, man. It invites a lot of different teams with a lot of different angles in the fight, but that's where exactly the zone is. A central shift overall. IF would be really happy. FS Esports should be really happy. Even I'd say Seoul should be really happy about the new zone, because most of the teams rotating in are from the southern part of the map. And if you're already inside the zone, you also have that opportunity to take some shots on the already rotating team. So this gives you more avenues to collect more points.
Pretty much. Global Esports next to another team that's in the front lines, and in that name is Godlike. Ralph is taken down. Not a good news for the side of Alibaba Raiders. Wingod, they've already found the opening. And considering Alibaba Raiders, they were all out in the open. Wingod, of course, took the opportunity and instantly shut down Ralph. And that too, Ralph is one of those players for Alibaba Raiders that is desperately needed in order for success. Let's see how well Alibaba Raiders is going to be looking for to try to get Ralph back up on his feet. Roman OG is quite close as well. Scuba is going to try to give the backup too now. Closes on up, gets Roman OG out of that tricky spot. Ralph is just left all by himself to die. I'm not exactly sure what Alibaba Raiders' game plan is, but Ralph should be back up on his feet soon enough. If that's not going to be the case, well then, Ralph, unfortunate stuff. Alibaba Raider, instead, they've just given away on Ralph.
It's a weird decision to be made, but I believe Roman should try and get that vehicle to Ralph and get the revival. Could be an attempt over here. Or
No.
are they've decided to just give up then? Alibaba Raiders will play with just 3. Yeah, Rex will
It's a little bit
confirm that
weird.
frag. I mean, you cannot blame them either, Necro, because he was knocked out in such an open area. Third party was possible. And you invest a vehicle and a player, plus some utility, and still you do not have that assurance, 100% assurance that you'll get the revival. So, well, a good educated decision, but yeah, I mean, if I was the IGL, I would have called for a revival. I would have called to at least try and get that revival. But yeah, Alibaba Raiders were like, yeah, no, not the best possible spot. Revival is going to be really tricky. Let's just get out of here.
They gave up on that thing quite easily. And that's something that really disturbed me for a while. Just gave up on Ralph, a man who has had a massive hand in the success of Alibaba Raiders.
Yep.
But let's see. Maybe they've got some sort of a game plan in the future, right? That's why maybe Alibaba Raiders just gave up on Ralph like that.
Could be.
So far, Gujarat Tigers, a massive threat inside of the lobby, is already being eliminated. So at least that's one thorn out of the way. And for a decent amount of team, it's probably going to be a massive side relief too, because Gujarat Tigers, this team was moving quite consistent, especially for the upcoming groups that are just sitting in the sidelines and watching, that at least they do not really need to deal with Gujarat Tigers anymore and the amount of points they're able to put up on the board.
Although you still have the likes of Godlike and Global Esports still present to fill the array. And let's see how well do they perform. It could be a fight between Godlike and Global. I mean, none of them will push even if they do get a knock. But hey, if it will still trouble your opponent, so why not go for some sort of a chip damage? And once again, a central shift to the circle. All of the teams on the edge, look at that, already start off with their rotation. And AUTOBOTZ, Alibaba Raiders, they're pushing towards Global Esports. This could be an interesting fight. At the last time they do rotate away. In the meanwhile though, Revenant, they charge in onto the players of Team FS. Now this could be an interesting battle. Aquanox and Fierce are already down on the ground, and look at the HP that Blaze and Sensei have. Not
Oh my
much
God,
to work
what?
with. But then the third party shots, frags are being confirmed by the players of team Blind from far away. Blaze also falls. Atanki looking to clutch it out by himself. The only remaining player of Team Revenant has finally patched himself back up, but these nades will definitely make his life even more tough. And I think the nade just got connected as the frag on Fears got confirmed. FS Esports, they push in a really interesting sort of a push, but I think it will help them to get all of these frags. The bounce back nade could have been good. But then Sensei, it was Sensei's nade. He gets the job done, but then Atanki pushes up top, gets the frag too. And now Blind are into the compound to take down Atanki. He does have that beastful weapon. That DBS is not going to be easy to clear. Random shots being thrown in, players being tagged. They just run back and try to heal themselves back up.
Oh no. And even Blind Esports is now starting to face the brunt. But what a beautiful nade that was.
Oh,
Good
exactly.
slip from that little window that was there. Nicely done, Blind Esports. Solid stuff. And this is what Blind Esports is known for as well. Their confident approach inside of the fights. And once again, that's what they do. They approach the fight quite confidently because they knew that the opponents were a lot more hurt. And easily, they just collected all the elimination points that was up for grabs. Jonathan, too, now starting to catch a little bit of damage over there. Needs to start patching himself up. Does not really have a lot of meds, too. Jonathan has burned through a lot of his meds, and that's not good news at all. He's only got one single first aid to back him up in the future lines. Aditya from the top just going for the shots as well. Positions compromised in general. Now people know that there's one team in this compound. But once again, if the circle moves away, then Godlike, the real trouble's going to start knocking their doors. But I still want to see how the repositioning from Godsreen is actually going to try to back themselves up. And Reckoning Esports pushing up against the players of Blind Esports. It's a quick ram inside of the house. And let's see how that fight's going to pan out too. Even in the elimination queue, you do see the players of WSP going for a fight. Blind Esports, they've got a whole storm brewing up inside of this house.
Yeah, but they'll be helped. They'll be helped by a lot of different teams from outside this particular compound. Scapes burning alive, but still gets that frag confirmed. Hunters, I believe, is the only player surviving from Team Reckoning, and Adi behind him. The smoke blocking the vision. He's not able to land the shots, but his teammates will get out of that compound and get the job done. Blind, they eliminate the whole squad of Team Reckoning. Gather up
Look
four
at the
more
vehicles.
frags.
Look at
It's
the amount of
insane.
vehicles.
All of them can be used now, though, Necro, because the zone is not with them. So that is they get to pick and choose which vehicle they can take out of this position. But then the other teams that are already inside the zone will make their life living hell. A lot of shots will be taken on them because they're really, really far away. Global Esports, they've taken the sewers for themselves. The shots were good, and Avi already knocked out. Ninja Boy confirms the frag WSB. We already saw glimpses of this fight, and here we are. They've lost Braden.
No.
Or is the revival still possible? Now they've lost Braden completely, but then the push onto the remaining two players, Mokshan and Madrek, both of them knocked out. Insidious from far away, trying to toss nades onto Zeref, but that's just not going to be enough. Zeref going in for a counter nade. Only him and Anuj are present in a position to fight back.
Nade.
But then there's the vehicle. What was that from Insidious? A questionable decision will lead to his elimination, and even Zeref falls from far away. Anuj now has to get the revival and also has to revive the fallen comrade just right now. But WSB, they do survive with 6 finishes in top 10. Let's see how much can they get from this game, because there's the push from Team God's Reign. Delta PG push again, get that knock onto Bomb. Zeref is already down on the ground. Anuj running away, trying to survive in this situation.
Oh, this is not looking too great. Anuj being the last man alive from WSP. These third parties are now starting to be a real pain in the foot for a lot of these teams. As soon as you engage yourself in a fight, instantly a third party comes in and it just eliminates you out of the game completely. And even from the side of AUTOBOTZ, Carry is now starting to back away. His teammates are there to provide him that cover fire, but still, it's just way too risky. Going for some random spams in the smoke, hoping to find some connections. Skrills is not going to be able to do so. God's Green from the back lines. They've found themselves a solid cover to play with. And even now, they've decided to just move out because the Wall of Death is also starting to move in. God's Green. Some quick decisions on the fly, something that really keeping the players of God's Green a little bit above and ahead of all the other teams that are currently playing in here. AUTOBOTZ as well, they've got a solid position to play, don't get me wrong, but still, it's more about establishing that dominance, and God's Green just does that perfectly.
Yeah, you do see a fight between the players of Team Forever and Team Soul. S-Power with the vehicle wanted to close in the distance, which he has been able to do. So one good nade could take down the players of Team Forever. All of these three guys are very close to each other. Nades being exchanged, and there's the first one. S-Power gets the knock on the base. Follow-up nade. Mafia spotted, but Omega will make sure. Oh, never mind. It was a third party by Godlike. Omega falls to Aditya. The frag by S-Power will confirm the frag onto Mafia. And Soul also get a good position inside the zone. Godlike, though, from far away, they've been dealing damage onto multiple different teams. And now, finally, will fall prey to the players of Team Global Esports. Slug with that knock onto Jelly will also confirm the frag. Blind and Global Esports still fighting it out. Harsh gets that knock onto Beast. That fight is still not over. Blind, they've lost a player. Yes. But look at Godl, it's a 3v3. Global Esports also with just 2 players surviving. It is not looking good for them. Slug, the last one remaining outside the zone. 26 seconds. Not even 26 seconds. This blue has already started to move in. So Slug needs to make a move right now. In a vehicle, in the buggy. Will try to dump it onto the players of Team Blind. But I don't think so. That'll be a good decision to make. Now he's all alone against 3 players of Team Blind in just a single file with Wind God on his back. It should be game over for Team Global Esports.
That Blind Esports just going for constant spam in the smoke as well. Not letting anyone pass by like that. They've still got 3 players up and alive, and all the 3 players are looking quite deadly. They've already tasted a lot of blood. Soul to starting to march against the opposition,
Godlike
easily eliminating the enemies too. Godlike, they've been eliminated out of the competition. Unfortunate stuff. Wind God as well. They're barely on the verge of getting eliminated too. They've only got that one last man alive. Blind Esports is probably going to be the biggest thorn in the way for Team Soul to sort of get this chicken dinner secured. But even Team Blind Esports, they're quite desperate to win this game in general. So it's more about desperation, and it's more about being a little bit more resilient inside of these lobbies. Blind Esports and God's Ring, they're sharing the same ledge. Let's see how well they're going to be playing this one.
Exactly, Necro. I mean, all these 3 teams inside this trench area will fight amongst themselves, and Team Soul will have a free rotation inside the zone. Even the same could be said for AUTOBOTZ, but then AUTOBOTZ and Team Soul will have to fight amongst themselves and not let the other teams get out of this particular trench area. Let's see, though, these smokes are the only thing keeping edgy in the game, and as soon as these smokes just fade out, Wind God also will take an exit. The smoke being refreshed by the players of Team Blind. Nades being thrown in by Skrills, trying to get any sort of knocks if he can. He has already heard all of these teams fighting in this position. Destro also cooking up a nade. Tosses it out a little bit too far away. Eggy will still survive. Dark Lord has that vehicle cover, so he can still fire back onto his opponent's capes. Tanks a nade. 50% HP gone. But then tries to reset, and in the meanwhile, Justin finds a good knock. Although the nade from Skrills will bring that Justin down. Skips also falls. AUTOBOTZ want to jump into the battle. Carry does. Carry with the shotgun trying to eliminate Blind, and that he does it beautifully. And the remaining players of AUTOBOTZ just fall to the players of Team God's Reign. God's Reign have also taken a lot of damage. It's only down to the last remaining player, and again all of this surviving, hiding in the smoke. Could be a soul chicken, but they'll have to work for it, because taking out all of these players from this trench area is not going to be easy at all.
How is Eggy even alive? That's my real question.
He eliminates AUTOBOTZ.
Oh my god, Eggy is single-handedly still somehow keeping his team alive, but he's also managed to squeeze his team inside of the top 3, and finally God's Reign, they find a full stop to his momentum, and now it's a fight between the players of God's Reign and Team Soul. 2 dominating force inside of the BGMI community. Let's find out who's going to be the one to come out on top. Team Soul, they've got 3 players. God's Reign, they've got all the 4 players up and alive. Of course, the man advantage stacked in the favor of God's Reign.
What is this?
And even the circle is a little bit favoring on the side of God's Reign too. Let's find out how this one's going to pan out, because Manya's already lost out in his life, and the amount of utilities that are being currently tossed against Team Soul, it's a little bit too much. Another knockout found, and now God's Reign, once again, it doesn't seem like they're going to be stopping anytime soon. The wall of death is starting to close in. Team Soul, they need to create some space for themselves, and that space won't be denied by the opposition in the name of God's Reign. Solid stuff. What a chicken dinner that was. Impressive outing as well in the end.
Ooh, decision making. That's what I'll question over here. You get so many knocks, you see the frag feed just go bonkers. and you took a passive approach. That's where you needed to push in. That's where you needed to choke the players for space. But they decided to play it passive. They gave the opportunity for God's Reign to get that reset, and they just answer right back. My biggest question will be, what was Manya doing jumping around the bushes? What was he trying to do? I mean, yes, I know you wanted some information, but then was that the right way? A big blunder by Manya in that position, which led to the players of Team Soul think twice before either pushing or getting that revival, and that's where they were caught. A lot of nades being thrown in that particular position, gets that knockout West power, and then it was just the last remaining player. What could have he done differently? That would be the question in the minds of Team Soul. But hey, second position is still not bad, Necro. I mean, if you have a day where you get 50 odd points from just 3 different games, it's a W in my book.
Without a doubt, I mean, still the amount of points they've gotten is not really that bad. And Team Soul in general is doing quite good in the overall standings too. And I highly doubt even this loss is going to be affecting Team Soul at all. And the only reason why Team Soul really decided to play passive, in my opinion, is because Team Soul pretty much were satisfied with the position and the amount of elimination points they had. So I guess Team Soul is not one of those teams that will make these type of mistakes. I think so this was a forced error. Team Soul was just quite happy with the amount of points they had. And yes, of course, a little bit of anxiety will always be there. Of course, a little bit of unfortunate moments will also be there. Team Soul could have taken the advantage and went for the chicken dinner as well. But in general, Team Soul's mentality wasn't really for the chicken dinner. It's more sort of to be consistent inside of the tournament. And I think so they've done it.
I mean, at the end, they were the ones who took down AUTOBOTZ, to be precise. I mean, 3 AUTOBOTZ players were there who were raining death and destruction from up above onto the players of Team God's Reign, but both of them got taken down by the side of Team Soul, and the one who jumped in was essentially taken out by Aggie, but that's a completely different story. But when you know that the remaining teams are there in the trench area, there could be one or 2 odd rat around you. You try and take that space. You try and choke out the players. I mean, that's what we see from our feed, but that is something, that information is not available to the players. But we talk about the game overall. I mean, this first fight was insane. Insidious did fall, but then he had all sort of backup available. The entire squad of Team IF was there to help their teammates out. What was the player of Team God's Reign doing in this position? I mean, I know try to fight it out against the other position players of Team GT, but then Shadow on and off angle was just able to get one. The reset was good, and then the fights just went their way. This compound though,
oh my god, it was
a garage
cursed
with all those vehicles.
It was cursed. This compound was super cursed. It was almost the trifecta of death. Third party after third party just kept on coming in. Blind Esports, you got to give it up to them, man. The amount of resilience they showcased in that compound was just incredible. Great defense being put up by the lads, but then AUTOBOTZ unfortunately got taken down in this scenario too. It was all down to carry, and he was also quite softened up. Couldn't really do a lot in that trend, especially when there's 3 teams just trying to sort of get themselves a little bit more known in that spot. Team Soul, as you mentioned, that passive, that defensive approach did not really work out in the end, especially when they should have tried to spread themselves out. And look at the push that was being made by the players of God's Reign too. All the 4 players pushing in from all the different directions, spreading themselves out equally. And that is what I like to see. God's Reign, some good communication on the board that is clearly known.
Finally, I mean, they were struggling in this week a little bit. This chicken will help them just a bit, but it will for sure, because tomorrow will be the final day that will see God's Reign perform. After that, there'll be again another break for them to analyze the mistakes that they've done and maybe said. But before that, if you're able to get back into the top 8, it will be a welcome change for them. But yes, guys, this was about it for Group A and C. We still have more matches to go. Groups B and D will be playing out after this. 3 games for them. But the maps are really interesting, Necro. I just love them. Both of these groups will have to play on Vikendi. These teams will have to play on the map of Sanhok. So these 2 maps, the most difficult ones according to me. I mean, you can still counter the zone with better rotations on the map of Erangel and Miramar. Nothing of that sort can be done on Vikendi and Sanhok. You just have to pray to the gods of BGMI and say, please give the zone to us. Otherwise, you're in trouble. That's what I'll say.
I mean, that's one way to look at it, right? But then, as you mentioned, even in the map of Vikendi, first 3 zones, it barely even moves. It barely even shifts. So you can just sit down. You can just get yourself a little bit of a high ground or maybe a solid compound, gather a lot of intel. And once you know that every single team is positioned, you can try to pave yourself with safe rotation out of that path. But once again, First 3 zones, you do not really even need to do a lot. Well, hell, if the 4th circle favors you, that means you do not even need to move at all, because after the 4th circle, there's a chance that the upcoming circles as well, it will be sort of favoring you in general. But as we do see the MVP in front of us, it's going to be Zeref from the side of WSB with 83 finish contribution. This man was carrying his team on the back in the previous game.
Oh, for sure. I mean, what, 7 or 8 frags is what his team had, out of which 5 were taken out by Zeref. So once again, I'm not sure where WSB exactly finished off, but 7-8 points at 1 or 2 position points, it's still a decent outing, Necro. I mean, for a team which was on the 4th chart, maybe towards the bottom of the 3rd chart, to have a day like this where they get around 35 points from 3 different games, it's a really good day for the side of Team WSB. They have slowly and steadily climbed up the leaderboard, and once again Zeref showing that he will be a name to be feared in the top fragging list. And considering Ninja Boy today was kind of quiet from Global Esports, the top fragger list is also going to be a little bit here and there.
I mean, I just want to look at the stars of the previous match and find out who was the one to get the best companion, because Zeref from the side of WSB,
Yeah.
of course, he did do his job quite nicely for his team. And WSB is one of those teams, too, who's sort of moving a little bit consistent now in the overall standings. And even if you do manage to get yourself more than 5 points in every single game, as I mentioned, it will still be really solid stuff. Stars of the match in front of us, it's going to be best companion, which is Delta PG with 3 rescues and 3 assists. And then you've also got Shogun from the side of God's Reen with the finisher, getting 4 finishes and 2 assists. In general, the lineup that the players of God's Reen have, or in general, the lineup that God's Reen has, is just stacked up. And even Team Soul, these guys are currently, or these 2 teams are currently sort of like the epitome. These 2 teams are at the top in the BGMI community, in my opinion.
Well, that is true, and they're showing a good performance according to it. Although it's just one game, Goddrain have a big hill to climb in front of them. But if they can keep up the pace, if they can keep up the way that they're playing, it'll be really great for them overall. But yes, Delta PG, Shogun, both of them had good contribution in the game. Zeref though still just stole away the MVP. I thought it would be a player for Team Goddrain because they still had a lot of frags to their name. That was not the case. Even Blind, another team that had what, like 11 frags before being eliminated, 11 or 12 frags. But still, Zeref just best them all and is the MVP of the game. A little surprised, but hey, that's what Battle Royale does to you. You cannot expect some things at some point, and that's what happened to at least me in this position. WSB just completely awing me out. But yeah, that was a great game. Would love to see the match standings though, the number of points that each and every team got. Because yes, Goddrain got that chicken, but the other teams that we're looking for, I want to see how many points did Soul have, how many points did the other team Blind have, because these are again the teams fighting for that top spot. And we already know how close the distance is between the teams of 1st to 8th position and then from 8 to 16. It's just a matter of 10-15 points here and there, and suddenly you're on the other chart, suddenly you're in top 8, and suddenly if you do not have a good game and the other teams do, you fall down in terms of the rankings. So all these things will make more sense, and would be really interesting to see how many points all of these teams.
I mean, in general, right? Now, look, the upcoming game is going to be the game of Sanhok. As you mentioned too a while ago, the first groups that were playing, they're now going to be sitting down. So they've done their job in making or maintaining the amount of points they could, or they've done their job in setting the target for the groups that are now going to be playing in the upcoming games. But as we do see the match rankings of the previous game, God's Reen, of course, with the chicken dinner, they're going to have the most amount of points. Team Soul with 21 points, still being super consistent. Blind Esports with 17 points. Even Blind Esports, all they need to do is just stay inside of the top 16, and we know what Blind Esports is capable of. Windgod, that one last man who was alive in the trenches for a really long time, he managed to secure his team the 3rd place in the previous game, and that gave him 10 placement points, and that gave the entirety of Windgod Esports 12 points, which of course Windgod Esports is going to be super proud about.
That's for sure. And I mean, if you talk about AUTOBOTZ as well, they started off the game, they started off the day with a chicken, and the 3rd game is also not that bad. 11 points to their name. It will be a decent performance. So between 2 games, they've got 35 points. Don't exactly remember how much did they get on the map of Miramar, but that's still a great day for them. WSB as well, 7 points from this game. iFlakes, after that first squad elimination, they were not able to do much and were just rewarded with 7 points to their name. Global Esports, another name that I saw for a very long period of time, but then again, just 6 points to their tally too. And the other teams, Alibaba Raiders could have performed a little bit better. Reckoning Esports still missing the beat kind of thing for them. The day number 2 has also not been their day, and they are in a stressful situation now because this is the team which we expected that will show a great performance. I mean, that is expected from them, but hey, it has been an off day once again for them.
It's been an off day for a lot of these teams too, right? Global Esports, I mean, you mentioned that still getting 6 points. I would say that's quite better considering in the first 2 games, Global Esports have done quite a nice job. So one single bad game, considering you still have so many more games to go in the future days, it's quite okay. I'm not really going to be punishing Global Esports too much for that. But as we have the overall standings, Team Seoul have regained their spot in the first spot with 160 points. Gujarat Tigers on the second spot with 139 points, Chemin Esports with 138. And one thing I'd like to bring up over here is that in the upcoming groups, Chemin Esports is going to be back in form. And that means Chemin Esports, there's a chance they're probably going to make the climb to the first spot because they've got 3 games in their hands and no one's been able to shake them away from the top 3.
That is definitely a good point, Necro. 22 points is what they need to topple over Team Seoul, and should not be a problem according to me. 22 points from these 3 games. Yeah, Chemin can do way better than that. But if you look at it, most of the teams in the top 8 have already completed their 15 matches, and there'll be a lot of teams on the second chart waiting for their chance, waiting for a chance to maybe get some more points and get back into the first page. So that's where I'd like to see all of these teams go. Alibaba Raiders once again, dark horses, not the perfect term, but haven't performed as good as week number 1 is what I'll say.
Without a doubt, but soon enough we'll also be taking a look at the second page, and I want to find out how the second page is looking like, because still on the second page there's quite a lot of these teams that will be chiming in the upcoming groups. For example, even Team Prince and City Gaming will be over there. But look at WSB all the way on the 9th spot. Such a massive climb WSB has already made up. Yes, there's a chance after the end of the day we might not see WSB in the top 16, or maybe they can be on the 14th or the 15th spot, but still in general, WSB, they've done a fantastic job in my opinion. They've definitely won my heart.
Yeah, they'll for sure be either on the 13th or the 14th spot. That too, if everything goes wrong for them. I mean, chances of that happening are very low. But yeah, man, what a climb by WSB Gaming. This will give confidence to the other teams as well, Necro. I mean, Carnival Gaming, you look at them, they still have 3 more games to go. Big Brother, performances like these should inspire these low position teams and ask them to perform a little bit better as compared to the previous games. And let's see if we do see another such team from the down depths making their way back up. All of these teams do have the potential to gather TWM. They are yet to play a game, but would love to see how do they perform when these 2 groups collide. Hydra Official, 8-Bit, most of these teams have just played 12 games except for 4Shot, who have played all their 15 games but haven't been able to impress us till now. Just 56 points to their name.
Yeah, and that's a big sign of concern. 4Shot Esports playing 15 games, still in the bottom 3 in the overall standings. Man, that is a massive red flag. And the upcoming groups, even another team that's going to chime in has to be Team Zero. And even Team Zero is another one of those teams that has been struggling for the entirety of this challenge season. I'm not sure what's going wrong with 4Shot Esports Team Zero, because especially with Team Zero, though, all the players inside Team Zero, they're quite well experienced, especially the one man who is currently the driving force for this team is Scout. And we know what Scout is capable of. We know how much tournaments he's played in the past as well, and how many experience this man in general just has underneath his belt. But he's still struggling to control the entire team, and that's a real big sign of concern.
That's where I'd say the beauty of Battle Royale is. One player cannot carry the entire team. Plus, if you try to play it out without synergy, that is something which will not work. So, shot calling. I have seen so many games for Team Zero, but then shot calling is something where they lack a lot. Not just, I'd say, in terms of how do I put it? I mean, shot calling is very, very necessary. You need to make some rotations. You need to go in for a fight or opt out. That's where players are lost for Team Zero, and most of these players have been lost in rotations. And once you have 2, maybe 1 player surviving, you cannot ask for them to be surviving till top 5, top 4, and get some position points. It won't work every time. Hasn't worked out even just once for Team Zero. And the only one fight that comes to my mind when I talk about Team Zero is one with God's Reign, I believe it was at military base. Other than that, they haven't even been into the action. So yeah, Team Zero, they will try to figure it out today. But let's see if that's possible or not.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, there's so much more to come, but after this short break, don't go anywhere.
Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know it's...
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
Welcome back, everyone. You guys are watching Snapdragon Pro Series BGMI Challenge Season Day number 5. But a huge thank you along with that to our sponsors, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. Share the epic and level up your game. Snapdragon Elite Gaming, where winning matters the most, and Monster Energy. Unleash the beast just like the Plus of Godstone did, Fritz, in the previous game.
To get those frags, but hey, it is something that happens. It is something that happens. The short calling was on there. You decided to not push in. You decided to play it out safe. But then I question, why was Mania jumping around the bushes, but probably just having fun, celebrating the first spot that they've got. It could still be taken away, as the next game will have the players from from groups B and D, where we have Chemin Esports. Just a gap of 22 points. I don't think so Chemin will face a lot of trouble just getting through it within the next 3 games. So they might end up on the 2nd spot, or maybe even far below if some other team from the 9th and 16th spot position gets a crazy day of maybe like 50-60 points, just like Team Soul had. But yeah, the chances of that happening are a little bit low. So we will have to wait and watch for that. But yeah, it is going to be fun to see which team wins on this upcoming map of Sanhok.
Well, Sanhok is always aggressive, but first let's have a look at the schedule also, that how day 5 is turning out to be. First, Team AUTOBOTZ, they got a beautiful winner chicken dinner for themselves in the map of Erangel. Then WSB, they shine the most in Miramar, and then ultimately the team that was struggling in the previous day, God's Rain, now they also got a chicken dinner in the last Erangel. But like you mentioned, now Group B and D will be coming in, and they'll be competing on the map of Sanhok. So it's not going to be so easy, because I was looking at the drop of all these teams. There's a very high chance, Fred, that there are going to be so many drop collisions in this particular one. Because, hey, let's be honest, last time we saw Team Zero and Team X-Pac also going up against each other in the Camp Alpha Temple area. Along with that, we have Chemin and Prince. They both likes to go towards the side of cave area, cave and Kampong area. So definitely there is a big chance of a drop collision happening in this center.
You talk about drop collision, I talk about heal battle. That has been the highlight for me in this map of Sanhok. Not just Sanhok, Vikendi as well. And you guys did tell me that Erangel and Miramar also had heal battles, but I haven't seen them till now, so I won't believe you from here on. But yes, Vikendi and Sanhok, I've seen it with my own eyes. So would love to see who goes for a heal battle. Can something be pulled off? I've challenged all two in the previous game. Try me, bro. Get another chicken by pulling off the same strat. Let's see if the players of Chemin are ready for the challenge or not. But here we go. The fourth game of Sanhok is here in front of our screens. Well, let's talk about the plane path. Should we even? Because it really does not matter. Very, very western oriented plane path, but still cities like Mongnai, Camp Bravo, Lakavi, they are easily droppable because it is such a small map.
I'm just waiting for the drop clash happening.
Oh yeah, that's
because
true.
Already I can see Team Gujarat Esports. Last time I saw them heading towards the side of Sami, but this time they are in the Camp Alpha Island. And Camp Alpha Island, Fred, this time is pretty much congested because you have Team Zero, Team X-Pac in Hatin, then also we have the plus of Team OR Esports. So 4 teams are occupying a small island, but thankfully it is Sanhok. There are ample amount of resources even in the small shacks, small buildings. So loot won't be a big problem for all these teams. At the same time, we have 8-bit going towards the side of Camp Charlie. In boot camp, Orangutan has always found home, and that is exactly where they are right now.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, on our screens, we do see a fight happening though. Gujarat Tigers started to lose a player. The Vector coming in, and that region of Khao has already seen some battle. Let's see the other players, how do they respond back? Global Esports, a good start. Prajwal try to fire back. Team Prince in a lot of trouble. Look at the HP. Savitar pushing up with the DBS. Will take down Seth. Seth will be completely eliminated by Savitar now. Team Prince, yes, they're able to get the job done, I'd say. But it was just one player. He did his job. He was able to take down Jackson out of the game, and Team Prince now will have to play with just 3.
Correct, but on the other side, we have the players of Team Hydra going for a huge split, and now finally paying the price. A 1v2 was too much to deal for Starboy, and he has been taken out pretty easily. And now Team Hydra will also be the one to play with a 3-man army. And in Sanhok, Sanhok is definitely one of those maps where you need the backup, where you need all the 4 players alive. And already starting off on a bad note is not going to be held the case, especially for the players of Team Hydra, because Hydra is also one of those teams that is struggling to be in the top 16. So for them, every single game matters the most.
Yeah, let's see, man. Hydra, how do they go from here on? I mean, 3 players is not going to be the start that they hoped for. In the meanwhile, though, Team X-Pac very close to the players of Team Orange Rock, and I think both of them know about this situation, because of which, look at that, Orange Rock, all of the 3 players are just sticking together. So Ninja Jord has his work cut out. If the players of Team OR approach in this particular way, he has to get at least 1 before falling so that Dreams and Spray God can help him out. Even Sarang is joining the mix, and OR, they think that it's just a solo or maybe a duo in this situation. Little do they know that the entire squad of Team X-Pac is around the corner. Ninja Jord maybe cooking a nade. Not getting the knock though right now, because I don't think so he wants to warn off the players of Team OR. But then Dreams is also really, really close, and with that AK, he can dish out a lot of damage.
Oh, he certainly can. But the 11-1 gear which he's having, a little bit of the concern goes there because look at that. Ninja Jord is already way ahead of his teammates in the way Crow and Zap are approaching. He can be taken down, and exactly happened. A good approach from the side of Team OR Esports and little bit of the overcommitment that came from the side of Ninja Jord. Although the grenades are being exchanged from both sides.
Oh,
and
beautiful
also
nade.
goes down, but not with a nade. The nade, yes, took out a lot of HP.
Yes.
It was actually the QBC of Edmino that took out Dreams over there. Now Team X Park, they're on the verge of elimination because Spray God is trying his level best and he takes on Edmino. That is going to give him some relief and buy him some time that he can patch himself up. He gets a confirmation point also onto Edmino.
Yeah, the DBS is out for the job, but Pro from left hand side will do damage and Robin will get the knock. X-Park in a lot of trouble. Pro gets taken down by by Sarang, who's now the last man remaining. OR, it is going to be a 2v1 battle. He's trying to get that revival onto Pro. The pixel not out of place. She's throwing a knife? What is that? Come on, Sarang, that won't connect. That won't connect at all. Pro, I think, has been revived. Or has he not? He isn't. And Pro, what is that from Robin? That's a big mistake. And suddenly Sarang has a chance. He needs to isolate these 1v2s. Spots Robin jumping on the left hand side. And now Zap closing in the distance with the DBS. Sarang has one of his own. Around the corner. They play cat and mouse. Sarang tries to get a knock. But then Robin with the DBS will get the job done. And X-Park is eliminated out of the game.
That was bound to happen because Sarang was all by himself, and even if he had managed to take one of the player of OR Esports down, the other one would have eventually gone and shut him down because both the players of OR Esports were coming from two different directions. There was no way in that situation that he could have done a 1v2, and OR Esports, yes, they lost onto two of their players. That revival that didn't happen is questionable, but I'm going to give him some benefit of the doubt that maybe things didn't work out. But for now, we have another fight brewing up as Big Brother Esports and Team Medal. They are in such a close proximity to each other. Team Medal, they need to be cautious of those grenades that might come in if they let one of the player of Big Brother Esports come in such a range.
Oh, let's see. Oh, Big Brothers, how do they continue? The other teams that we have to keep an eye out for, Carnival Gaming. For now, free rotation. This is something similar to what they had faced yesterday, Carnival. So let's hope that they do not make the same mistake. TWM, still around Sam He, yet to start off with their rotation. 8-bit Juicy is very far away, still in the city of Bantai. Let's see at what time does he decide to regroup with his team, or does he have a vehicle to do so? Entity still with the split, but then again 3 of the players are inside the zone, so that should not be a problem. Only Troy is missing, and Pokar though is alone, so that is what concerns me a little bit. If Pokar gets knocked out, there's no backup arriving for him at any given point of time. Gen X Maratha running towards the center of the zone. Big Brother spotted down because that auto is not in a position to be used now, so Sarvit just wants to hold his position down. Medal is the team that is looking to take this fight, but they're waiting for that opening. They want Sarvit to peak. They want Sarvit to give it to them. If the knock is achieved by the players of Team Medal, that's when they'll try to push in, right? So that's what they're waiting for. If Sarvit makes a mistake, Medal could take advantage of that situation.
See, Medal and Big Brother Esports, they both like to go in the City of Paradise Resort, and that's why we have an early fight going on between both these teams, because both of them wanted to go to the City of Paradise, and now they both lack those crucial resources, because look at Encore, he has got no first aids, maybe a few bandages to work around with. Even Rishi has the same situation, he has a level 1 vest, not enough first aids in the hands of Big Brother Esports, so they have to be very cautious in while approaching this particular fight. No unnecessary damage should come in. They have to be very careful, because bandages in such a situation, I don't think that would be of any use right now. But Sarvit, definitely he's having an off angle, and he's the only hope right now for the players of Big Brother Esports, because the way Top Dog is out in the open, Sarvit might possibly try and do some damage towards him if Top Dogs comes in the line of sight.
All those are speculations though. I think unless and until the zone forces either of these teams out, they're not taking a fight. And even if it does, I mean, Medal will be favored as BB just has 3 players surviving, whereas Sarved is stuck in a position where he cannot help Uzumaki or Rishi. So, BB, if they can somehow get out of this position, maybe try and climb the hill behind them, it would be a better option so that they at least are together and they're able to fight. Otherwise, Medal will slowly and steadily creep up on you and take you down. I'm not sure why hasn't a rotation been done till now, because you exactly know where Sarved is and there's no backup arriving for Sarved. Plus, this is just stage number 1, so the chances of you getting third-partied is also very less. But I think a safe approach is what Team Medal is going for. They do not want any sort of risk. That's why they're just holding this position. Let's see for how long do they do this. Chemin Esports also making their way towards this particular compound. Even Team Prince from behind is also approaching them. So all these things will mean that Medal and BB will have to either hold down or fight it out. Team Zero, though, camping that bridge, which has to be used by the players of Team Orange Rock to rotate. So they might get rewarded with 2 frags. Carnival Gaming in that city of Bootcamp, I think, have been able to, somewhere towards the southern side of Bootcamp, have been able to get 1 frag. TTE also on their tail, Skulls also on their tail, but I don't think so close enough to start a battle with. So they are also just prioritizing rotating inside the zone. But this cluster forming towards the southern side of the zone will give that advantage to the players of Team Prince, who are all alone on the north side of Paradise Resort.
Team Prince, they already lost on one of their own player, that was Jackson, in the very early stage of the game. So now they're surviving as a 3-man. And as a 3-man, I don't see Team Prince going for a very aggressive stance at this point. And speaking of the performance in the past week, they were the table toppers on the first 2 days. So definitely Team Prince is looking good in the overall standings. So even if they go for the aggressive side, I don't think they'll be risking anything. They can afford that sort of a risk. But speaking of other team, we have the players of Genix FM towards the southern side. And a good position, because I don't see too many players around Genix FM. On the other side, yes, like you mentioned, Team Zero. Look at that Robin Sayyad. OP, you should have taken a shot, but he's waiting for Zap to come close. And finally, he strikes at the right moment with a DPS. And Robin, what a mistake you made, man. How did he not spot Sayyad OP? But well, he was hiding. I can't blame you. But now Dark Lord is also trying to make the best use out of the situation as Robin takes a jump inside the water, trying to save his life, because you know there is no way that he can save his teammates. But Shadow 7 from a different angle finally shuts him down. And with that, Team Zero, they have managed to get 2 finish points for themselves. On Orange Rock, OR Esports, well, they have been eliminated. But what a shot grenade came from the side of Chemin Esports. Well, even the players of Team Skulls have been eliminated. Alto, my man, the one who is known for the heal battle, this time becoming the man with the golden hand. The perfect grenade came in, and the last one was also eliminated. We have 3 eliminations already coming through. 3 teams, they have already been eliminated. So yeah, the Sanhok is going aggressive as we expected it to be. The drop clashes are there. The drop collisions are also there. But speaking of other team like Carnival Gaming, I think they are at a safe position right now. Yesterday, they were looking at the 16th position, I believe. So yeah, but consistency should be coming in, because they are at the 16th spot. If the inconsistency comes through and other teams perform better, they can be pushed back in the danger area. So that is something that Carnival Gaming needs to consider. But for now, they are trying to hold somewhere in the center spot of the circle. The only team that can give them trouble are the players of Team Orangutan. As Vizgod is there, and he has a certain height advantage as well, and he knows exactly where Omega is.
Could be interesting, because again, height advantage in this map of Sanhok is really, really good for you. But let's see if they're able to make the most out of it, because the zone is not with them. They have to get inside the zone, and if they do take some shots, the teams that are already inside will get that memo. Medal will be ready once OG approach, when OG push. So let's see how does OG decide to get inside the zone. Carnival Gaming using those vehicles, trying to move towards the players of Team Chemin, where they've already, I think, taken down one of the squads. They're still throwing in a few shots, so Carnival could go in for a third party, but they do need to find an opening. Although they just stop back on the edge of the zone. and then probably wait out the next 30 seconds. That's the game plan for Carnival. A lot of ammo for Goblins, but he hasn't started spraying yet. Most of the players have already hunkered down in that little shack that they had. The other two just waiting outside. Again, a risky move, but a necessary one because all 4 players cannot share a shack. You will be dead just by one single nade. So that is something you need to keep in mind. Metal BB, still that Cold War is going on. Metal now just have 2 players in that particular compound, Top Dog and Encore, whereas Paradox and Siam are holding a different 2 houses. Prince, just a 3-man squad, but they do have a really good compound to work around with. So they can decide if they do want to hunker down in just one single house or they want to split it out. But by the looks of it, Prajwal just wants to play aggressive. He does not want any of these players creeping near to him. So let's see. I mean, Team Prince really have a good spot. Camp Bravo is where 2 of these teams are. Starboy, who had already been taken down early on in the game, now leaves Hydra with just 3. Nades flying towards Hydra, which they're just trying to dodge while playing very, very passive. Plus, if you talk about the gear that Dura has, just level 1 helmet, it's consolation that it's there, but does not do much. So they would love some better loot too. Plus, they do not have any ground control either in this Camp Bravo area. So they're just waiting for the zone to close in and then they'll start off with the rotation.
The rotations will eventually come in, but speaking of that, we had an eastern circle and majority of the eastern part is still unoccupied. Like Mongoy is completely uncontested and the team that is coming from the northern end, like Team Zero, they can benefit heavily. But look at that, TWM and 8-bit seem to be in a bit kerfuffle as Madman has been eliminated, and Q Lamau, well, he'll go for the rescue mission onto the fallen teammates. But looking at the remaining players of Team 8-bit, this is the moment when they could have rushed in because TWM was at the weakest spot. But the minute they realize there is no hope for Madman, it's better to start prioritizing the rotation, respect the circle, because there is no benefit of getting the chip damage of the blue because it is stage 3 circle. And Ronak, you need to patch up as soon as possible, my friend, otherwise the blue will take you down. And he has got four states, but still he's relying on those bandages. Okay, maybe for some reason, maybe he's just saving those first states for the later stage, and finally the first state comes in. And speaking of the rotations, like I was saying, the eastern part is still unoccupied and Team Zero is looking fantastic. But with that, just the minute I said that, the circle shift again comes in and now it has taken a southern western shift.
Oh, this circle shift is going to be interesting. Let's see how do these teams adapt to such a situation now. Payo boosting himself up, tanking the damage from this zone. I think that's the plan. But the other teams, look at them. I mean, Gen X Maratha should get inside the zone without a problem. Chemin still towards the southern side. Yeah, I don't think so. Heal battle should be the priority now. They really have a good position. Let's try to get some frags. And Team Zero in between all of this, the position, Shadow, that they're entering from, will give them the option to survive for very long. Because nobody is near them. Hydra might come close, but then that's a long rotation that I don't think so Hydra would like to give. They already have a good area inside the zone that they're looking to hold. But the majority of these teams are entering from the southern side. TTE, Entity, 8-bit, TWM, all of them are going to fight amongst themselves. And as soon as the 5th zone closes in, it will be a completely different story. But in the meanwhile, OG pushing onto the players of Team Metal. And Core is already down on the ground. Vizgod trying to jump spot Top Dog, which he cannot. And Top Dog will also give enough damage so that that a little bit of help could be accumulated from the player from far away. Savitar gets the knock. The Molly, though, is burning Metal players out. So the duo that was supposed to survive in this position will essentially be taken down.
A good Molotov finally coming in, but now Paradox, along with Siam, needs to be a bit cautious because the way Paradox is moving forward, there's already a team that is waiting for them, and that are the players of Team Prince right now. So Bendel not in the best of the position, but still it's a decent spot to hold on to because, like I said, only 2 players remaining, so the approach of Metal Esports will not be so aggressive at this point. They'll just play with the circle. But look at that, Ronak out in the open, and Entity Gamla boy from the blue is trying to take them down. At the same meantime, Entity is engaging in a fight with the plus of Gen X FM, as Gen X FM is also trying to migrate inside the circle. And finally, one player goes down. Gen X FM is also in a lot of trouble as Troy, with a grenade, is trying to take down Karan. Hiding behind that rock. Will be a successful connection. No, that won't be. But yeah, a lot of HP has been taken out from the side of Karan, and Troy also in a
Oh, barely.
Barely sliver of HP with the DBS in his hand is going for an aggressive push towards the player.
Ah,
of Gen X
third
FM,
party.
but look at that third party coming in from the side of Saikat.
He analyzed that the players of Team Entity were struggling with the blue, and as soon as they try to get in, he has been taken away. Gen X FM from far away. Hydra Duero will take care of him. Together Esports. 2 finishes to their name. Edge of the circle. The call to hold that position finally worked out. Service Nade will take care of Ash. So OG, I believe, also take an exit from the game. Or maybe with just one player are still surviving. We'll have to get that confirmation. Never mind. Yeah, they're out. 11th position, 3 finishes. Yeah, they're getting 4 from this game. That's not going to be a big number. Together, though, still can make the most out of the situation. Syed from far away gets a knock on a Sparsh. Payo also falls by the M4 of TTE. Kronal, TTE, they're trying to get the job done. Although, Neo falls. And that's another team. That's a nade from a player inside the zone. Let's see if they're able to get Neo back. Yeah, that's not happening. Neo completely eliminated. Omega crosshair onto the players of team Chemin Esports. A big whiff. Venom should have been taken down in that position, but that does not happen. And now the position has been given away. You have to climb up a hill where a team is already present. It is not going to be an easy job.
Team Hydra and Team Zero also engaging the fight. Exchange of grenades is coming through, and Spraygard and Syed OP, they also have a job to do, that is go for the rescue mission onto the fallen teammates, as they're still bleeding and begging for the help. But the exchange of grenades is definitely working in the favor of Spraygard, because Syed OP is now busy trying to patch himself up, and in the meanwhile he can go and revive the Dura OP. But at the same time, Syed OP is still trying to hold off the same angle with those grenades, is trying to make any connection onto the plus of Team Hydra, because the only team that could have given trouble to the plus of Team Zero was Hydra, and they have definitely managed to do so. But what a fantastic grenade coming through. Dura OP has again been knocked out. On the other side of the map, Metal Esports has also been eliminated on the 9th spot with just 3 finishes. Syed OP has managed to give the revival to Dark Lord. Now Team Zero, they have the numbers advantage. For Spraygard, it's a 1v2 scenario right now, and the perfect grenade comes in. And with that, Duro OP and Team Hydra bids bye-bye on the 7th spot.
Yeah, that's another elimination. Together, though, in all of this, looking the best, not the most, but the best team. Scout spotted down. Sevi will get the knock. The Molly was also on point. Another elimination. Team Zero this time around, they have played better than before, but let's see how far can they go. 5 points till now in their bag, but is it going to be enough? Dark Lord Syed, the 2 players still have to fight against TTE. The zone just barely stops, but the next zone is not in their grasp. TTE might just have the next zone as well. I mean, yes, you see the vehicle getting in, and that should be it for TTE. It should not be a problem. Syed from the left hand side is trying to go for a longer rotation, but that does not make sense, because essentially you will have to take a battle with the players of TTE. And let's see how does that go. Chemin in the meanwhile have lost 2 players, so I believe one of the guys is going to go for the heal battle. If All2 is surviving, that's the best possible bet for heal battle, which I don't see. So All2 has been eliminated. Phantom, will he be the one, or will Jury try to get those first aids in himself? That is the question. Dark Lord also creeping up, trying to get inside the zone. From Team Prince OG still surviving in top 6. Edge of the circle, so it's not going to be easy at all for him either. But then Goblin from Carnival Gaming has complete open zone, and one of his teammates is going in for a heal battle far away. But Goblin will be able to make it in. Hector now trying to run for it, trying to get inside the zone as quickly as possible. HP chipping away. He spots a player, gets a knock, maybe. No, he does not get the knock. It's Fury who will get the job done, who will get that frag. And now the zone closes in. This is the 8th circle. 6 teams still surviving. Prince going in for the heal battle. Psychart wants to spot anyone that he can and get those frags. Team together. This can be their game, Shadow. This can be their game.
This should be, this ought to be, because because they have the numbers advantage. At the same time, Fury with his utility is trying to take down Goblin, but Invader's grenade takes down Fury. And the plus of Chemin, they need to be a bit cautious because all they are holding on to is a little wooden shack. A follow-up grenade might come in. That is exactly what Invader is trying to do right now. The smokes are there, that is helping the case of Chemin, and Invader with all the utility along with his teammates. But look at that, Krunal with a vehicle ran over coming on to Goblin. And Carnival
Should
Gaming,
be
well, they
GG.
have also been eliminated. Prince also goes down. Now it is entirely team together esports game.
Yeah, Chemin Esports in just one single house, in just one single shack. Nades being tossed, Phantom falls, and so does Fury. Together Esports, this is their chicken. Gamla Boy, the last remaining player, will try to confirm a frag maybe. The shots, they do not land. Sevi fires back, answers back, and together Esports, we were talking about a team making a comeback from down the depths. This is the team that will do it properly. Great job done by Together Esports to get the chicken. And they will enjoy that bump in terms of the position that they get in the overall standings.
Oh, certainly they will. Team Together esports, they held on to the composure, they held on to the ground, the way they were eliminating teams after teams are in the final circle. First they went on and took down one of the player of Team Chemin Esports. Then they eliminated Hector, who was coming inside the circle from the blue, Goblin, Prince. Then ultimately the last player of Chemin Esports was also taken down by them. So yeah, Team Together Esports, they even have good finish points this time.
That, of course, man. Together, the way that they played, I mean, from the very beginning, they were clear about it. We want to take those fights. We're not going to shy away from them or be like, yeah, let's avoid it and let's focus on the zone. They took every fight that they got, played from the very edge, and were blessed by the BGMI gods. That's what I'll say. They got the zone in their favor, and that's why they were able to win this game out. Good job done by the team, and Together Esports getting the chicken. Should be able to get into top 16 after this performance.
100% agreed. Good job done by the IGL also, because it's not the BGMI gods giving you the circle, it's also the IGL's
Okay.
prediction. Yes,
Yeah, well.
we do say it is BGMI gods, it is luck factor, but yes, a lot of calculation also goes behind where the IGL has to do all the homework, that which team is rotating from which area. So many decision makings need to come in, like Team X Park, instead of going towards Camp Alpha this time, went over to the side of Hathin. So many decision making comes in. Sometimes it works in your favor, sometimes it doesn't work in your favor. Either you win or either you learn. And this time Team Together Esports, well, they won.
It wasn't. I will still say I won't say it was a good point, Shadow, because I still did not understand it. Nobody calculates rotations. I mean, it can be
Yeah,
affected by
because,
n number of factors.
I'll tell
You could calculate the first two rotations for the first two zones, because that's the bigger thing. But in Sanhok, first two zones never count. In Sanhok, the hard shift does. The hard shift, if you're able to survive that, or if you're inside the hard shift, that's where you win. And after that, it's all game of guessing. It's all a game where you try to take fights and isolate every player. And Together Esports, according to me, did that flawlessly. The fights that they took were so... I mean, you could have pushed into the shack. You could have decided to take that duel with the players of Team Chemin, but them making sure that they use utility first rather than pushing in, and making sure that especially the fights that they took with the players of Team Prince, Team Zero, all of them were in such a way that no backstabs were possible. Nobody could have pushed behind them, or they hadn't left a player to check who could have surprised them. So stuff like that impressed me the most about this particular team, and that's why I say Together Esports, yes, they survived the hard shift, and after that it was an easy job.
Well, definitely, it looked like it was an easy job because they played like a unit. All the four players were there. Krunal, even in the final circle, went on with a vehicle run over. So that was not an easy thing to do. So definitely kudos to Team Together Esports. Even yesterday also, they had a good run. I think they got 20 points or something. So day number 5 was also looking, day 4 was also looking good for this particular team. And looks like day number 5 is already looking good. They got the chicken dinner.
Yeah, but they have to perform. They still have to perform consistently. You cannot be eliminated with 0 points in the next game. That's the biggest threat that I see, because you tend to get complacent. You get a chicken, you're so happy, you get complacent, and that's where you lose in the next game. And suddenly the number of points that you've got. Say for example 25 points, you get eliminated with 0 points, that becomes 12.5 on average. And right now you have to perform above average to get a good position and to make sure you qualify for the LAN finals. You have to be in top 16. So that's where I'd want Team Together Esports to hold their horses. Make sure they perform in a similar fashion in the next game. Not asking for a chicken. I'm not saying get 20 points once again, but please be consistent. Get around 10 points from the next game so that your average maintains the same. It remains the same and you get some more points and you keep on progressing and progressing. But yeah, Together Esports group, for now they can celebrate their victory. But another player who could celebrate something is going to be Syed. He has been rewarded as the MVP of the game. 4 finishes overall, 80% contribution. That's insane.
Oh, certainly. 4 finishes, 80% contribution. Syed was able to do so much. He was able to eliminate the players of Team Hydra, go on and go for the rescue mission onto Dark Lord also. He was doing so much in that particular fight with the players of Team Hydra. Not just Team Hydra. I think the way they dealt with the players of Team OR Esports, that was also fantastic. For a second, it was a questionable moment for me that why Syed Obi is not taking shots onto one of the player of OR, because he was waiting for the second player. That was a mature decision coming from his side. But looking at the stars of the match, we have Kyo Lamau of TWM as the best companion with 2 rescues.
Yeah, talking about the finisher, it was Sevi who just turned around and was able to get the final frag onto Entity, if I'm correct, right? The player of Team Entity who was outside the zone. So good job done by him. 3 finishes to his name too. How many frags did Together have? 8 or 9 maybe then. Because Sevi has 3 and Sevi was the most impactful player from the team. But yeah, good job overall by all of these players. Syed, finally a game where we can say yes, Team Zero. We did see Team Zero in the final few zone. We did see Team Zero getting a few points on the board. This again won't be enough for them to get into top 16. Hell, this won't be enough to even push them towards that 31st spot. They still will be on the 32nd spot even after a performance like this. But if they are able to continue something along the lines that they've just done, yeah, they still have a chance at least ending at a respectful position. But yeah, 25 points, 10 finishes for Team Together Esports, so 25 points in total. Chemin Esports has 18. Entity, yeah, heal battle will get you those 12 points, but finishes is something that Entity needed a little bit more. But right now they're fighting for the top 5 positions. So 14 points will definitely help them. Even Prince got 14 points, but those were through battling it out. 6 finishes, 8 position points, 0. Great job done by them. 11 points from this game. Need a few more games like these from Team Zero.
Definitely a step in the right direction. Team Zero played fantastic in this particular one. Had they had the numbers advantage, had they had all the 4 players, maybe this could have been a chicken dinner for the players of Team Zero, because the area which they were holding on to, they were coming from the northeastern side, which was completely unoccupied, because all the teams were present somewhere on the southern western end, and their Team Zero could have capitalized, and they did so beautifully, because the only team that could have been a blockage or a hindrance in their path was Team Hydra, which they managed to eliminate so beautifully. That was a synergetic rush that came from the 2 players, in fact, from the 2 players of Team Zero.
Yeah, Team Zero, for a second I thought they've lost 2 players early on. But then I saw, no, they had their complete squad remaining. And after that fight with the players of Team Together is when they started losing players. But once again, you cannot blame them for that, because the zone was in such a fashion where Together had a better terrain advantage, first of all, and then the zone advantage. So they tried their best, but was not enough to get into top 2, top 3 maybe. But they should be still satisfied with the performance that they've got this time around. Because the first week, and even week number 2, day number 1 was not that great. Not that great still would be an understatement for Team Zero's performance. They had what, like 35, 40 points from 12, 13 games, and that is definitely not a good number. But this 11 points boost will help them maybe in the future games. If they're able to perform in such a similar fashion, they might slowly and steadily start creeping up the ladder. And it is a big shot. Yes, they'll need a couple of chicken dinners here and there too if they still want to make it to top 16. But the hope is not still over. So if you're able to perform like this in the next 2 games, continue the same form on day number 3, you might see yourself somewhere around that 18, maybe 19 spot. And then in week number 3, you could start your comeback by getting into top 16. But yeah, before we move any further, let's have a look at the overall standing. So Team Chemin Esports, they've already broken through to the 2nd spot 156 points, 4 points away from Team Soul, should be easily achievable in the next 2 games. Even Entity getting back in top 5, 131 points. This team overall, I believe, might finish somewhere around that 3rd spot, or maybe even 2nd if they get 1 chicken. God's Reign and Blind are already over with their matches. Team Prince as well had good number of points this game, 14 to be precise, and that has brought them in the top 8 with 2 more games still to go. Top 5 could be a position where Team Prince might want to finish.
But I think Team Prince is eyeing for the top spot because that is where they were in the first 2 days. So definitely for Team Prince, I think a chicken dinner should be coming through because that is exactly what they need if they want to come in the top. Even they have got good placement points and good finish points. It's not like the aggression is not there. There is a perfect balance of placement and finish points in the top 8 teams at least. But there are 2 teams that has impressed me the most consistent one, Gujarat Tigers and Team Entity, because they have got no chicken dinner and still they're sitting in the top 5. That's something very commendable coming in from their side. But Team Revenant, yes, they are in the top 5, but today was not a good day for them because they didn't even got those average points. So Team Revenant need to work on that consistency. But looking at the second page, we have Carnival Gaming still sitting on the 16th spot. I can't say the Sanhok was a good game for them. It was just a decent game. AUTOBOTZ Esports, they also need to make sure to accumulate those points if they want to stay in the top 16, because right now they have got 102 points and sitting on the 15th spot.
Yeah, but these teams have already played their games. The team that I will talk about will be together. Look at the jump. All the way up to the 12th spot. So one more game like that, top 8. Top 8, baby, is where they'll finish. So Together is now looking like a real contender. A jump that WSB made could be replicated by the side of Team Together. Of course, Together, in a sense, played better than WSB in the past few days. So they had that points advantage. But this is again another team in the making. This is another team that is trying to confirm their spot. For teams like OG and Carnival Gaming, this will be a red sign, a big red flag. Let's see how do they deal with them. They need to get good performances of their own if they do want to keep themselves in top 16. The other teams will fall in a back again. Godlike, no more matches left today, so they will just keep on going downhill from here on. Gen X FM 2 points away from toppling them down. Big Brother just 3 away. The other teams who have already all played their games, so Godlike might be finishing somewhere around the 19th or 20th spot. But hey, if TWM can do something about it, if TWM has a great game, Godlike is going even further down. So they will be dependent on all of these teams a lot.
It's not just TWM. I think Gen X FM, Big Brother Esports, the way both these teams performed yesterday, I can expect a big jump from their side as well, especially Big Brother Esports. But looking at the last page, we have Hydra officials right at the 25th spot with just 86 points. But at least Hydra is getting those average points. But when you are at the last page, average points are not going to help you, my friend. You need more than that. And same goes for the players of Team Zero. Yes, it's a step in the right direction, but they need at least one chicken dinner. I'm not saying it's not doable for all these teams on the last page. It's possible even for Team Zero to come in top 5 or top 8. But the consistency, the chicken dinners, the finish points, everything should come through. They have to focus on all these things. But it's still possible for them.
Yeah, that's completely true. I mean, Team Zero, even if they get a chicken, 25 points?
Yeah.
They will be pushed from 32nd to maybe 28th spot. That's the biggest jump that they'll get after a great game. A great game. That is going to be a really big climb. That's why I said they need performances like this throughout today and tomorrow, and after that they'll start their comeback. If they're able to be consistent throughout the entire week. After that, week number 3 will be a very important week for them, and that's where they'll have to get at least around 100 points from the 9 games they play. So that is going to be a big ask from the players of Team Zero, and that is after just one good performance. So we will have to wait and watch for the remaining games and how does Team Zero perform in those. But yeah, this game was for Team Together Esports, 25 points being accumulated from them. The next map though, Shadow, the map of Vikendi now. A snowy map, a map where nothing happens in the first 3 zones, but a lot does in the next few zones. A lot happens in the next 4 zones is what I feel.
Like Necro says, a map where the circle barely moves. I hate Vikendi. I don't like Vikendi. I'm shocked, Fritz. How can a person who loves aggression, how can a sadistic person like you, like such a slow-paced map of Vikendi? Yes, the final circles are crazy, but the first 15 minutes, Nothing is happening. Nothing really is happening. Even the circle is not moving.
So I'll
But
tell
never
you.
mind.
I'll give you the
Uh-huh.
exact reason why I like Vikendi. Erangel is a tactical map where if you're good with your rotations and everything, basically things that you can control. If you're good with that, you have a better chance of getting better score in that map. Miramar, a similar one, but then again, the terrain in this map makes things very out of your control. I mean, you might have a buggy and a van, and having just these two vehicles will make a huge difference. If you have a van, you might not be able to escape from a situation. A buggy will get you out of positions where you should have been dead. But Vikendi as a map, again, if you're tactically sound, you can still control a few things. Sanhok is I always say this: 70% luck, 30% skill. You cannot count Sanhok in a map where you can control things. But in Vikendi, you can. So that's why I love Vikendi.
Well, everyone has their favorite map. You love Vikendi, I don't love Vikendi at all. But I know someone who loves Vikendi, and that is going to be the players of Carnival Gaming, because yesterday they performed really good on the map of Vikendi. So definitely a good game should be coming for them this particular week, because yesterday, a good game, Vikendi definitely expects the same performance from their fans. But now we have a change on the casting desk. We have Necro joining me. Necro, how are you doing, man?
Bit of a relationship that's currently going on inside of this week. So let's see how Carnival Gaming is going to be able to perform inside this game once again, because yesterday, yes, they did have a solid performance, but then today, you never know. Maybe things can never transfer over. But let's see how Carnival Gaming is going to try to execute the playstyle. Even the circle plays a massive role in that aspect. We're still finding out where the circle is going to be. Carnival Gaming, as usual, like to drop towards the southern side. Chemin Esports as well. They're pretty much going to go towards Miramar. And then you also know the players, if IQ Solos over here, they like to go towards Ab and Volnovo.
Well, certainly, but I don't understand that unorthodox split from the side of Hydra. But wait a minute, OR and Team X-Park are in a sort of kerfuffle with each other.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how this fight actually came out, but OR Esports in a fight against the players of Team X-Park, and already they're doing so much damage. Ninja Jawed able to find the opening. The two players already fallen down. OR Esports on the verge of getting eliminated too. Even Advino's knocked out. Now it's all down to Robin and Zap. These final two players, the final glimmer of hopes. If OR Esports is not able to close things out at all, then things are just going to be done right now. And Team X-Park, they're just finding them and eliminating them from the game. Ninja Jawed as well gets the confirmation with the knife, and now it's all down to Zap. One last man alive, the final glimmer of hope for OR Esports.
I don't think he can do pretty much anything in this situation, because a 1v4 scenario is way too much to deal with, and all by himself. Yes, the grenades and DBS might help, but even if he managed to take one player down, which he does, takes down Dreams, get the confirmation also. He went down, but before going down, he managed to get the confirmation point over there.
Absolute grief, but look at the circle too, Shadow. The circle, only 40% is playable. Only 40% is on the land. The rest of the circle is out in the open, in the water lines. Interesting. This is really going to be challenging these teams, because you know there's not a lot of playing area anymore left over inside of the circle. So teams will now need to start to adapt as quick as possible. And not just that, you need to be really quick to make it inside the circle as well. Late game rotations are not going to work out anymore.
Agreed. Especially for the players of Orangutan, because they are towards the side of Hot Spring. It's not going to be an easy journey for them. And same goes for Carnival Gaming and Team Together Esports. For them, it's a very difficult circle to play around, because look at the amount of teams that are present. There is a possibility of a gatekeep scenario, rotational clash. So many things can happen in this particular circle. So the teams that can benefit from it are definitely going to the players of Team Metal Esports, because they're already heading toward the side of Dobro Mesto. They can hold on to the shorelines, and we have the players of Big Brothers also somewhere in the epicenter of the circle.
Team X-Park, off the bat, they've managed to wipe out one entire team. Unfortunately, they lost out on Dream. Of course, it is going to be a little bit of a stinger for them, but still not that big of a deal. Team X-Park can always keep on looking ahead and always keep on looking forward. And this is also a good start, too. 4 elimination points wrapped up. Maybe you're trying to go for the med strat. Well, you will be in a really good spot. Chemin Esports, that's what they've been doing the entire time. That's how Chemin Esports, they have been staying super consistent in this map. whenever you see Chemin Esports on the map of Vikendi, one thing is for sure, these guys will definitely go for a med strat.
Well, a team that goes for the med strat even in the map of Erangel can definitely go in Vikendi. But despite that, they have got decent finish points as well. Yes, they have got the highest placement points. So I'm not complaining. As long as it is working in your favor, getting those crucial points, go for the mid strat. I'm all up for it. But speaking of Big Brother Esports, we have few rotations coming in the close proximity. At some distance, we have 8-bit also. And speaking of the performance, 8-bit, yesterday didn't shine the most because, let's be honest, in the previous week also we saw a major downfall in their performance, and this week also didn't start on a very good note, Neeraj.
8-bit, they're having their own troubles. And I'm not exactly sure what needs to be done to sort of get it fixed up. Because once again, every single player in that 8-bit squad is quite experienced. They have been there in that roster for a long time, especially Juicy being one of the players as well. I'm not exactly sure what needs to be done from the side of 8-bit to sort of patch things up and iron things out, but one thing is for sure is that 8-bit, they need to amp up the pace no matter what you try to do in the game. Team Xpark, they've definitely amped up the pace because they've got 4 elimination points so far, so that's a little bit of a good starter for them. But look at Entity Gaming, Ronak, all the way from the top. He's got the sight lines on every single player of Team Xpark. Sarang gets knocked out from the far fray. Nice taps from Gamla Boy. Good find too. Sarang getting knocked out. This is now going to put the players of Team Xpark in such a massive state of discomfort. And look at Pokari. He's already closed on up. He's going to go for the confirmation.
Well, certainly easy confirmation will be coming through because Sarang is all by himself, and Pokar, fantastic flank that has been created by him. Well, Team Xpark was definitely not expecting the players of Team Entity in this scenario. Easy confirmation coming through. And now Team Xpark, they've already lost 1 player. Now they have lost 2 of the players. And this is an outnumbered fight for them. And the drop clash in every single map. In Sanhok also, they had a drop collision. In Vikendi also, the drop clash was there. And it's not working in their favor because it's not like they're coming out as a... they're coming out in a flawless victory. They usually suffer few casualties, and eventually the remaining players also gets taken down. So Team Xbox need to reconsider their decision of drop clashes, because 1 or 2 or 3, 4 finish points and no placement points is not going to help you in the long run.
But still they're alive with a decent kit. And I would say Team Xpark could definitely go for the med strat without a doubt. If the opponents are going to move away soon enough in the future, just try to scout out for a little bit more of loot, get as many med kits as possible, or first aids as possible, and just go for the med strat. That's probably going to be the best bet for teams like Xpark, who have already taken a massive blow. Team Together Esports, a team in the previous game that sort of have had a really nice control. Let's see how Team Together Esports can carry on the momentum inside of this game as well. Entity Gaming Spray God also... Entity Gaming also able to find Spray God. This is not looking too good. Team Xpark now starting to get dismantled. Even Ninja Jod is way too low. The taps are now starting to hurt, and Ninja Jod position compromised as well. Look at Entity, instant charge against that one last man alive from Team Xpark. Ninja Jod all by himself inside of the house. 4 DBS is making a push against Ninja, and he can't do a lot. Even he's quite softened up, and that's it.
Team Entity, suddenly the tables might have turned, but no, Team Entity will go for the rescue mission. A good cover fire, good backup definitely arrived, and this is what I was talking about, because in Sanhok also the same thing happened. Yes, Team Xpark was able to eliminate the players of Team OR Esports, but they lost few of their own, and eventually Team Xpark was the one to be taken out pretty early in the game. So no placement points, just 3-4 finishes in the long run is not helping their case. And in fact, OR is also one of those teams that tends to go for the drop clashes in most of the games. So I don't know, I've seen sometimes even the big names gets eliminated or not qualify for the LAN just because of those little bit of the drop clash which they refuse to opt out for. But now we have got Hydra on our screen, and TWM, well, they have got a clear information on them.
TWM in a really solid spot. Surrounded by foes, of course, but it's something TWM can easily deal with. Still 14 teams alive, and already 2 teams have taken an exit. This map of Vikendi is definitely being a little bit of an aggressive one. And I like it. And I think the main reason why this map of Vikendi has been so aggressive is because the circle is quite on one side of the map, on the northern side, and that too half of the circle, or more than half of the circle, is actually in the water lines too. So there's not really a lot of that real estate to grab onto.
Team Entity, what they can do is head over to the side of Port, because Port is still unoccupied, but we casters, we have that information the players don't have. On the other side, Carnival Gaming, Chemin, these are the teams that are opting for the late rotation as they're still bearing the brunt of the blue. The only team that can give trouble to Carnival or Chemin are the players of Orangutan, because they are still outside the circle and just waiting for the teams to go somewhere towards the center or Dobro Metro. And I have to say, Dobro Metro is going to be so much congested because we have Medal, we have TWM, so many teams eyeing for that particular spot. Team Zero in all that congestion is still looking much safer. And Neeraj, I have to say, today on this particular day, Team Zero is looking good in terms of the rotations which they are opting.
I mean, let's see though. It's just one game that Team Zero was actually able to perform, right? And we can't really make a lot of statements just behalf of that one single game. So Team Zero, they need to prove themselves a little bit more better to the fans and everyone that's currently watching. Because they're not doing too hot in the overall standings, all the way at the bottom too, on the 32nd spot. So that's not hot at all. Good spot. Madman knocked out and instantly confirmed as well. Team Prince off to a great start inside of this game too.
Jackson definitely having a very clear line of sight, and under his supervision, his teammates has managed to rush onto the compounds of Team 8-bit, and Savitar with the grenade might be looking for some sort of opening, but he doesn't have a lot of information where exactly the players are. And Prajwal, the man who has impressed me the most from the side of Team Prince, the main assaulter who creates those openings, is still trying with all the utility that he has in his hands. And finally, Savitar is the one to take down Mighty, but Juicy from the rooftop angle is still trying to do something, but nothing is really happening as Prajwal takes the second one also down.
Oh no, then Ronak inside of the house is now starting to cause a lot of issues. Team Prince getting dismantled slowly and steadily, and Prince from the far fray just trying to get that support fire, but a little bit too late. Team 8-bit, even they've lost out in 2 players. It's a 2v2 scenario, but 8-bit at least to knock players, there's a chance they will be back up on their feet, and that's what's happening.
Yeah, they're going for the rescue mission, a much needed one, and suddenly, I don't know, Team Prince was looking so fantastic, but the DBS on the other hand was something they were not expecting at all, and now Prince and Jackson are going for a outnumbered fight. Jackson with a Molotov and Prajwal with a DBS in his hands. Madman is still bleeding. There is no chance that he can be revived, but wait a minute, there is a chance because Juicy gets a knock on Prajwal with a pre-cooked grenade. Fantastic prediction coming through, but on the other side, we have Jackson with the DBS taking down Mighty. But perfect, right nick of time, Ronak comes in and saves the day for his team. And a flawless victory coming in for the plus of Team 8-bit.
Good stuff from 8-bit for sure. Them being able to get the 4 points is, of course, going to help them so much in that longer run.
Oh, certainly, because Team 8-bit is also one of those teams that need those points. And these 4 finish points is definitely going to help the case of 8-bit propel themselves. But I don't know how Team Prince lost that particular fight, because they were looking so solid, so strong in that particular situation. But yeah, few mistakes were made. Either you win or you learn, and this time Team Prince might have learned what went wrong, and next time they'll look strong, they'll look solid, because they're not one of those teams that will go down so easily. In the overall standings also, they're looking fantastic. But I'm a little worried about Skull's Lucifer, because Team Zero, who is present on the shoreline, especially Shadow, had an idea where Lucifer is, and perfect spray coming in from that M416 would result onto a knock on Team Skull's player. Even Team Skulls is also one of those teams that is really struggling in the challenge season after having a very strong run, solid run in the open finals, getting 4 chicken dinners. Now Team Skull, they are nowhere near in the top 16. So that's something concerning for me. And also, I don't know what's really happening. This can't be the pressure that continues for 5 days. something really wrong happening with the players of Team Skulls because they're not able to replicate the same performance. But looks like Shadow is not happy with just a single knock. He is trying to go for the second knock onto the players of Skull as one player came for the rescue mission, but the grenade, the throwables should be something that could be concerning for the players of Team Skulls. But I think Shadow is way too far for that. He won't be able to make that utility connection with the players of Team Skulls. The smoke is helping their case, but they need to fall back. And the good thing at this situation, is the players of Team Zero, they're not making any sort of unnecessary rush onto the players of Skulls. Because if they had, Skulls have 4 players. The flank angle could have been cancelled, could have been protected. So that was a good decision coming from the side of Team Zero, just to hold on to their grounds because the circle is favoring them. And in Vikendi, if the circle favors you, you ought not to compromise that position. You ought not to leave that spot for the enemy. So that's exactly what they are doing. But Skull, they managed to give revive to their fallen teammate. Now they are standing strong as a 4-man unit. Even they have got a good amount of utility and first aid. So mid strat is definitely one of the things that they can go for. Let's see if they'll opt for it or no. But almost all the teams have made it inside the safety of the circle, barring 2, Entity and Carnival Gaming. Carnival Gaming, they opted for a very late rotation, and so far now it is working in their favor. But Entity, I think even they will find a clear pathway inside the circle. As long as they don't go for the center spot, they'll be good. They just need to hold on to the eastern periphery. But also at the same time, they need to be a bit cautious of the players of Team 8-bit, because even 8-bit is also on the eastern side. On the other side, Team Hydra, Spush made the mistake of his life. A wrong peek coming in and instantly gets taken down, but thankfully his teammates are there. So easy revival should be coming in, and Big Brother Esports. This is something that I love about Vikendi, that how 2 teams hold on to the adjacent compounds without making any sort of noise, and the moment you come out in the open, they punish you. And that's exactly what happened with Spush OP, but thankfully he was not in the open, so the revival came through. Now Spray God is the one, has a lot of information, but the way all these teams are trying to burn through enemy beds is something wonderful, no, Neeraj?
Pretty much. That's what happens in this map too, right? In the first 3 stages, nothing really happens, and those are the stages where teams sort of try to scratch away in the opponent's side. And as I mentioned, just try to burn through the enemy meds. Team Together Esports' Krunal is just stuck behind that vehicle. He's also knocked out, so I highly doubt he's going to be able to get back up on his feet, and yes, he will be confirmed instantly. Big Brother Esports looking pretty solid. The approach they've taken, I like the amount of split they have amongst themselves, but then once again, if even one single man gets knocked out from Big Brother Esports, that entire split's not going to work that well. So Big Brother Esports, they need to play this split with super caution.
I agree to that, because in such a big compound, there's a possibility that any team can make a rush. They can try and infiltrate in your compound, and then you are all by yourself. You are in a 1v4 situation, and that's something that Big Brother Esports also need to consider. Especially, they need to be careful from the side of Team Together Esports, because they have the momentum rolling. They had a chicken dinner in the previous one. They have got the confidence. Even in the overall standings, they're looking decent. If not too good, they're looking decent, I think. So, Big Brothers definitely need those points. At the same time, Carnival Gaming, Orangutan, I don't know, have some sixth sense feeling that they are going to engage in a fight sooner or later.
Let's see. Because Carnival Gaming, it really comes down to what breaching point they're going to choose. OG, they're currently the Guardian Angels of the White Line too. And if Carnival Gaming decides to breach from that same side, then of course there's going to be a fight. But if Carnival Gaming decides to make a rotation last moment, then maybe the fight can be denied. It can be canceled. And I would say that's the best possible bet for the entirety of Carnival Gaming as well. It's better to not take fights when you're trying to breach inside of the circle, because you will be the most volatile and exposed. Sevi Plays gets knocked out by fall damage. I'm not exactly sure what's going on with the players of Team Together Esports, but hopefully things are going to be back under control. Sevi Plays, things getting a little bit out of hand over there.
it's not just Sevi players. I think Invader was also the one who got knocked out in the very early stage of the game. So yeah, Team Together Esports, thankfully there is no one present in the close proximity. Otherwise, they could have confirmed that knock. But on the other side, Carnival Gaming, Omega gets taken down by AKOP. Like you said, had Carnival Gaming opted for a little northwestern rotation, they might have been in a safer spot. But now Orangutan is very well aware about their position. At the same time, Orangutan, they have their focus onto the plus of Team, I think, Genix FM as well. Oh, sorry, it is Team Chemin. So, Orangutan, they're picking fight on the multiple fronts. Let's see if they can come out as victorious as they manage to take the Alto. Yeah, the throwables are coming in, the grenades are coming in, but no connection. Even Alto, I believe, will be revived very soon.
Alto getting knocked out, as you mentioned. Yeah, the resurrection's going to be there. Alto is the med strat specialist, and he's the man who's sort of like supporting, has been supporting the team for a long time now. And if Alto gets taken down this early, then it's a big sign of concern. Carnival Gaming up against the players of OG. They've already managed to find the opening knock, and that bruise is going to be hurting the players of OG. And considering OG, they're also taking a fight against the entirety of Chemin Esports. This is always just going to get even more worse. Wenham gets knocked out from the top. Carnival Gaming from the top is just raining down hellfire against both these teams. But then Chemin Esports, they decided to take the fight against the players of OG. And they push up close and personal. Good Molotov that was, but it's not going to scare Fury at all. Instead, he pushes through the flames and shuts down his opponent. Alto gets knocked out in return. OG, they're doing a great job in replying back, but the utility being utilized from the side of Chemin Esports, even they're starting to deal a lot of damage. Good shot from Phantom. Finds the second one, too. OG now starting to get dismantled slowly and steadily, and Phantom inside of this house is doing so much good work.
Oh, certainly. Chemin, they were not able to save Alto in that situation, but definitely they are going to take revenge. But the way they are eliminating the plus of Team Orangutan, Trigger is still bleeding. There is no chance of a rescue mission coming through, and the way utility is being invested, the last player of Orangutan has been forced to move into the blue. At this point, Chemin, they need to focus on the circle as well, because it is stage 5 circle. The blue will be dishing out a lot of damage, and Vizgod, I don't know how many first aids does he have. Okay, he's got 19 first aid. He can go for the mid strat, but Fury in the blue takes the risk of coming out.
Oh my god, what?
No! Vizgod takes him down. What just happened?
At the last nick of time, Vizgod just managed to take down the opponent, and then the blue zone ate him alive. One of the most unfortunate scenarios over here, ladies and gentlemen. But still, Chemin Esports, at least they're alive. Phantom is the man who is now going to be carrying the torch on forward, and I'm pretty sure Phantom does not even have a lot of meds. Just find a death crate in the front. There should be a couple of more meds to back him up, and yes, he does find one med kit. But still, it's not going to be enough to go for a med strat fully. Chemin Esports, they're not that far away as well from the breaching point, so maybe they can try to go for the run, and maybe they can try to infiltrate the zone. But let's see what the game plan's going to be. If it does find more first aid, then probably going for the med strat will be the safest bet. Big Brother Esports up against the players of Team Together Esports as well. And Big Brothers, they've already managed to find the opening knockout.
They have. They just need to capitalize on it. But speaking of one more team that is looking pretty solid is definitely the players of Team Entity, because they're holding on to the periphery of the circle. At this point, it's an open circle. Not too many compounds are there. So definitely Entity is looking good. On the other side, we have the players of Carnival Gaming, who still needs to make the journey inside the circle. But Big Brother Esports, Lucifer, how can you miss that shot? But Rishi will be the one faster to pull that trigger as he takes down one from the set of Big Brothers. Can he take down the second one? As Skull is looking fantastic, very strong. Gets the confirmation point onto Rishi. And now Big Brothers are left as a 3-man. They are outnumbered in this particular fight. In fact, one of their players is still not inside the safety circle.
Look at that airdrop. On top of the house, it's sliding down. But it's not actually sliding down. It's like an endless GIF. But CG, in the elimination feed, I'm loving the fact that CG is now recently has been taking a lot of fights that they need to. The necessary fights are not being avoided by CG anymore. And I think so that's what they realized too. It's better to take fights sometimes than just playing defensive completely. And TWM right now in a massive receiving lines as Ninja gets knocked out. Kiolomao is quite next to him. But TWM, let's see for how long even they're going to be able to stay alive. Entity up against the players of 8-Bit. Madman's a little bit scratched up and bruised up. He's quite low. Ronak, in an unfortunate circumstance, all by himself behind this little ridge or behind this little box that he's gotten. It's not that great of a cover, but sometimes you got to use anything that you've got.
Gamla Boy has managed to take down one player, and Ronak is all by himself. There is no chance that he can win this particular one. But if you go one by one, Ronak might be able to clutch it out because Crore went all by himself and was in the open. Ronak instantly shuts him down. Now Pukar is there. Ronak needs to clutch it out if he wants to get those placement points for his team. But right now, Team Entity doesn't want to take any sort of risk at this point. But Ronak from that window with the DBS in his hand is still trying to find another knock onto the players of Team Entity. But at the same time, even the blue is slowly catching up. And now he has decided to go for the rescue mission onto the fallen teammate right now.
Such a scrappy fight. And Pukar now going for the utility utilization as well. He does find Juicy in that one. But Team Together Esports now as well looking forward to infiltrate this entire compound. 3 teams fighting in the same vicinity. Ronak is the only man left alive because Entity, they've done a fantastic job in dismantling the entirety of 8-Bit. Pukar went for the push and it's not going to matter. Entity, they have been wiped off. 8-Bit, they flipped the odds against the entirety of Entity and they shut him down quite easily. And now Team Together Esports is looking forward to march against the 8-Bit last man alive, which is Ronak. Ronak all by himself, looking forward to stop the entirety of Team Together Esports, and they've actually managed to shut him down as well with that nade.
Oh, 3 teams in a single compound, and looks like Team Together Esports, they're definitely having the momentum as they come victorious. 4 finish points in their favor, and at the same time, they are having a perfect spot inside the circle also. They're holding on to the periphery, where one player, Invader, is a bit far away from his teammates, but he has a solid cover to work around with. He has got his teammates to provide all the backline support and the cover fire that is required in this situation. But Team Hydra is something that is concerning me when it comes to Team Together Esports. Middle, Encore, going for the mid strat, but maybe he can still make it inside the safety of the circle. With 3 first hits remaining, I don't think he will. I'll take my words back. I don't think he can make it inside the circle right now.
Team Together Esports. 3 players. While Safe is all the way in the back line, still just going for a med strat by Big Brother Esports. Only 2 teams currently inside of the zone. And the team that's currently in the powerful position is Hydra. Team Together Esports can be on the receiving lines, but so far they're doing a fantastic job. They've already managed to knock out 2 players, and now the situation's ball down with 2v2.
Oh, certainly a 2v2 scenario. Team Hydra, they have to go for the revival, but the way the barrage of grenades is coming from the side of Team Together Esports, at this point the revival is very risky, but still Sparsh OP decides to take that sort of a risk and is going for the rescue mission. On the other side, we have Sev going for the mid strat of Big Brother Esports. We have 5 teams remaining, but Psychart with a vehicle is already moving forward, and perfect cover fire came in as his teammate takes on Starboy. Now the grenade will be so deadly for the players of Team Hydra, and Sparsh OP has been forced to stop the revival and fall back. Psychic gets the confirmation onto Spray God, knocks down Turo OP. All the hard work which Sparsh did went in vain as Psychic and Invader eliminates the entirety of Team Hydra, but still valiant effort from their side. But Team Together Esports, well, this is their game. No one is stopping them because the last player of Chemin is going for the mid strat. Same goes for Seth. Although I'm not going to count Phantom out because what Alto pulled in the previous game, the way he got a winner chicken dinner from the blue, he and his team with them.
I mean, definitely there's a possibility, but Team Together Esports, they deny the possibility. Team Together Esports out of nowhere, this sudden shift in the playstyle and this sudden shift in the entire way they're playing the game is of course going to be seen massively in the point standings as well. Team Together Esports, they should be in a decent spot now. They should be at least in that green zone, in that safe zone. If they do make it inside the top 16, that's even going to be the icing on top of the cake, but let's see how it's going to look like. And as I mentioned, Chemin Esports, that's what they always like to do, just go for the Met strat in this map and even in the map of Sanhok most of the times. And considering the upcoming map is also going to be the map of Erangel, so Chemin Esports, let's see what the game's strat's going to be in that map for Chemin. Before now, Team Together Esports, a solid game from them. Before getting taken away by the blue zone, Phantom managed to find a 1 knockout, but that's it. He's not really going to be given his elimination point to the opponents.
But Still a good effort. Even Hector, who was doing the mid strat, goes down by the play zone, and finally Team Together Esports, a back-to-back second chicken dinner coming in for this particular team. They're looking so very strong after this in the overall standings, and it's not like Team Together Esports, they were completely missing. Well, in this particular game though, they were literally raining death and destruction. They started off by doing a third party when 8-Bit and Entity were engaging in a fight. Then they went ahead, eliminated the players of Team Hydra. So they were unstoppable foes in this particular weekend on the previous Sanhok as well. But speaking of the past week performance also, they were at least getting those average 20 to 25 points in every single day. So it's not like they had a shabby performance previous week, but this week they're looking super strong.
Without a doubt, they're looking super strong. Team Together Esports, as I mentioned, even there's going to be massive climb in the overall standings. So that's just going to be the icing on top of the cake that Team Together Esports needs. If they do reach in the top 16, well, it's going to be massive side relief. The upcoming game is going to be the game of Erangel. All Team Together Esports needs to do, really, is just try to stay consistent. They've already got the ball rolling in their court. All they need to do is just carry the momentum on to the last game of the day as well, which is going to be Erangel, and just hope for the best. And I'm pretty sure Team Together Esports will be able to do that as well. There should not be any type of issue in doing so. And another team that I would really like to elaborate over here is now Team Zero. You mentioned this. Team Zero, sort of, you can see a little bit of up climb, a little bit of climb from them as well when it comes to the points. And just in general, you're seeing that improvement. In this game of Vikendi, though, Team Zero was not really doing that great.
Yeah, the fights were not working in their favor in this particular weekend. The only thing that I liked about Team Zero in this weekend was the rotations, because they held on to the shorelines. They were coming from the northern side. At least something good is coming their way. At least they have worked on the rotation. Soon they'll work on those 4v4 fights, and eventually, if that also happens, maybe we can see a major climb from their side in the leaderboard also.
Maybe we can, but then you talk about climb. Even Chemin Esports, they took some massive blows, especially the compound fight that I was talking about. Chemin Esports, they pretty much came out on top in that fight, but then still a lot of damage was already dished out. One last man was Phantom. Later on, he just backed away, went for the med strat. One thing is for sure, teams like OG2, they're starting to struggle.
Orangutan, I think they were taken by... Okay, if you go for the multiple fights, that will eventually happen, because Orangutan, what they were doing was they were engaging in a fight with the players of Team Chemin. On the other side, few players are engaging in a fight with the players of Carnival Gaming, and this is exactly what is going to happen if you grab too much attention. But a valiant effort from the side of Wizbot. Before going down, he managed to take down Fury, but still better things are expected from their side.
I mean, look at this fight between Entity and the opponents. Team Zero, you mentioned you're loving the rotations. Yeah, sometimes they do find themselves in the good spot, but it all really boils down to the firefights as well, right? If you're just not able to win your firefights, 4v4 fights, the formation inside of those fights is being a massive issue for them, and it still continues to be an issue. Carnival Gaming too, this fight against the players of OG was of course quite a massive blunder too, and then later on, OG just getting taken out by the blue zone was of course quite a saddening moment for all the fans out there. But OG, as I mentioned, even they're starting to struggle a little bit too much, and OG, they're also starting to falter away in the overall standings. They need to pick up the pace somehow.
Well, they have to, because I think Orangutan performed good on day number 3 in the previous week. This week was expected that they'll continue the same momentum, but that was not happening. Yes, this time the rotations were coming in. You have to focus on the one fight, especially in the map like Sanhok and Vikendi, where so many third parties are happening. You have to entirely focus on one particular fight, or just stay silent and let the other two teams fight amongst each other. But never mind, sometimes the decision makings doesn't come so accurate. They don't go as you plan. But on the other side, the team that was also looking very strong was Team Entity. But eventually, a third party came in the name of Team Together Esports.
Yeah, exactly. That third party was definitely something which was quite an interesting one. Team Together Esports came in, they pretty much sweep the ground. They got the last man with the utility, and things were quite good in the hood for Team Together Esports, so everything was looking pretty nice. But then Team Together Esports, another talking point over here is that you clearly saw in week 1, Team Together Esports was they were not really doing that great, right? In the overall standings, Team Together Esports' position was dwindling down day by day. But now to this week, the start has been quite solid from Team Together Esports. Day 2 this week in Team Together Esports, in the first 2 games of today that they play, Team Together Esports is able to make a mark. And I think so in the upcoming game of Erangel as well. If they have a consistent finish, they will be in a really, really good spot in the overall standings.
Agreed, 100%. And it was not like the performance in the previous week was too shabby, something to complain about. Yes, they were in the danger area, but I think they were somewhere between 17th to 20th spot. So not that concerning, because one good game, they could have come in the top 16. They were getting those average points, 20 to 25 points every single day. And that was something that gave them the confidence boost. But looking at the MVP, we have Duo OP from the side of Hydra. Even Hydra, this particular week, they are slowly and steadily making some good progress.
50% finish contribution with 5 finishes. Duo OP, of course, this man has showcased himself on the MVP board. Soon enough, we'll be able to take a look at the best the companions as well, or pretty much the stars of the match. But we'll be able to find out how things are looking like over there too. But Duo OP, this man has been in my eyes for a really long time. This man has caught my eye. I've seen this man perform in the past as well in some official tournaments. And Duo OP has never disappointed. He is always the man who sort of leads the pack as well, who gets all the elimination points for the team. And his teammates as well do a great job in setting him up. So Duo OP getting this MVP, especially when Hydra was surviving that late, I'm not really surprised. Best companion is going to be Shaikat from Team Together Esports with 3 rescues and 3 assists with health restored to 245 and the survival time of 2740.
Saikat of Team Together Esports is doing so much. It's not like this particular week, this man was also getting good finishes. In the previous week also, he has always been there, the supporter, when Invader was throwing those throwables onto the opponents of Team Hydra. Saikat was the one who went for the flank angle also. So definitely the Team Together Esports, they are playing as a unit. They are living up to the name. They are playing so together. But let's have a look at the match ranking also, and let's see which team is sitting at the top. I think Team Together Esports, because they got good finishes also with a total of 24 points. But there were few disappointments as well, like Team Prince or Esports, Orangutan, big names.
Exactly, and this is what I was mentioning too. Team Prince, another name that we do not really expect to have such a bad performance. And Team Prince, if the same storyline keeps on continuing, well, the day is not far away, or that time's not far away when Team Prince will be kicked out of that top 16. So it's a wake-up call for Team Prince. Already the first spot in the overall standings has been compromised, so Team Prince better start doing something. OR Esports too, with only 1 point accumulated. OG as well, still struggles continuing. A lot of these teams not being able to perform inside this game too is sort of now starting to build a little bit of a concern for me.
Well, or Esports, I think the drop clash didn't work in their favor at all. Team Xpark eliminated them. Team Prince also, the rush that came from the side of Team 8. I don't understand what happened wrong in that particular fight, Neeraj. Please break it down for me. Because Team Prince was looking so strong. The way the utility usage came through, the way the grenades came in. Prajwal managed to take down one player of 8-bit. His teammate managed to take down the other one. But yet, Team Prince lost that particular fight. Big blunders.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes all you can say is that the luck is just not favoring you. Sometimes, even inside of the firefights, luck is something that can matter. There can be like little percent of luck, maybe a 2 or 3% of luck, and sometimes things can go pretty bad for you. I mean, as you mentioned, Prajwal as well was getting those knockouts, but then you also need to understand there were also a few angles that were being overcommitted by the players of Team Prince, and I think so overcommitment is something that they really need to sort of get things under control with. But then again, Team Prince, we know they should be somewhere in the top 16, so no issues are going to be there in that regard. But look at Team Together Esports already in the top 5. That's going to be a massive sigh of relief for the side of Team Together Esports. Came in all the way at the first. They've already toppled over Team IQ Seoul.
Oh yes, Chemin Esports, that was expected because Chemin Esports will go for the placement points. That is their go-to strategy, and even they have got the highest one, and not too shabby in the finish department also. They have got 54 finishes. Gujarat Tigers are also looking super strong. They are sitting on the 3rd spot. Entity, maybe in the next game, if the consistency comes, even if they get 1 point, they'll easily topple over Gujarat Tigers. And if a good game comes through, maybe they can topple over the players of Team Soul also and come on the 2nd spot. God's Train, they didn't had a very good day today, but one good game definitely came through from their side. 130 points to their name, and now they're sitting on the 7th spot. Blind Esports, well, Blind is looking much more confident as compared to the previous week.
Pretty much 129 points accumulated. Yeah, Blind Esports, they're looking much more confident. But then once again, it's Blind Esports. All the players that Blind Esports have signed recently, even those players have been playing with each other for a really long time. And even those players have a decent knowing in the IGC, and we know what those players are capable of. So I wasn't really worried about Blind Esports in the first place. There were a couple of teams that I was definitely worried about, and those teams are over here in front of you, Forever and Orangutan. Orangutan especially, yes, they're in the top 16, no issues in that regard. But there's a chance the positions can start to fade away slowly and steadily. Even Team Prince being pushed all the way on the 9th spot. For Team Prince, the upcoming game has to be a massive wake-up call.
Oh yes, Team Prince, they have to perform. But just look at the stats of Global Esports or Orangutan. These are the two teams that are heavily relying on the aggression, because Global, they have got 77 finish points, but not too many placement points. So Global and Orangutan, they need to work on the consistency. They need to work on those placement points, because they have got the firepower that is being showcased in the finish points. But looking at the third page, we have Team iFlix. Not a good performance coming in today from their side. They're sitting in the 24th spot with just 89 points. Gujarat Esports, the team that really plays well on the map of Sanhok, but they also need to work on Erangel, because we have got maximum Erangels sitting on the 23rd spot with 92 points. And I think the only chicken dinner which they have in their pocket is also on the map of Sanhok.
Pretty much. I mean, Team iFlix too, with 89 points accumulated. Yeah, not really in that good of a position, but once again, we know the improvement will be there in the future lines. Last page of the overall standings, Reckoning Esports, once again, the spot where they were, they're back over there once again. Team 8-Bit 2, they're over here now. OR Esports, definitely a big surprise to see OR Esports on the last page of the overall standings, but maybe we might just see that comeback happening soon enough. Metal Esports 2 on the 28th spot, and I'm not really liking the spot that Metal Esports is currently in, because all the players in the Metal Esports' roster, they're quite experienced. They're one of the OG players out there. And then Team X Part 2 on 29th spot. So many known teams are over here on the last page. It just hurts to see.
Team X Park, that's one of the biggest shock for me, considering the position which they are sitting right now, because they've got 2 chicken dinners, and what they have got 33 placement points. 30 in only 2 games where they got chicken dinners, and in the remaining games what they got only 3 placement points. You can't be that inconsistent that you come off in a one game, get the chicken dinner, get the maximum finish points, everything, and suddenly in the next game down to 0. That's something that Team Xbox need to consider. And the drop clash which they are opting for, please don't go for the drop clash. That is my request for the players of Team Xbox.
I mean, we've got the schedule now. The upcoming game is going to be the last game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Group B and D will have a chance to sort of do whatever they can, and this will be the last chance for the second day of this week too as well. So let's see what Group B and D is going to be able to establish, because Erangel, once again, we're back to the basic ground. Sanhok and Vikendi can be a little bit challenging, but Sanhok and Vikendi both were won by Team Together Esports, so that sort of propelled them massively in the overall standings. If the upcoming game of Erangel as well is actually won by Team Together Esports, this will be sort of like a record being set inside the SPS.
Oh, yeah. Back-to-back 3 chicken dinners and a hat trick. Something I love to see. I want to see that. Some team getting that. But if that happens, then Neeraj, you know what will happen the next day? Team Together Esports, they'll have a bullseye target. Everyone will be reading their strategy. Everyone will be come prepared for Team Together Esports, that how can we cut their rotation? How can we go against them? So yeah, that will something make things more interesting.
Without a doubt. I mean, if a team's doing exceptionally well, they will always have a target on their back, because everyone would be looking at their play style, their gameplay, and at least would try to suppress them down, right? And Team Together Esports, definitely this good play style is there, but let's see for how long the consistency is going to be carried on, because that was a key issue for Team Together Esports, and not just for them, for a lot of the teams that are currently playing inside the SPS, known teams. Consistency is a big issue. As you mentioned, Team X-Park, they have got 2 chicken dinners, but still, consistency even for them is an issue.
I'll say drop clash. I'll repeat again and again like a broken record. For Team Xbox, the thing that is not working is the drop clash. If they go for the drop clash in the map of Erangel, I'm leaving, Neeraj. I'm leaving, because I can't handle it so much. Back-to-back 3 games you're losing because of the drop clash. When will you learn? Let's hope this game goes in the favor of Team Xbox.
Let's hope. A lot of hopes will be there as the plane flap hat starting all the way from hospital towards Kameshki. And off the bat, you see 8-Bit just walking out of that plane instantly, just dropping out. They like to go towards Primorsk. It's going to be a massive stretch for them. Even Chemin Esports dropping towards Georgia Pool's side. Even they will have an easy stretch. No issues on that regard. Carnival Gaming, they like to go towards Gatka. No issues for them too. Entity will be challenged up a little bit. Let's see how Entity is going to try to position themselves.
Entity, I'm not worried at all about it. They have been playing good, especially Gamla Boy, Pukar. It's not just an individual who is performing really good. And Pochinki has been their home ground since a very long time, and that is exactly where they are heading. But in the previous Erangel, we saw the circle was somewhere towards the northern side, towards the side of shooting range. So let's see if we have a similar circle, because seeing the flight path right now, I think it is going to be somewhere on the eastern or southern eastern side. If that happens, well, Entity can still benefit from it. Also, we have GenX FM heading towards the side of Kameshki. That means we have a drop clash happening. And in Yasne also, Team X Park, OR Esports. When will you guys learn?
OR Esports and Team X Park in a massive drop collision this time. But they also took a couple of shots. I mean, OR Esports and Team X Park, they have been in a drop collision from the start of this entire tournament. But it's just the difference is that they don't really decide to fight. This time, a couple of shots were taken, but no issues. Metal Esports pushing up against Spider Jot from GenX FM, who's all by himself in that building, and he's also keeping his position anonymous. He's quiet.
Staying silent is the key right now. And that is exactly what Spider Jot is doing. Because he has got no helmet. The surprise factor is the only way that he can do a 1v2 in this scenario. And finally he comes out, but the cover fire was there. The shotguns were prepared and Siam instantly shuts him down. And GenX FM, well, they have been going towards the side of Kamishki. That is their drop location, but this time Medal is there and GenX was not prepared for it. They already lost one of the player, and Medal, they are looking strong. They have the numbers advantage, even in terms of the weaponry which they are having. They have good weaponry, they have got all the AKs, they have got the shotguns, M762, everything that is required to win a 4v3 fight.
GenX FM losing out on Spider Jot is, of course, going to be a massive stinger for them. 3 players in front of us from GenX FM with the Herculean task now just to execute this entire game with a 3-man squad. Personally, sounds too much. But once again, these guys have been in the same situation time and time in the past as well. And it's quite interesting to see Metal Esports drop towards Kamishki, because usually Metal Esports likes to go towards Norupnoi. Yes, the plane fly path has a massive role in that. But still, Metal Esports dropping in an unknown territory. I want to see how the adaptation quickly is going to be there. So far, they're having the upper hand in the fight.
And in terms of the terrain also, because they have a little bit of the height advantage. The only player that can turn things around is JD Gaming of GenX FM, because he has gone off for a little bit of the flank angle. And if Medal doesn't anticipate that, he can definitely ruin the game, and he's certainly doing so as he finds Top Dog out in the open, instantly shuts him down. The confirmation is very critical. He has to go for the confirmation point, and he's trying to do so, but he has got no armor, no helmet, no vest, nothing at all. So even the bullets are numbered for GenX FM right now. All the Paradox is trying to save the fallen comrade, but it's not going to be so easy at all. The smoke is there, the soft cover is there, but even the random spray is going to hurt right now, Top Dog. But looks like the revival should be made. And if that happens, it is not going to help the case of GenX FM at all.
GenX FM in the outskirts, just moving around. Metal Esports still in the compound, looking quite cozy. GenX FM, in general, both these teams are just wasting each other's time at this point. They could utilize this time to loot up and pretty much position themselves in a better spot inside of the circle, because they're all the way on the opposite side of the circle too. So I'm not really a big fan of early game stalemates. And this stalemate is definitely quite destructive if this just keeps on going on for a long time.
We see a stalemate situation right now for all the good reasons, because they don't have enough weaponry, they don't have enough bullets also in their hands, because they just dropped in and there was a drop clash. So the best thing what Gen X FM can do right now is just try and fall back from the situation. Go towards the side of Stelber, root all the smaller compounds on the shoreline somewhere, and then migrate inside the circle from the side of Zarki. That could be a go-to approach for Gen X FM if the players of Metal Esports allow, because to fall back, you need those vehicles, and Gen X FM desperately needs to find those vehicles. I can see one of the player of Gen X FM, Skillful, is already going for a very big flank angle. Or is he opting for the waterways? Is he looking for a boat? But on the other side, we have the plus of Team Prince also in a bit of a situation, as Skull is also trying to breach into their compounds.
Skulls. Oh, look at the amount of utilities being tossed. Prince knocked out. Jackson's also out of the contention, but Prejwald replies back nicely. Skulls as well. They've lost out on one player. But Team Prince, they've taken hefty amount of damage onto themselves. Savitar is not exactly in the clotheslines. He needs to close on up, though, provide that backup as quick as possible. And Prejwald, he's got a whole storm brewing up in front of him. DBS in the hand, looking to back himself up. But unfortunately, Prejwald falls prey to Skulls.
Something unheard of. Prajwal losing those close frontal battles. I don't know, Team Prince, they were so strong in their firepower, but today they're not looking so strong. Team Skull, on the other hand, is looking fantastic, but on the other side of the map, we have Metal also breaching into the compound of Gen X FM, and Karan was all by himself, and Sayam's shotgun is talking too much today. He has already managed to get 2 finish points, both on the plus of Gen X FM, and Gen X not a start they were hoping for. But it is definitely going to help the case of Metal Esports, because they need those points. But at the same time, we have Team Zero also looking nearby.
And Team Zero is on a move. I highly doubt Team Zero would actually try to go for the fight as well. Dark Lord is quite close. Maybe there's a chance that Team Zero is actually going for the fight. They want to catch the players of Metal Esports off guard in that rotation. But even the Wall of Death is on a move, so Team Zero, even they need to make that quick rotation happen. They cannot waste a lot of time anymore. It's better to just back away. But Metal Esports, even they're not going to be backing away from this fight anymore. But there's a man of Team Zero all the way in the back lines, and he can't be the spoiler. Shadow being able to find the first knockout. Top Dog gets knocked out instantly, and as soon as I mentioned, there's a man in the back lines of Team Zero in the name of Dark Lord, and he has managed to knock out 2 players. It's all down to Encore now. The only friend of Encore is the smoke that's currently in front of him. That's keeping him shrouded, but it's not going to matter. Team Zero, it's a clean wipeout against Metal Esports. Nicely done. I mentioned about this too. 4v4 fights, the stances were not good, but this time the stance was phenomenal.
Oh yes, because they played like a unit. And Team Zero, Neeraj, they dropped in towards Lipovka. From Lipovka, they were going for a very long rotation, north rotation. They heard all the gunshots that were coming from the side of Metal Esports, and they decided to do a third party. But by then, Gen X FM was already eliminated. They were waited for the players of Metal Esports to come out in the open. The patience finally paid off. Everything was working in their favor. Even they had good weaponry, good gears, level 2 helmet, level 2 vest also were there for the plus of Team Zero. So finally a good start, a ray of hope for the plus of Team Zero. But on the other side, we have the plus of Big Brother, somewhere towards the northern part of the map. Even they had a decent run yesterday. I won't say a very good performance. They had a decent run, a good performance in the map of Miramar also. So Uzumaki is definitely one of those players who is doing majority of the heavy lifting.
Without a doubt. And Big Brother Esports, for now, they're also eyeing out the compounds in the front. OR Esports is the one in the front lines. All the 4 players in the houses towards Gatka looking quite comfortable. In a decent spot inside the circle, and that's all that's going to matter for OR for now. Away from all the threats. But let's see for how long this place is going to be away from all the threats, though. Not for long.
Agreed, because now they are in the Gatka area, which Carnival Gaming usually dominates. So, or Esports, all they need to do is just defend this compound. If they manage to defend this compound, I think the next circle is also going to favor the players of OR Esports. They've got all the resources, they've got all the weaponry required for the next few circles, so I don't think loot is going to be a problem for them. All they need to do is just keep the enemy at the bay, keep them at a certain distance, and they're good to go. But on the other side, speaking of one more team that is looking very promising, are the players of Team Entity, but fewer teams are going for the late rotation, like the players of Team Hydra and Team Zero. There is a very high chance of Team Hydra and Team Zero also collide with each other, and in the blue, that is not going to be a good news for either of those teams. At the same time, there are few teams who would be looking for a rotation coming from the northern side, like the players of TWM, Team X Park. Then we have Chemin. Chemin again going for a very late rotation. That's a good thing because they'll find a clear pathway inside the circle. Nothing to worry about. And we know Chemin. They'll go for the mid strat. And I'm always happy as long as it's working in your favor. If it is not working in your favor, then I'll start complaining. But the firepower is also there. We can't deny that. Chemin knows how to deal with those fights. But right now, Juicy is in a very tough spot as Trigger with the S12K shuts him down. I wonder what Juicy was doing out in the open all by himself. But Team 8-bit, they usually like dropping in toward the side of Primorsk. This is what usually happens when the circle is in your drop city, in your home ground. You don't have to rotate too much. When you don't rotate too much, you don't have all the intel, you don't have all that information that where which team is present, and you tend to come out in the open. And that is exactly, I think, what happened with Juicy. Maybe he went to get the information that which teams are rotating, and finally he was spotted down by the players and was taken out. But nothing to worry. Team 8-bit, they still have 3 mins standing strong. Entity could be the next one to eye for the city of Primorsk. One more team that we were raising questions on was Orangutan, because after the performance which they delivered yesterday, we expected Orangutan to set the momentum for today. They'll carry forward the same momentum today, but that didn't happen in the previous game also. Yes, they were engaging in a lot of fights, but they were not working in their favor. So Orangutan, still that dominating performance is not coming in from their side. So maybe Orangutan might try and capitalize on this particular game, because even they like dropping in toward the side of Ferry Pier, so they are very well aware and versed to all the terrains of this particular circle. Even Trigger is also one of those veteran players. All these 4 players, they have been sticking together with each other since a very long time. So we can't blame that, oh, the synergy is not there, because they have been playing for a very long time. So the synergy is there. On the other side, we have the players of Team OR Esports. Speaking of OR Esports, few of the players literally impressed me. Edmino is going to be the one, because I've seen Edmino perform really good on few of the occasions. So definitely OR Esports is also looking good, but I think Pro is also one of those players from the side of OR Esports who is doing all the heavy lifting along with Edmino. The duo of Edmino and Pro is working phenomenally well for the players of OR. Even now also, instead of opting for the center of the circle, they are somewhere on the northern part, having a good compound, and they can try and potentially look for a dominant control from the northern front. So yeah, OR is looking good, but the team that have a very good momentum are the players of Team Together.
Without a doubt. Team Together Esports, 2 games back-to-back win. Maybe looking to secure this 3rd game as well. The circle is definitely quite unique, though. You got to give it to the circle. It's been playing a lot of these mind games with a lot of the teams in general. And Team Together Esports, they have been finding those good rotations inside of the circle. Team Prince, Metal Esports being eliminated off the bat is, of course, going to be a big mood uplifter for a lot of these teams, and they should be feeling quite good, considering that Team Prince, one of those teams that was sort of ruling the entire charts in the overall standings, is not really inside of the game anymore. And then Metal Esports too, a team that sort of can be a big threat for the lobby. Right now, they're not really doing that great in the overall standings, but Metal Esports can definitely be something to be feared for.
Agreed,
So
because
see.
Metal, they are showing some signs where they are winning those 4v4 fights also. So definitely big hopes are there from the side of Metal Esports also. And same time, Big Brothers also. They are also one of those big names that that ought to perform good, but that was not happening the previous week. This week, maybe they can try to do so. It's all about the adaptation, because the groups are changing every day, the maps are changing. You have to quickly adapt every single day. For few teams, I think that is a major problem, Neeraj.
Without a doubt. Major problems are there, including Big Brother Esports too. Yes, they are on a slow and steady climb, but this is the day 2 of the week 2 itself. The games are running out of your hands, even though time's running away. There's not a lot of time left anyways. So Big Brother Esports, even they need to sort of buckle up and hope for the best, including 8-Bit as well.
This can be a good game, but they already lost 8-Bit. They already lost one player. Orangutan, on the other hand, is looking promising in terms of the rotations which are coming from their side. And TWM also, because they are sticking onto the western shorelines. And it might work in their favor, because we have few terrains, we have few higher grounds that TWM can benefit heavily from instead of committing to the compounds. So yeah, that could be a good rotation, good path to go. But I'm just looking at... okay, I just appreciated the players of Team Zero for their rotation. What they did in this Erangel, they dropped in the city of Lipoka, went to Kameshki, took a fight, then again went for a complete southern rotation, and now are trying to move inside the circle from the side of Ferry Pier. If it works in their favor, well, it works, there is no need to mend it. But if it doesn't work, then you have to rethink about your rotations, Team Zero, because you need everything. You need those placement points, you need those finish points. Even Carnival Gaming, a major dip has been seen in their performance as well.
Without a doubt. Team Together Esports, all the players out in the open, not exactly out in the open, but the compound they've got, it's quite out in the open, in no man's land. And they're the only team that's currently sitting inside of the compound as well. The chances are that Team Together Esports can be isolated if the circle does not really shift on top of them. And if the vehicle tires are blown out, then Team Together Esports, they're going to have a tough time to rotate out of that spot. But let's see what the game plan is going to be looking like for them. Because all that's going to matter is, as long as you're going to have the vehicles to rotate out of that spot, no issues will be there.
Even Team Hydra, this team is impressing me a little bit in week number 2. Week 1, on the very first day, I remember Hydra, they dropped in, I think, towards the side of Milta Power. Even the circle was favoring them. But yet they didn't get too many placement points or finish points. They went for a very slow approach, and that didn't work in their favor. And finally, Hydra, they have changed their playstyle. They're going for those fights, and eventually those fights are turning in their favor most of the time. So Team Hydra is also looking promising on week 2. Entity, nothing to worry about them. They are already the table toppers. They are sitting somewhere in top 5. They just need the winner chicken dinner, because that's the only thing which they have not got yet. But eventually it will come, I'm very sure. Ronak, Troy, Pukar, Gamla Boy. Initially it was just Pukar and Gamla Boy doing all the majority of the work, getting those frags, but Ronak and Troy are also bringing those frags. The finish points are equally distributed among the team. So that's something that makes Entity super strong.
Skulls and 8-Bit right next to each other. 8-Bit with the high ground, so at least they're looking okay. Not a lot to worry about. Even CG towards the quarry side, they're also holding the high ground. And considering the next circle shift's going to be on the board too, you can clearly see Team Together Esports, CG, and Hydra. They're currently in the prime spot. They're currently in a solid spot, especially CG and Hydra. They're in the prime spot. As soon as Team Zero try to make it inside the circle, there is going to be a clear line of sight, and Hydra will definitely try to punish Team Zero.
That's a possibility, because but the only thing that might work in the favor of Team Zero is the split which the players of Team Hydra is having right now. But on the other side, we have Entity also in the fray, as Pukar did manage to pip a few bullets towards one of the players of Team Hydra. Although the vehicle has taken a certain damage, but the player is safe, nothing to worry about. I like the compound which the players of Team Entity are holding, but the split is something that they need to consider. Eventually they'll regroup, and they have a lot of information. They have information onto the players of Team Hydra, they have information onto the players of Team Orangutan as well. And speaking of Orangutan, well, they are engaging in a fight with the players of Team 8-bit. What just happened? Ronak and his teammate fell down and knocked themselves. This is not a good news at all. I know they were making those rotations with those vehicles, but looked like they had to make that exit, and eventually they had to get, they were taken down, they were knocked out. But right now, Orangutan and TWM are in a battle of grenades.
And OG on the receiving line. One of the players has been knocked out and finished, and Drigger as well inside of the HUD. Even he gets knocked out. AKOP instantly just trying to back away from the fight. Does not want anything to be done inside of this one. TWM, what a perfect execution that was. And now OG, one last man in the name of AKOP. Even he's starting to get pounced on by Ninze, and AKOP gets caught out in the open. Does not really hear the vehicle approaching him. Interesting.
Sometimes the sound cues don't connect really well, or maybe you are busy listening to the teammates' commands, but whatever is the case, TWM, they've managed to get 4 finish points for themselves, and they're looking strong on the western periphery of the circle. But if they'll go a little north, they'll find the players of Team 8, Big Brothers as well. And from the southern side, we have the players of Team Skull also approaching. So TWM, they need to be cautious of the players of Team Skull. Although for now, they have a good spot to hold on to, but they have to migrate inside the circle. The circle is a big problem. It tends to go away from you. And now, in the quarry area, we have the players of Team Hydra holding on to the 2 warehouses. The only thing that's concerning for Hydra is if some teams makes a rush, tries to breach into the compounds, then they are in a 3-4 fight. But on the other side of the map, we have Team X-Pac also trying to take down the players of OR from the moving vehicle, and looks like Edmino has already been knocked out.
Spray God and Dreams is way too low. So Team X-Pac inside of this fight, at least they've got the man number, so they can always try to back themselves up with that. M416 primed on the target. OR Esports inside of the hut. The players are also getting spotted. He can see them as well. Spray God's eyes locked. He's just waiting for at least one of the players to just step out of that entire shack. And as soon as that happens, a lot of shots will be taken against them, and that's what is exactly happening.
X-Pac and OR, they didn't fight in the city of Yasna, but eventually they are crossing paths with each other. And definitely OR is not looking at the best spot right now. Then we have Team X-Pac. At this point, they have to prioritize the rotation also. But somewhere else on the map, we have Carnival Gaming, Omega also taking down few of the players. Carnival, they have the northern periphery of the circle. Even they have a good spot. Not a good, I'll say a decent spot for themselves. Yes, the high ground is going to help their case. So Carnival Gaming, for them also, this game is important because there is a major downfall in their performance. Then we have the plus of Team 8-bit also. 3 teams that need to stage a comeback are holding on to the quarry area. Hydra, Team 8-bit, Carnival Gaming. This game is very important. This particular week is very important for all these 3 teams because they are either on the 2nd or the 3rd page of the overall standings. None of these 3 teams are in the safe zone.
CG and Hydra in decent spots. Hydra especially, they're holding those 2 warehouses, 2-2 split. CG on the top with the high ground, getting all the intel that's essential. But soon enough, CG will need to leave that spot and try to make it inside of the zone, and that's where the real fights or the real hell's going to start to break loose. Skulls now, they're trying to eye out the players of Big Brother Esports, Rishi and Sarvit in the sidelines. Utilities being exchanged from both the sides, but Sarvit in the front lines needs to be a little bit more cautious because he's in the nading range. Even the Wall of Death now starting to move in from the back lines, and the real pressure can be felt now.
Big Brother Esports making the best use of this situation, and even they need to prioritize the circle right now, but right now they have to deal with the plus of Team Skull, as Skull is falling down one after another like a pack of dominoes. But before going down, they did manage to take down one player from the side of Big Brother Esports. Eventually the play zone will also play their part. Chemin Esports, talking about them, Alto was knocked out, but the revival has been made. Chemin, even for them, it's not going to be an easy journey inside the circle because The team that is trying to gatekeep everyone on the northern end is going to the players of Team X-Park along with Team Hydra. I can see one of the player of Team Entity, Troy, has also been knocked out. And in the meanwhile, Team Gujarat Esports, after having a fantastic run in the previous 2 games, they have been eliminated. And Team X-Park, they're creating problems for so many teams. Not just Entity, for everyone who is trying to come from the northern front.
Pretty much, Team X-Park Dreams gets knocked out. Sarang as well is right underneath that watchtower. And Gamla Boy tosses that nade. It was a good placement too, but unfortunately Sarang moved away in the nick of time. Good timing onto that one. Gamla Boy just trapped at the top. We'll need to face all the utilities. That's going to be on his way. And considering his presence of mind as well as sort of helping him out inside of this fight, he's also taken so much damage himself, but he's also inflicting a lot of pain and hurt against the players of X-Park. He's way too softened up, needs to patch himself up, and that's what he does.
Gamla Boy needs to patch himself up. Even the blue, the wall of death like you call it, is closing in. And both these teams, they're doomed. Sarang, this states this circle. You can't survive the blue. And Gamla Boy, I think he's also going for the mid-stride. But with the DBS in his hands, he tries to make a hasty rush towards the circle. Eventually gets taken down. On the other side, Team X-Park, they're still surviving as a 3-man army, looking super strong. This could be their game to lose. Even Hydra is looking strong. But what just happened? Carnival Gaming, they were trying to come inside the circle and Team Hydra eliminated them and plays on. Well, it is punishing the plus of Team X-Park as well. Hydra's perfect grenade utility usage onto the plus of Carnival Gaming was so fantastic. And now Hydra is looking 5 finish points strong. They've got all the 4 plus alive. They have got all the momentum rolling in their favor. Even they have got a good position as well. Team Zero, even they have made it inside top 5, but looks like a grenade that came from the side of X-Park took down Scout.
Knocked out. As I mentioned, Team Zero, as soon as they're going to try to make it in, this is what's going to happen. Team Zero, they're in such a sensitive spot right now. And the teams on the high grounds, without a doubt, they will have the most amount of advantage. And you can see Hydra, too, slowly and steadily marching in against the opponents. Ninja Jod's knocked out. Spray God has got a solid cover to play with. Team Zero is the only big threat currently inside of these final few teams.
Team Zero, I'm happy at least they made it this far inside the top 4 with, I think, 3 players alive, I believe. Yeah, 3 players are definitely there for Team Zero. This can be a good game for them. Hydra, for them also, because they need that much needed chicken dinner. Yeah, the position which the players of Team Zero are having right now is not so good because they don't have the high ground, but the angle which Shadow is holding right now is so very critical. The utility usage, the grenade exchange that is coming in, the thing that is working in the favor of Team Zero is the circle. They have the circle benefit, and with that, Shadow comes in and takes on not just 1 but 2, 3 plus of Team Hydra, and with that Team Hydra, they have been eliminated, and Team Zero 12 finishes already in their favor. The only last man that is stopping them from getting that winner chicken dinner is going to be Spray God of Team X-Park.
Oh my god. Where was this Team Zero when they desperately needed to perform in the first few weeks? But maybe, I guess, Team Zero, they've sort of ironed out all the patches that were there, or all the loopholes that were there in that strategy. And Team Zero, now a 3-man squad up against one last man at Team X-Park. Spray God is trying his best to fight back. The utilities are also being tossed up. And Team Zero, somewhere down line, they should have a clue that where exactly this last man is. 3 players from Team Zero will desperately try to take this fight against Spray God. Him being the only man alive as well will just give the players of Team Zero a little bit more confidence.
Good efforts from the side of Spray God. Good util usage. The way that he was able to deploy those grenades, and finally it was eventually bound to happen. Shadow's grenade came in and Spray God has been taken down, and Team Zero finally a much needed winner chicken dinner from their side, and not a passive game, a very high flagging game this time. 12 or really more than 12 finishes strong they were looking in this particular one. I was the one who raised questions on their rotation that after going north, why they went all the way south, but whatever it worked entirely in their favor.
Team Zero, solid stuff from them today, that's for sure. all the other teams that you do not really expect to perform, today they were performing. Team Together Esports, 2 chicken dinners back-to-back. Team Zero out of nowhere just propelling themselves as well in a decent spot now. Man, it's just really increasing the excitement for the upcoming weeks as well. I'm not going to lie. Team Zero, they are pulling off some incredible stuff, that's for sure. As I mentioned this during the previous couple of games as well, I mentioned this Team Zero's fighting stance isn't really that great. But then inside this game, Team Zero was a whole different beast.
Yeah, they had a very good momentum rolling. First, they went and eliminated the players of Team Metal Esports. The synergy was showcased over there because there was patience. They just waited for the players of Team Metal Esports to come out in the open. It was not like they missed any kind of unnecessary rush or push onto the compounds of Metal Esports. After that, also, they prioritized the rotation. They went all the way south from the ferry pier area. They tried to move inside the circle, and that decision making, the rotation decision making, eventually worked out in their favor because the circle also went little south towards the side of Quarry.
Pretty much. I mean, the circle was also quite interesting, right? Even in the map of Vikendi, the circle was quite weird. Now, even in this game of Erangel, the circle was quite weird, especially Quarry Circle. It's not something that you see that often, but I like the fact that Team Zero adapted quickly on the fly, and I guess the only reason why Team Zero was able to adapt quickly as well is because of Scout. Scout is used to playing these type of circles, and these are the OG circles. Back in the day, these type of circles used to happen quite a lot, and I guess that's why Scout's team pretty much just came out on top. It's his specialty, I guess.
And not just Scout. If you look at the team stats, also Dark Lord is also one. Shadow is also the one getting all those finish points for the team. It's not just only Scout that did. They played as a unit, and whenever you play as a unit, whenever the synergy is there, you'll usually win those 4v4 fights, and that was what worked in the favor of Team Zero. And not just Team Zero, I think Team Xpac also this time performed really good because they were inside the top 2.
Without a doubt. I mean, Metal Esports, of course, for them, this entire fight against Team Zero was just incredible. Team Zero, such a flawless squad wipe that was, playing together, good communication, and with the way they asserted their dominance against Metal Esports. Metal Esports is one of those teams that is a solid team, without a doubt. And considering we know what Team Zero is capable of as well, I mean, now I just want to see a little bit more of Team Zero, I'm not going to lie.
Oh, we all want to see more of Team Zero because all the fans of Team Zero were a little disappointed by the performances not coming in. The lineup was so strong. All the players, Syed OP, even Syed was the MVP today in one of the game. So it's not like they were entirely missing the entire day and just shined off in one of the games. They were looking strong the entire day in all the 3 games. In Sanhok also, they were looking decent in the terms of rotation. Not in terms of the finish points. In terms of the rotation, they were looking good. And finally, that paid off in the Erangel. But Team Xpac is also one of those teams that had my worries because they were not giving the good performance. But finally, a good performance came in from their side and really an effort from the last individual who was standing.
Without a doubt, valiant effort, of course. I mean, it was Scout OP with the shotgun in his hands. Unfortunately, he got naded up, so he was not really able to stay alive for that long. But I genuinely thought that the big thorn in the way for Hydra to win can be Team Zero. But Team Zero, they wiped out Hydra like a flash pretty quick. But then as we do see the MVP, it's going to be Shadow 7 from the side of Team Zero with 8 elimination points wrapped up all by himself. Shadow, oh my god, this man's an absolute beast.
Oh, certainly he was, along with Dark Lord, Scout, and Syed, the entire team. And out of 10, if he's having 8 finishes, oh my god, he was doing the majority of the heavy lifting. But definitely, without a doubt, Team Zero was looking strong, and I'm very sure all the fans are going to be super happy after this performance because it was a much needed. When you have such experience, when you have all that experience and the past performances that speak for performance is expected in every single tournament. Finally, Team Zero is delivering, and I hope they keep the same momentum rolling on the next week and the next day also. But along with Shadow, we have Syed of Team Zero as the best companion with 2 rescues coming in and 1 assist.
Exactly. Syed OP will be there as the best companion, then Shadow 7 once again being the finisher, getting the last elimination inside of the underneath his belt with survival time of 27:34, most amount of survival time, of course, because Team Zero was the one to get the chicken dinner. Solid step from Team Zero. Now, from here, it's only uphill because Team Zero, they were already at the bottom. Nothing else could go bad for them. But now I just want to see Team Zero climb up quite quick. As I mentioned, today was the day 2. Tomorrow will be the last day of the week 2 as well. And I'm pretty sure Team Zero, this wake-up call that they have gotten, it's quite a good news for themselves.
Certainly, it is good news. And let's have a look at the match ranking, that which team got how many points. We know Team Zero, they got 13 finishes, total of 28 points. Even Team Xpark was looking so strong in this particular one, total of 17 points to their name. Hydra is also one of those teams that was struggling in the previous week, but this week they are looking strong. This time in Erangel, they have got total of 16 points. Chemin Esports, 11 points. Good stuff coming in from their side. Even Carnival Gaming, till a certain point, they were also looking very strong, and they have got 9 points. Eventually, the rotation, the migration inside the circle became a bit problem for Carnival Gaming.
Well, I mean, Team Prince, still the woes keep on continuing. Unfortunately, another game where Team Prince wasn't really able to get a lot done, and they got eliminated pretty much at the 16th spot, I would say. So for Team Prince, I'm not exactly sure what's going wrong, but the week 1 of Team Prince, I want to see them back once again in the momentum. I want to see them back once again with the domination that they showcased in the week 1. Prejwell's DBS isn't really working out anymore. Even Jackson's aggression's not working out. So Team Prince, once again, maybe a little bit of tweaks can be needed inside of the strategy, because utilizing the same strategy over and over again cannot really work out. But ladies and gentlemen, we've got an interview lined up. Let's move on and take a look at that. Interesting. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we did not really get to see the interview. Maybe some technical issues going on, but Shadow, I mean, it was Knuckle over there from the side of IQ Soul. And as I mentioned today, Knuckle being the best companion, Knuckle being the supporter of the team, today he actually popped off when it comes to the elimination aspect of the game.
And not just elimination, Neeraj, I think the placement points also, because in the first Erangel, he survived till the very last few moments and got 10 placement points. But I think we have got all the technical issues fixed. So I think we'll head over directly to the interview.
Team IQ Soul जो भी हमारे साथ जुड़ेंगे. Knuckle, welcome to the broadcast and congratulations आज की एक amazing run पे. कैसा चल रहा है टीम के साथ अभी सब?
अभी तो सब अच्छा ही चल रहा है.
जी. बीच में वीक 1 के लास्ट जो कुछ दिन थे, डे 3 आई बिलीव, थोड़ा सा एक स्लो डाउन आया था. उस टाइम पे कुछ इश्यूज हुए थे या फिर कुछ एक्सपेरिमेंट चल रहा था?
हाँ, लाइक वीक 1 में हम उतना अच्छा नहीं खेल पाए. कुछ गलतियां हुई हमसे जो नहीं होनी चाहिए थी. तो बस वही है कि आज भी गलतियां हुई और अच्छा कर सकते थे हम लोग, पर हम ट्राई करेंगे कि अब कल से और अच्छा खेलें.
टीम में अगर एक मतलब पावर हाउस है एस पावर जैसा, और आज के तीनों गेम के अंदर देयर वाज ओनली वन गाय, कहते हैं ना एक ही नेता था जो हमें आईक्यू सोल से दिख रहा था बैक टू बैक, बड़ी प्लेसमेंट हो, फिनिशेस हो, इट वाज यू. आज के दिन मतलब मैं वही कह रहा हूँ, एस पावर के होते हुए भी कितना मुश्किल होता है मतलब शाइन करना, बिकॉज ही इज द वन जो इनिशिएट करता है डिमोलिशिंग टीम की तरह से.
हाँ, लाइक सिर्फ पावर नहीं, लाइक मान्या, रोनी, जोकर, इन सबके साथ ही मतलब मारना बहुत मुश्किल होता है. ये लोग पहले ही मार देते हैं.
ये तो है, एग्री विद दैट. पूरी टीम ही ऐसी है क्रैट. मैं तो कब से बोल रहा हूँ, ये भाई साहब भी कम नहीं है फायर पावर के मामले में, इनको भी हमने देखा है.
बट आज एक अलग मूड भी नजर आ रहा था इनका.
मेरे एक सवाल है, मतलब मुझे ये जूसी है सबसे ज्यादा. अभी यू नो इससे पहले यू वर प्लेइंग इन ब्लाइंड. अब देखो मैं किसी को गलत नहीं बोलूंगा, बट अब आप एक फैन फेवरेट टीम के खेल रहे हो. इन कंधों पे, इन नाजुक कंधे जो मासूम से, इसमें कितना प्रेशर है?
नहीं, लाइक अब इतना एक्सपीरियंस है कि हम लोग प्रेशर वगैरह नहीं लेते मैचेस में. हम अपना फुल बेस्ट देने का ट्राई करते हैं. प्रेशर तो मतलब जीरो है एकदम.
बिल्कुल सही.
चलिए ठीक है, मैं तो यही पूछूंगा, आज आपने सेकंड गेम के अंदर बहुत अच्छे फ्रैग्स निकाले थे एंड आल्सो आउटशाइन भी करते हुए नजर आए, लेकिन वो पहले गेम के अंदर हुआ क्या? व्हाट वेंट रॉन्ग एंड व्हाट वेंट राइट कि टॉप 3 एकदम से?
फर्स्ट गेम में लाइक हमारा ऐसा था 3 मैन, हमें ऐसा कुछ नहीं था कि सामने जोन दिख रहा था, पर लेफ्ट राइट बहुत ज्यादा बंदे थे. तो हमने सोचा था कि एज पे गाड़ी घुमाते रहेंगे, बट वो दोनों मर गए, लाइक पावर और मान्या मर गए. तो मैं सेंटर में चला गया सीधा
और बस बैठे रहे.
अभी आपका जो एरांगल वाला गेम था, उसके अंदर आपकी मुलाकात सबसे पहले 4 शॉट के साथ हुई थी. आप उस टाइम पे अकेले होते हो स्कूल, अपार्टमेंट और रिजॉर्ट में, लूट खत्म करके गए थे या तो उनको पिक ऑफ करने भागे थे?
नहीं लाइक हमें दूर से एक बंदा दिख गया था तो एक एक गन लेके हम लोग पहले ही चले
बोला था ये बात।
लूट नहीं हुई थी।
ये है ना, ये है टीम आईक्यू सोल जो सबको पसंद है, फुल कॉन्फिडेंस। बट नकुल, टुडे यू वर फिनोमिनल, तीनों गेम्स के अंदर लाजवाब परफॉर्मेंस। आई थिंक जो आज आपकी टीम को हमने फर्स्ट पोजीशन अटेन करते हुए देखा, कांग्रेचुलेशंस टू ऑल ऑफ यू एंड टू यू एज वेल। एक इंडिविजुअली आई थिंक ये एसपीएस का बेस्ट प्लेयर परफॉर्मेंस था आज के दिन जो आपने करके दिखाया है।
थैंक यू
एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस फॉर दिस इंटरव्यू एज वेल। उम्मीद रहेगी कल के दिन भी ऐसी एक टफ फाइट आप डिलीवर करें। बेस्ट ऑफ लक फॉर योर मैचेस टुमारो।
थैंक यू।
बाय बाय।
एंड
Quite a wholesome interview, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, Knuckle, of course, sharing some choice words. Even he mentioned, especially when you're gonna have such heavy hitters in the roster like S-Power, you've also got Manya, then you've also got Ronnie. It's really tough to outfrag these guys, but still, Knuckle somehow today he was able to outfrag them, and he was also able to outshine all of those three players.
100% agreed. I think he won many hearts the moment he survived till the last circle as a lone wolf, because it's not easy. It was an open circle. He was just hiding in the bushes, making the best use of the foliage. But kudos to him. And looking at the overall ranking, we have Chemin right on the top with 180 points. Team Soul on the second spot with 160 points. But Chemin, they have got the highest placement points. On the other side, speaking of Team Soul, they have got a perfect balance between finish and placement points. I have to say, they have got highest finishes, but this is the sort of balance we need in life.
180 points wrapped up by Chemin Esports too. Currently, they're also leading the charts. 20 points lead and 20 points away from Team Soul. Tomorrow's day is going to be quite a critical one. Team Soul, they'll probably try to retain that first spot in the overall standings without a doubt. They're going to be desperate to get the first spot down. As you mentioned, it is quite a nice balance too when it comes to the finish points and placement points of Team Soul. 80 placement, 80 finishes, nicely done. Team Soul, they're just performing quite nicely and consistently as well, and that's something that you really need. Latter half of the board in front of us, and Team Prince is going to be on the 9th spot. Now that is definitely quite a big disappointment.
The disappointments are going to be there, but you just need to learn from all the mistakes and come back much stronger on the very next day. That is what all these teams need to do. But Hydra officials, they're looking strong in week 2. They have made it. I remember after week 1 they were on the last page, but now they've made it inside top 13. They're sitting at the 13th spot, top 15. So definitely a good jump from the side of Hydra officials. Global Esports, even they need to work on the consistency. Carnival Gaming, from the 16th, they have made a jump and now sitting on the 11th spot. But with the potential which these players are having, I think Carnival Gaming should be aiming for the top spot. If not top spot, at least the top 5. So because that is where we expect to see the players of Carnival Gaming. But they have got decent placement points, 70 placement points. Finish point is something that they need to work on. And speaking of finish point, Alibaba Raiders, this is also one of those teams that heavily rely on those placement points, because they have got 91 placement points and just 35 finish points.
Oh man, OG on the 16th spot too with 115 points wrapped up. I mean, Orangutan, even them, the struggles were definitely there today. For a lot of the teams in general, the games were looking quite off, including Team X-Spark. Yes, the final game, Team X-Spark did quite good. Even Team Zero, we saw a massive step up from them. But even just having that one single good game is not really going to count. You've got Team Forever on the 3rd page on 17th spot. Then you've also got AUTOBOTZ, Team Godlike, Genix FM, and you've also got TWM, 8-Bit, FS Esports, and WindGod. And especially WindGod is one of those teams. When it just came in, the first week we saw WindGod perform, it was quite astonishing.
Like I said, WindGod, they only perform on those maps like Sanhok, Vikendi. They need to focus on those Erangels and Miramars as well if they want to propel themselves in the overall ranking. Because just with Sanhok and Vikendi, I don't think WindGod can make it inside top 16. FS Esports, on the other hand, today they were looking strong. The way they were making those rotations, the firepower was there. So definitely this day was good for the players of Team FS Esports. 8-Bit, just a decent day, I'll say. They're sitting on the 22nd spot. They need to do much more than that. They need to get those finish points, because 95 points is something very concerning for them. If they want to see themselves into top 16, they at least need one chicken dinner right now.
Without a doubt, they definitely do need that one single chicken dinner that can propel themselves in much more better spots, right? FS Esports, especially Aru and his teammates, they are definitely trying their best to sort of get themselves back up from the graves, and they're currently on the 23rd spot, which is not that bad. Soon enough, the upcoming page as well is going to be there. I just want to see where Team Zero is going to be after such a good performance.
On the last page, but not at the bottom spot. At least they are making progress, and this is the sort of progress we need from the side of Team Zero, that they are getting the chicken dinner, if not chicken dinner, high amount of finish points. And Team Zero, they're sitting on the 30th spot. So you see, now the points standing are not so volatile that just by single game you can make a huge jump in the overall ranking. And if that is the case in week number 2, I wonder what is going to happen on week 3. Staging a comeback in week 3 is going to be such a tedious task.
It's going to be way too tough, that's for sure. Making a comeback happen in week 3 will be something that you would not just want to face, let's be honest. Metal Esports on 29th as well. I'm not sure what's going on with Metal Esports. All the players in that roster are just incredible. OR Esports, the same thing can be said. Admino, oh man, it's really not working out for OR Esports too. Even Reckoning Esports, the same thing can be said. Xpark, one good game, it is okay, but still, you need at least consistent 3 or 4 games to back yourself up, to sort of establish that comeback, and then maybe find yourself in the top 16. Because as I mentioned, top 16 is the way to go if you want to find yourself in the finals.
You should be eyeing for the top 16, and you can't leave things for the 11th hour, because on the very last week already the pressure is mounting so much on the shoulders. It is definitely going to affect the performance, so you have to make sure that performance comes in week 2 itself, because like you said, week 3 it's going to be so difficult, and with 2 days already over in week number 2, I don't know. I think the next day, tomorrow, is going to be so critical for all these teams who are in the last page. And not just the last page, I think the middle pack teams also.
Tomorrow is without a doubt going to be super critical, because it's also the last day of the week too, as you mentioned. And then after that, week 3 is going to be starting, where we know week 3 is a week that we all need to watch out from. And things are going to be way too difficult. But ladies and gentlemen, as you guys all know, all the games for today are already done. Make sure to follow all the socials of ESL India and of course Nodwin Gaming too. With that being said, it was me, Necro, and Shadow. It was a pleasure to join alongside you guys as well and to cast for you. But for now, we're going to be taking leave. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mix to snap any minute casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it.